Al-Aqsa. I believe he did that. He's been doing it a few times. There is no, so when you have, so you have to pay attention. When you have like a government like Iran, there is no clear data, anything. I mean, I cannot prove it. There is no data. But when you look around.
Stop right there. You just said there is no data, but at the same time, when I asked you while I'm scrolling social media, I still think.
No, you didn't let me finish.
Hold on.
Well, you didn't.
I'm gonna let you finish, but I gotta go on what you just said.
You let me finish and then you go. Let me finish.
On you into picking sides, and I've refused to do that, not because I'm seriously mistaken.
Oh, what? America or Israel? And the Zionist state?
Yeah, so really, like, anyone that is trying to paint the other as not evil, you're on the wrong side, period. So basically, Maxwell, I don't know if you
Are Palestinians evil?
If Palestinians are trying to paint the IRGC and the Ayatollah as not evil, then they're participating in evil activities.
No, we're talking actually evil, not inconditional. We're talking objectively evil because of the history or the acts they committed.
I don't think the people. I think the people
or their strategy.
I think the people outside of their governments are just people trying to eat and live and have their life, whether you're Palestinian or Iranian. They're innocent people.
Okay, well, what is up with...
No, I'm trying to talk about...
Why is everything individualism? We're not talking individualism. There's always good individuals.
This is why I always kick you down, is because you literally throw me off my square. Okay.
What square?
The square that I'm trying to stay in. So, Mary...
Circle.
Oh, son of a gun. Mary said, I don't know if you saw Chank and so Chank was like saying that, he was like, well, at least, one thing that could be said about Khamenei is, that he died on his feet and he didn't bend the knee to Israel. And then I've made this joke before, but I'm like, who else didn't bend the knee to Israel? Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Like, what are you trying to say? Like, imagine somebody has done a school shooting, killed 30,000 people, and then somebody wants to say something nice about their the murderer while the parents...
Always about you guys, huh?
Okay, that's it. I hate when you act like that, Mikhail. Anyway. So then, like Bassem Youssef, who I love Bassem Youssef, I don't care what anyone says, he said something about Khamenei being a martyr. And I tweeted him back and I was like, Bassem, I love you, but murderers are not martyrs. So on this stage today's marathon, all day long, right, you have people that come up and they try to minimize, so basically Netanyahu and Trump are evil, but, Khamenei, there's just a bad government. Everybody has a bad government. Or Netanyahu and Trump are not evil. They don't do the stuff that, the Iranian government do. They're not oppressors, and they minimize the oppression of the Palestinians, the Sudanese, right? And all day long, this is how it's been, Martha. It's just totally saying, minimizing each other, what's happening to, Iranians, or vice versa, what's happening to other people. And it's been a shit show, Martha. It's been a shit show. So how are you?
So I'm good. I'm glad to see the murder of my people is finally dead. I honestly wanted to be captured alive, go through the court, and his supporters know what he did to them and everybody around us. That's what I wanted in my ideal world. How many would capture and everybody else capture? They go through the, courts. They can have the lawyers, and people understand what this people did to my country last 48 years. So that was my ideal, but that didn't happen. I was hoping that he has a very painful death. That didn't happen. Unfortunately, they killed him in the first couple of minutes. I'm not happy about it. I wish they would have somehow they captured him, but every single day this guy was alive, it would cost my people and people around us, other people's lives. So I'm happy to see him dead. I'm not pro-war. I was during the 12-day war. I was against it, and I was a minority of people who did not support that war. But this time, I'm with people of Iran. It is very painful to hear somebody who loves his country begging for a foreign power to hit us. I'm like a person who has stage 4 cancer, and I grab anything that I can, because we tried more than 5 times in different elections, tried to do some sort of reform. It didn't work. They cheated in election. We tried to bring some reform in the country. It didn't work. People came to the street in millions. They're killed. There are different reports, somewhere between 15 to 45,000 people got killed. I'm in a camp of saying somewhere between 15 to 25,000 people were killed. That's a more realistic number. But there are some reports say 45. We don't know yet until the whole thing settled down. But we know when regime said they killed about 3,000 people, you have to multiply that this in power of 5 or 10. That's the real number. That's their habit. They always do that. So I'm hoping for some sort of justice down the road. If the first and second and third layer of government get decapitated, there's a hope that the remaining will be able to make some sort of peace and would be a transition. But we have to have some sort of way for IRGC members and other military forces to defect safely. Otherwise, we're going the path of what they did in Iraq, or the correct pronunciation is Iraq. So we don't want to have that situation. There has to be some sort of path for them to be able to, those are not, their hand is not dirty in the blood of people. They can, continue getting paid. It's just IRGC and other, armed forces, they get combined and become a new Iranian force. That's what I'm hoping. But if the United States start going after our, energy infrastructure, go after communication infrastructure, water infrastructure, then that would be a very, sad day for us, because we do not have the money to build this from scratch ever again. Just information for people they want to know is like an average refinery can handle about 100,000 barrels of oil a day, would cost somewhere between $9 to $15 billion. So that's the money that we do not have, and we cannot afford to build it from scratch. So I'm hoping the madness would, slow down. I think at this point they fire whatever they have, and within the next 24 hours we should see significant reduction of Iranian power, and hopefully there will be some sort of solution to them. I doubt there would be any sort of, ground force in Iran. It's just United States don't want it. There is an election coming in November, so nobody want to deal with that in the United States, and Israel doesn't have the manpower to do so. So probably would be only aerial campaign, and we'll see if Iranian, whatever remain from their government, would be able to mix. It would be surrounded. There's no peace negotiation, and that's what I want. But the problem comes when people see war through Palestinian lenses. Somebody who lives in the United States, the only thing they care about Palestinian. That's why you see most of these people are in left, they're quiet. or they deniers, like this guy here in the other room. It's just like it's pointless to talk to somebody like him, because everything in the war goes through Palestine. No, it's not. I feel their pain. It is not my concern. The only thing I care is people of Iran. End of the story. I don't care about other people. I feel their pain, but that's not my issue. If my government wouldn't do that, they would still be alive, and my country would not be running. Exactly. And I don't want to be my priority. I have nothing to do with them. I don't care about what happened in Uganda. I feel pain for what's going on in Uganda.
You care. It's nothing like there. You just
It's all about where you're from. It's all
recognize it over your people.
It's about your religion.
I don't see.
I mean, sir, with all due respect, but using that logic, then why should anybody care about the people of Iran?
Exactly. How would you up?
Because
That doesn't make sense. You can't say they don't when they have right now two of the most sophisticated militaries bombing your country in the name of helping the people of Iran. What are you talking about?
Let's stop being.
Isn't this what they wanted?
Yeah, like I don't get you're contradicting.
What do y'all fuckers want then?
So these people are not logical, so I'm politely can't give.
We're not logical.
You want it?
You can't make this stuff up.
you don't care that two countries are trying to invade your land, right? And unlawfully going in there trying to invade you, and you're just going to sit back and say, yeah, that's fine. You don't care.
That is the craziest. He said, we're not logical. In one instant, he's saying no one cares about his people, but they're bombing it.
I removed the person that was cussing at you, but guys, you can't just like dogpile, okay? Mirza, I already removed the person who was cussing.
Oh, I was saying, I didn't know. I waited for him to stop. I just wanted to.
Right.
I have a question.
This is not making any sense.
Earlier, I invited my friend.
What are the United States people saying about this?
Hold on a second. What one?
Silajan, earlier I invited my friend Hashmi. I think you heard him or not. I invited him again, and he has his own opinion as well, which might be different, but you should hear him and you should listen to him as well. He has a different opinion, but you should.
Sorry,
Others should as well.
because I'm starting to get exhausted from the low level, like, just getting.
Yeah, in old age that happens, I understand.
Yeah, so why are the United States people saying about this? What are they saying about this?
These people, what are you talking about?
And then, like the people, I'm from the UK, right? So I want to know, are the people opposing it? What are they doing about it? Are they agreeing with it?
I think there's a bit of both going on.
Well, no, the majority of the people of America, when you look at the polls, they don't want military intervention in Iran. But the reality is it doesn't matter because the American government has chosen to do so, which is, fine. They're the administration, that's the president, they're doing what they want to do. But for someone to come up here and say they don't care about what other people's plights are, but at the same time getting help from a foreign government is silly.
No, what I realized, it's very painful for me to hear somebody say I don't care about other people. Like it hurts me, to my core. But I'm an empath. But I understand what he's trying to say. I think it's human nature to, prioritize the tribes or the people that we have affection and ties.
But that's the thing. We all prioritize him. If we allow this to happen, this is gonna happen. He's gonna continue doing it. He's doing it right now. Right now. He's gone to Iran. Guess who's next on the list? He's doing it to Pakistan, take over Afghanistan. You know that, right?
What are you talking about? I don't know where you're talking about.
So basically, Donald Trump.
Listen, can you please speak slower? Okay,
sorry, my bad. So Donald Trump, right, has met with the Pakistani military guy, okay? Asim Mane. Has instructed him, right, to take over Afghanistan. So he's a Mossad agent, okay? So the US shut down and killed, right, multiple Pakistani civilians. Okay,
Does that have to do with what's going on in Iran again?
Because the thing is, he is trying to invade another country. That's what I'm trying to get at. His next target is the next target.
How old are you, Ale? tell him?
I'm 28, bro.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with 25 or 24.
All I just want to point out was that this man's hypocrisy, because, like I said, he says he's not caring and he doesn't worry about anything else. He's not worried.
Let's let him respond, and please just let each other talk. And you.
I think Mirzad is making sense. I heard him and he is completely making sense. Mirzad Jan, please go on, man.
ببین مرزاد همه داره خیلی عصبی میکنن، میخوام همه رو بندازم پایین
از لنز فلسطین
That's understandable. That part is understandable. But like
من فقط به احترامت میگم، ولی حرف زدن که کتاب باشه چشم من
راست میگی، like با اینا، ولی آدمای دیگه هستن توی آدم که هر وقت نبودی خیلی بحثای خوب بود، حالا یه ذره رفته تو توالت، ولی دوست دارم از این حشمی هم بشنوم، شاید این بیاره یه ذره نمیدونم چی بگم.
Let me finish my argument, then they can gang on me as much as they want.
Let the moderator say something, and then there's a you go, and then we'll hear compassion.
I mean, I think, and this is me saying this as an outsider, obviously, but what I'm seeing happening is you have two people that have situations where they desire to be liberated. And in the case, the liberation of one is perceived as, it's not necessarily the case, limiting or slowing the liberation of the other. And so there's this back and forth. Like they support each other in both desiring the same outcome, but at the same time, you know, the Palestinians benefit from support from the IRGC. So, you know, if the IRGC is gone, where are they going to get that support from in the future? It's all, you know, it's all up in the air, right? And the Iranians are like, why should we not overthrow our government even just because we support you, you know? So it's kind of, yeah, it's problematic, that's all.
May I continue?
Yeah, America's fun.
So the problem comes when pro-acts of resistance in the left, you know, they see everything through the lens of Palestine. And this is their two independent situation going on. And this should not get mixed up. What I'm saying is, I do not believe Donald Trump care about my people. Donald Trump care about Donald Trump. Full stop. The reason right now they're doing it, there's multiple angles to it, is the security of Israel. Their situation for, they want to make oil more expensive for China. China imports somewhere around 16 million barrels a day. We provide them somewhere between 1.3 to 1.9 million barrels a day, very cheap. Because of the sanction, they don't pay us money. They give us credit. Then we buying junk from China and import it. So we are a golden goose that they don't want to let it go. So there's like multiple facets to this. That is not just, oh, Trump cares about me. Of course not. That's what I say, people don't care about others. Countries do not have friends or enemies. Countries have common benefit. Full stop. If you think that countries, they have friends, you're delusional. That's not how it works in the real world. So I'm not in a camp of believing that Trump does this because they care about my people. No, Trump does this because it benefits Trumps. That's a reality of the world that we are living.
I want to piggyback off of what Merzad was saying about, like, particularly people on the left looking at everything through the lens of what's been going on in Palestine. And that's because of the money that America's been sending towards Israel. But there's a mistake that's happening. Like, basically what Merzad piggybacking off of him is that, like, the Palestinian people have been getting help from our oppressors for a long time, for their own liberation, for their own freedom. Now our people are getting help from their oppressors, and you want to clutch your pearl? Like, it is what Marisol is saying. Everybody just aligns. They don't care about each other. It's just about interest and where they align. And the people suffer. We all turn against the people. Somebody said, I have no sides. I'm on no side. I'm always on the side of the people. That's the side I'm always on. I saw somebody maybe, let's go to Hashimi because he's been waiting for a long time. So Hashimi, Munir says that you have like this different perspective. Do you want to share it?
Yeah, so, I mean, what Marisol was talking about, first of all, hello everyone. So, you guys need to understand something. What Marisol is saying is totally fact, and I actually do agree with him. You need to differentiate two things. One, personal empathetic feelings towards others. The other is if that feeling of yours should impact the country's foreign policy. So I do differentiate that. So I personally feel empathetic towards the Palestinians. I don't want kids to get killed. I love them, blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to Iranian foreign policy, I can say this strictly. I don't care about Palestine at all. And Iran shouldn't care about Palestine at all. Why? It's because we are not able to sustain our people and provide them with their initial basic needs. That's why we cannot afford to support a foreign nation. Now, I don't care if that's Palestine, that's the white American kids in the USA. I just don't care. And this is something which is very hypocritical of other nations. Like, for example, a Saudi guy sitting in Riyadh having his basic needs of life, is an Arab, is drinking, is having fun, and then he points fingers towards Iranians. Oh, why don't you support Palestine? There is something you should understand. Politics, you should not involve your empathetic feelings towards it. It should be basically you trying to see what benefits your people. I don't care if you call that selfish. I don't care. This is the job of the government. It should provide for its own people, right? So putting this aside, regarding Iran right now, what's happening in Iran, I do agree with Marsad. And by the way, his view is very mature. It's a very mature view that he understands that the USA doesn't love the Iranian people, is not doing this because of Iranians. He do understand that this is for the benefit of USA. And by the way, what he said is actually statistically correct as well. 70% of the oil and resources of China is getting out from the Strait of Hormuz. So actually China is getting impacted more by this war than USA. So, I mean, I would love to hear from him more because I do actually believe me and him, we can reach more agreements because the only place that I would disagree with a lot of Iranians is that this situation, Iranians are divided into three groups. Either they just don't have any opinion, or they're pro-foreign invasion. They're saying we need to side with the USA. We need to uprise in Iran and take over the regime. Or there is a group, which is me, and I don't support any foreign invasion, and I don't support the fact of calling people to the streets in this situation because I do believe that there's going to be bloodshed. So, I mean, I do agree with everything Marsad is saying until now, and this was just my perspective, and I just divide the Iranian opinion into three, and then we can talk about it. There's no issue with that.
Money, that was such a strange video. But I just want to comment on one thing. The core of what is wrong with the world, the reason why Iranians have to look to Israel, who is evil in its own right for liberation, and the Palestinians have to look to Iran for their liberation, the core of it is because of the way that we are benefit your own people mentality. Humanity's thinking of benefit your own people is to have wars and to deteriorate. Now, I realize we are not at the consciousness level to remove that way of thinking, and because of that, you're right, Hashemi. We have to think about it's kind of like you know, the people that watch sports and they don't really pick a team, they're not there to like pick a team. They're just there to report how things are going to go down and how the players are performing. That's like how I'm acting. Like Pahlavi, I don't care if Pahlavi is a leader in Iran or not a leader in Iran, as long as my people have liberation. But what I do is I report how things are playing out. And then people think that I'm siding with somebody. No. I'm looking at where things are on the chessboard. Like, here's another thing that's very hurtful for some people to hear. Because of the crime that Israel and America have committed in Gaza, which are real crimes, you can't convince me that 90% of Gaza had Hamas hiding in it and had all the buildings had to be flattened like that. No, you can't convince me of that. Real war crimes were committed. And now, in order to clean their hands from that and make the world forget, it is in their interest to liberate the Iranian people and do it well, actually. If you're going to try to change the narrative worldwide, and you have the court of public opinion against you, and you have the court, the international court against you, this play right here would actually be in your benefit. It would behoove you to free them and to do it in a way that lands right. And it's an unfortunate thing, but this is like, when we're talking about playing out where everything is on the chessboard, that's just a reality of that being on the chessboard. People can argue with me if that's not a strategic move or not. I'd be happy to argue if that's a move that they're trying to make, but I think it is. And that works towards the liberation of the Iranian people. So anyone is welcome to
I just want 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
One request to Merzad. Merzad, I would love you to add me back, because I am trying to add amazing people like you who are realistic, and I'm deleting people who have made me half psycho. Please add me back if you can. And the other thing, Silajan, I would love to tell you one more thing, that Hashmi is actually a Shia Muslim like me, and he happens to be an Iranian. I'm a Shia from Pakistan, and Hashmi is a Shia from Iran. So here we go. You have another Shia.
Yeah.
Who's
I know a handful of Shias who are adamantly against this regime and Khamenei, and so I think that it would behoove also the Iranian people to realize that that's in our interest for more Shias to come on this side and be adamantly against this government. That would actually be for the security and safety of the future of our nation when it comes to civil war and tension. It would behoove us to stop treating Shias that hate the regime like that. And I'm so sorry that keeps happening to y'all, really. But, people have to think. I really think that the ability to think in multi-dimensionally or having multi-track of thinking, it has to do with like maybe intelligence. And I think, I don't know, I could be wrong totally, but it seems like the lower intelligence you have, the more capable you are at looking at things multidimensionally and multifacetedly. And so most people, they have their soccer team, they pick it, my team is this team, and everything else is, shit. And, like almost like a barbarian Neanderthal type thinking. I'm incapable of thinking on anything other than this track. And I think education makes you more able to look at things at a wider scope. But maybe that's me being, maybe that's wrong. But it's just been so fascinating to see and so hurtful. Like when I see Bassem Youssef say things like calling Khamenei a martyr, I'm like, murderers are not martyrs. Like, what are y'all doing? Y'all are drinking the Kool-Aid. Like, guys, if you're listening to my voice, go back and tell them, like Bassem Youssef and all this stuff, hating one does not mean you like the other. We watch so much movies, there's always the good guy and the bad guy in our minds. So if one is bad, the other must be good. And that's just not how it is here. And so if you think that Israel is bad, then, oh, the Islamic regime, they must be the good ones. Bullshit. And the Islamic regime is playing off of that propaganda by making you all think that they're just lying. We don't, it's just Israel that's, making you think this, and Khamenei's noble, righteous cause. My behind. I can't pronounce her name, but welcome to the stage.
Thank you. What are we talking about?
I can tell from your voice that you're not like a good faith actor. So why don't you get on with it and say mean things?
What? Not
what? Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I can sense differently. But go ahead. I'm highly sensitive right now. So in tune. Yeah. So you might as well get on with it.
No, I didn't do anything. I was just gonna add to your point. But I totally agree with you. I feel like people, I don't know why it's so hard to comprehend that. Just because, the other side is bad doesn't mean the other side is good.
Absolutely. I agree.
Especially with the stuff going on in Iran, the Iranian regime. So I'm out of breath because I'm walking home. It's just just because Israel's done some horrible things, and that doesn't mean the regime's good at all. I don't understand people that are supporting the IRGC.
Well, I appreciate hearing that. Maybe I was wrong. I thought that your voice sounded like this particular girl who comes on. I think she's from Afghanistan. And she always starts off cool, but then it always goes left. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's not her. You're not her.
Yeah, I just have a question, right? But what is the problem in the time of war to support the armed forces of your country, even if you disagree with them? Like I personally, right? I don't like Khamenei. I hate IRGC. But when it's at the time of war, and I have a choice to either side with the enemy against Iran.
There's nothing that you could make me do to side with Netanyahu or Khamenei. I don't give a shit. You know how they say, even right now, the Iranians are utilizing the Israeli government. I understand why they're doing that, but I don't like it. It makes me sick. There's nothing that's gonna make me support Khamenei or Netanyahu. There's just nothing. To me, these are demons.
Yeah, but you have to understand the Iranian armed forces are not Khamenei. There's a lot of people in the armed force that their job.
These armed forces are killing my people. They're not fighting abroad.
That's the military branch.
They're being used against our people.
No, I understand. The suppression is done by a military branch, but it's not the army as a whole. So we have, for example, Air Force. Does Air Force kill the people? Air Force was not even involved in killing the people. Or those who sit at the air defense systems. They're not involved in the riot, killing those who participated in protests. So it's good not to generalize all the armed forces. Of course, the Basij, they're the dirty scumbags, right? Or even the Sepah, some of those Sepah workers who, participated in killing the people in the protesters. I condemn them too. But you cannot say all the armed forces are bad just because there are military branches that are idiots and they're suppressing the people.
I don't think she said that, though. I don't think she said all those. I definitely am, because they've literally created it like this to have these different branches so you can say things like that, but it doesn't matter. If they are under the control of the supreme leader, then just put them in the trash basket.
No, this is a difference between me and you and many other Iranians. I don't view everything to be black and white. So you're saying all the
I don't either.
Yeah. So if you don't, then you need to understand that, for example, maybe just imagine your mother is in Iran and there are Israeli bombs coming towards her house. The only people who are defending your mother is basically the same armed forces that you're saying they're scumbags. So you need to understand that they have.
But the Israeli bombs are not coming towards my mom. They're coming towards the people that are oppressing us.
Is the hospital of Gandhi in Iran oppressing the Iranians?
Have they targeted the hospital?
Yes.
I don't
just
believe
like
that.
3 hours ago.
Hashimi, listen. You and I both know, if you're really Iranian, then you know that we can't put it past this government to sabotage certain sites themselves, to put pressure and propaganda on America to stop attacking them. Now, I'm not saying that, Israel and America are good because of that. What I'm saying is that we both know we can't put it past this government to do something like that. And if you disagree with me, then I know that you're not with us at all. Because you know it's a fact that they're willing to do some stuff like that, to create a narrative. Look, they're killing the girls. They're killing the schoolgirls like they did in Gaza. They're going to come over here and they're going to flatten it. Just like, you know that they're willing to do that. So we can't even definitively say, all I know, let me tell you what I know, Hashimi. So far, they've put a bomb right under the ass of Khamenei. They've taken out 12 leaders, and they took out the main TV station that they have. I remember before this, even though I'm not one of those people, but the Iranian people were like, even if some of us have to die, just take them out. That's what they were saying inside them. So can you go back over what you're saying about Israel bombing our grandmas again?
Of course. So this is the thing, right? I understand, you hate Khamenei, you hate the Iranian government to the point that you are trying to put forth this narrative that even the hospital bombings are done by Iran.
No, I'm saying you can't put it past them. I don't know that for a fact.
Okay. You can't put it past them, so you cannot accuse them of doing that, right?
Oh, you're with them, dude. Let me ask you.
Of course, I'm with the Iranian army right now. Of course I am. And I'm proud of it.
Someone actually don't make up stories now.
Stories of what? No. At the time of the war, and I do proudly say this, at the time of the war,
they are fighting the Islamic regime. They're not fighting the Iranian people.
No, they are.
Hashimi, listen, this is going to be the camel breaking the camel's back right here. I'm going to ask you one question. Is it beyond the capacity or something that this regime would do is attack their own sites to create a narrative of propaganda? Would they do something like that, or would they not do something like that?
The Iranian army would never target civilians.
Okay, fuck off.
Never.
He's not with us. Like, they already have targeted civilians. They've targeted schoolgirls, okay? School freaking girls. Listen, normally I would have opposing views. You know I'm not opposed to having different voices. Today I was here to talk to like the Bassem Youssefs and the Chinks of the world. But I don't have any tolerance right now to make room to argue with somebody who's booty clapping for the regime. So I just don't. We can maybe argue another day. Today's not the day.
It's also interesting because they're all about human rights, and they care so much about Palestine, but they don't care about innocent people or like the actual people that are dying in Iran. They don't care about that.
Go ahead, Mirza. You don't need a chili pepper.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm not interrupting anybody else. So I agree with 20% of his comments. I was going to just have some statement. Part of what he said is correct. That yes, the person that is on top of the mountain and managing a radar system has nothing to do with killing other people. But there's a very big but here. That person providing security to everybody, including the people who have their hand dirty the blood of Iranian people. So because he's helping them, to me it is okay that person get killed to facilitate killing Khamenei, to facilitate killing, Ahmadinejad, to facilitate killing rest of them. That's called part of the sadness of the war. Yes, he is correct. That guy has nothing to do, but he can, at this point, if we let the war go the way it is planned, that I believe the plan is only hitting Iranian military infrastructure. Hopefully they're not going after energy, water, communication, then I'm still supporting. But when the table change and they go after energy infrastructure, then I would say, okay, this is Iraq 2003 playbook. Then I'm like, all is his side. But at this point, I'm willing to give him benefit of doubt.
I don't give them the benefit of the doubt. They are murderers and killers, and they would be willing to do that to us.
No, this is what I'm saying. No, that's not me.
If I finish it, then you'll know that what I'm saying. I'm going to surprise you. It's not what you think I'm going to say. They are willing to do things like that. We've seen it in Gaza. We've seen it in Iraq. We've seen it in other places. But I don't think they're going to do it here because it's not in their interest to do it here. It actually is in their interest on people and do it and land it real right, actually. Especially if they want to clean up that image that you're talking about right there. And especially because the Iranians are rolling around with Israeli flags in their hands. That's really good PR work. Do you understand what I'm saying, Marisol?
Okay, her conclusion was what I wanted to say, so we're on the same page.
But Sirajan, I just Googled the hospital thing is on the news.
Oh,
let me explain to him. They didn't hit the hospital directly. The blast took damage to windows and broke the doors because of the blast. One thing that we should consider that's a war crime based off Geneva Convention, so everybody knows that. It happened during 12-day war. They hit a hospital in Kermanshah that was for University of Medicine. They did that. So we know that happened, but what the Israelis said at that time, that was a mistake. The bombs are not 100% accurate, and there would be some malfunction in it. It would be a very crazy move to do that. Like some of the things Salah said is 100% accurate, especially when she was talking about bombing the school. I think that could be done by Iranian regime, or it could be as simple as one of their missile malfunctions.
And let me tell you why. Because they want to, and they've done this a million times in our country, is try to rally and unify the people behind a common enemy, like Homeboy was just trying to do right now. So if they can paint a picture that this is a war on the Iranian people, then stop trying to overthrow your government. Let's come together and let's defend this country. So it would not be in the interest of Iran and Israel for the mission that they're on to just miscellaneously try to target. Like they're trying to do as little as that for this particular mission, not because they're benevolent and would never do that. Make it clear. So wonder, does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I just Googled it, so it does say that, but I'm going into details now. Yeah.
If you're talking about the Reuters article, I read that earlier today, yes. And that's what happened. They hit near the hospital, the blast. It was not a direct impact. So when I was a kid, Iranian regime blew up part of Imam Reza is the 8th Imam in Shia religion. And to blame it on, and one of the opposition group. So they have the history of that. And this.
What did they do to Imam Reza? What did they do to Imam Reza's trial?
They had a suicide bombing. They put a bomb and detonate that and killed, I think 15 or 20 people died. It's over 30 years ago. It happened when I was a kid. Just Google it, it could come up. And later, because of some internal conflict, the whistleblower actually, talked about it, and now everybody everybody in Iran knows that they did this in purpose. They blew up the shrine just to, want to have some retaliation against one of the opposition group and some excuse to get rid of them.
Can I add something? In 1978, I think, they burned a movie theater, Rex, and they said that Savak did it. Okay, and years ago, someone was talking to someone and it was recorded, and they talk how they did it because they wanted to do a propaganda against Savak. And the guy was telling how they did it themselves. So this is one thing. I want to say something else regarding the school. I am not saying it was okay to do it. I am not saying anything. But I have put, there is a Twitter post. I have put it in the text. You can see the map of the school. It was part of a compound of the headquarters of IRGC in the area. And the question is, what kind of sick idea puts the school in the same compound if they don't want to use it as a shield, okay? Because there are explosives in the compounds. It's an IRGC compound, so always there is, maybe sometimes they will have tanks, maybe they will have different things. And how do you put the elementary school in the same compound? And you can see the map. It was close to the other buildings, but also there is a warehouse next to it, literally next to it. And I don't say it was the right thing. If right now we don't know who did it really, but if it was done with the shots of Israel or US, it was not an intentional error. It was an error because it was too close to it. And although I absolutely don't agree with you with whatever in Israel or anything happened, I agree only with one part of what you said, and that's they have amazing good relationship with Iranians. Most of Iranians support Israel. Most of the Iranians support USA. So they don't need to destroy their infrastructures. Like in Iraq, it was not like that. Although Saddam was a dictator, still they had so much problem after they took Saddam away from the country.
Like unless you're unless you're one of the people, the Iranian people who just hate all Muslims and are rude to all Muslims and Shias, then you booty clap for Israel. But all the Iranians that I know that don't hate people just to hate people, they don't like Israel, but they know their interests align. They basically realize that Israel's committing crimes. They realize that the Palestinian people deserve their freedom, and they just know that this is how the world works. And they're like, okay, they're going to help us do this or whatever. But they realize that the Palestinian people are being wrong, and that is, a good situation, and are not Zionists. The only people that I know are Zionists are either the Persian Jews or the people who hate Islam so bad that they can't see anything else, any reality and pain of other people. That's how much they just hate Islam. They're buying the narrative that this is just a war between Muslims and Jews, not that colonization, people's land has been stolen and they've been oppressed and occupied. No, that's not the real story. It's just a bunch of fanatical Muslims. That's the story that they've bought into because they've used help from the Islamic Republic of Iran. But these Palestinians are Christians, they are Muslims, they're atheists, they lived in peace with each other for centuries. We're not going to get into all of that, but it's just, it's not true, is what I'm saying. Al, you have to realize that if you're a Christian, Zionism actually goes against our Christian beliefs. The fact that you're saying that you have the Christians in America that are evangelical, that they have this whole narrative that they believe that you're supposed to like booty clap for Israel no matter what crime they commit. Then you have like the Catholics, the Orthodox, all the Christians outside of America who strongly realize that this is not okay. This is supremacy of a people. And any supremacy that says this should only be a Jewish state, this should, even if you're saying this should only be a Muslim state, anyone saying this should be a only, you're wrong. You're just wrong. They fill in the blank. I don't care. This should only be a white state. This should only be a Bahari state. Fill it in. I don't care. This should only be a Christian state. You've gone into extremism and you've lost your way.
Brown state.
Whatever.
I never said it should be all Jewish state. I never said that.
That is what Zionism is, Al. Zionism means one thing, that you believe that Israel should be a Jewish state. It should be for the Jews. That the Jewish people have the right to a state just for themselves. And their nation state law is that only they have the right to self-determination. So when you call yourself a Zionist, you're saying that Israel should be a Jewish state. That's what you're saying. Israel should be for Israelis if it's going to exist. If Israel's going to exist, it needs to be for Israelis.
Look, Christian, Muslim,
then you're not a Zionist.
are Israelis, but I say hold up. I believe the land that they have now is their land. I don't believe they occupied it.
Okay. All right.
But I believe everyone should live in peace there under their control. Absolutely.
Now, living Shabbat, honestly, I want you to think of the logic. You have the Jewish people that were living there that converted to Christianity, right? You know that. You're a Christian. The Jewish people that were there, they converted to Christianity. All the disciples, all the believers that came after them, right? Those are they have the most genetic similarities to the ancient Jews than anybody on earth when it comes to their genetic disposition, okay? Do you not think that some of them converted to Islam too? Yes, there's people that migrated there too. But if people were able to convert to Christianity, maybe some of them converted to Islam too? Does that ever dawn on you? What I'm saying is that if I don't even believe in this type of thinking, but if you're going to think about who belongs in the land when it comes to genetics, then do you think that somebody who may, and that's even debatable, had an ancestor that was Jewish 2,000, 3,000 years ago, may have, is that land belongs to them more than the people that have 12, 14 generations of their family dead in the soil? It makes me want to rip my clothes from my body when I understand the scope of everything. I just hate how the world is. And earlier I said y'all are all stupid and I hate y'all, but I really love y'all actually, even though y'all are stupid.
And you love me more, so you love me more. That's legit. Okay, Al, this is the reason, with due respect to you, I must say this. Earlier, this was my question, now we are calm. This is exactly what I was trying to ask you. And I totally understand, Al, if you remember, I messaged you the other day, if you check our back channel messages, you will realize my message, I messaged you something very positive and you actually liked my message when I sent to you. This is exactly what I was asking you, that when you said that we have same moral values or whatever, so this is what I was trying to understand, that when the values of the Iranian nationalism is based on a country or a culture or a nation, then on what basis are you calling yourself Zionism? Because the concept of Zionism is based on religion. So I was confused because you're mixing two things. But now you just said that you believe that you believe that everyone should have a right to be in Israel. I also believe that Israel has a right to exist. I am no one to say that, but Israel is a reality. But by me saying Israel have a right to exist or not doesn't mean anything. But what I'm saying is that they have it. But saying a country, even as a Pakistani citizen, I'm against Pakistan to be Islamic Republic. I think Pakistan should be Republic of Pakistan. Countries don't have a religion. Countries should be a republic of people, not Islamic or Jewish or Christian republics.
So, Alice, you believe that Israel should be for everyone and it should be a democracy for everyone, that everyone should have the right to self-determination, and you're not a Zionist anymore, are you?
Look, I believe that land belongs to Israel, belongs to the people who own it, but I also do believe that other nations have the right to live there.
So who owns it? Some guy from New York that's never stepped foot there?
No.
Like Norm? Does Norm own it? Like, in the audience right there, we have people that have lost 40, 50 members of their family, for all we know, and they've lived there for thousands of years, but Norm has the right to the land.
I don't say the guy in New York deserves to live there more. I never said that.
Okay, so then
whoever is living there.
Okay, I'm cool with that. Then stop saying that it's a Jewish state. Whoever is living there now,
I'm not saying it's a majority Jewish state.
No.
They are the majority right now.
They are not. They're only the majority because they're keeping the others oppressed and under occupation.
Can I say something?
If they let's say they took the West Bank area, right, and they made it a part of Israel, they would no longer be the Jewish majority. Go ahead, Naim.
Yeah, okay. So I've been listening to this conversation, then I had to leave for a while. I captured the question that Munir had earlier, but this conversation about the Israel Palestinians, it's not going anywhere because I think there are a lot of things that needs to be fixed here. First of all, there is no strong majority under the land which Israel controls, right? It's in best case it's half-half. It's a half-half division, maybe a little more Jews, but generally speaking, it's a half-half religion, half-half division between the number of Muslim Palestinians, Christian Palestinians, and the Israeli Jews living within the same territory that Israel controls. So that's one thing. Another is that land always belongs to the people who live over this land. So there are laws in Israel that allows any Jew to get citizenship immediately after entering Israel, get an Israeli passport. If that Jew is from Lithuania, if it's from Ethiopia, or if it's from New York, or if it's from Mexico. And the people, those Arabs who live in East Jerusalem, which is the capital of Israel, by the way, if they leave East Jerusalem, even for a few years, the right to live in East Jerusalem is being revoked. So you have to read up on this stuff. There was a law passed in Israel, in Knesset, a few years ago, that declares explicitly that Israel is a Jewish state. The nature of Israel is a Jewish state. So there were also oppositions inside Israel, including among the Jews, against this law. But anyway, this law has been passed. Also, Zionism is not about religion. That's a misconception a lot of people have. You have to know who Theodor Herzl is. You have to know the fathers of Zionism. Zionism originally was a nationalistic movement. It had nothing to do with religion. It was a modern nationalistic.
It was removing God actually from it.
Yeah, I mean the most early Zionists who founded Israel, they were actually leftist socialists. They were establishing kibbutz in Israel.
They wanted to move away from religion and make it an ethnic identity.
Yeah, it was identity. It was ethnic.
Yeah.
Ben Gurion was not a devout Jew, you know. If if you look at the forefathers of the Zionism and the establishment of Israel, none of them were religious, right? It has something to do with ethnicity. It has something to do with modern nationalism. So when you want to study Zionism, you have to study modern nationalism. Of course, there is a religious flavor that has been added to Zionism in the last couple of decades, I would say, since Netanyahu came to power and, he started his career and stuff like that. So you have to know all this stuff before we actually can talk about these things, right? In best case at the moment, what can describe the situation under the territories Israel controls is that it's apartheid. Whether we like it or not, it's apartheid. It's a discriminatory system, right? That doesn't mean that Israel should be wiped off the map. It means that there are people who live there, including Israelis that have lived there for 3 generations, 4 generations, and the Palestinians who have been living there for several generations, and more. They have the right to the land and they are equal in front of law. At the moment, that's not the case. They are not equal. There are 2 sets of laws applied to the people living from the Mediterranean Sea to the Jordan River. If a Jewish Israeli commits a crime, he goes to civil court. If a Palestinian commits a crime, he goes to military court. Because the Palestinians are under Israel. They are under the military jurisdiction. They are not able to go to civil court, right? So this is discrimination.
Talk about Israel proper.
Well, I don't have to make that distinction. Let me speak. Yeah, I don't have to make that distinction.
Very holistic. He's giving Bruce, don't interrupt. He's giving a very neutral. There's a couple areas I disagree, but he's giving a very holistic overview and very neutral at that. So if you don't interrupt, please just let us know.
And I don't have to make that distinction between 1948 and 1967. And guess what? Who doesn't make that distinction is Naftali Bennett and Benjamin Netanyahu. They claim that Judea and Samaria, aka West Bank, is part of Israel proper. Golan Heights is part of Israel proper. So if you say they aren't part of Israel proper, then you are against what Benjamin Netanyahu and Naftali Bennett and everybody else in the Israeli right is saying. Because they are the ones that are saying the entirety of the land belongs to Israel, right? So first go and convince them and then come back to me and say, okay, let's make a distinction between 1967 and 1948. That's one thing. So, Bruce, let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. Second thing I want to talk about. This is something I just said to address the issue about Israeli-Palestinian story. Now I want to talk about Monir's question. You make the assumption that the Iranian opposition, there is a vast majority of the Iranian opposition who are Zionists. That's not the case. It's a minority. A lot of Iranians have sympathy towards Israel, and you have to understand the reasons behind it. One of the major reasons is that most of this sympathy or this alignment with Israel comes from a tactical standpoint, because you live under a regime that is extremely oppressive, and they have made the Palestinian cause and anti-Israeli rhetoric their kind of front row in the foreign policy. Then, in order to tackle that, a lot of Iranians take a counter-argumentative approach. So they see this, okay, let's say something in contrast to what the Islamic Republic is saying. So it's mostly reactive, right? There is no genuine kind of, some people try to say, oh, we are like a historic friendship between the Jews and Persians. And okay, those are maybe partially correct, but that doesn't really address the main issue, is that most Iranians are tired of the anti-Israeli rhetoric that is given by the Islamic Republic, because they see this as a problematic rhetoric, so they want to change that rhetoric, and some people in that direction, they go too far. They say, okay, you say I'm pro-Palestinian, no, I am pro-Israel. That's a kind of a counter-rhetoric. And we have to understand where this comes from, right? It's not really genuine for the most part. And if you label all the opposition as Zionists, that's incorrect. You know, there are many Iranians who have a more nuanced view towards the Palestinian-Israeli issue, and there are many Iranians who think this is not our war. This is not our cause. You know, it's important. Humanitarian standpoint, you know, we can look at it from a humanitarian standpoint. We can look at it from regional standpoint, but we have more stuff to deal with domestically and also closer to our border than to be concerned with Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Now, a lot of people in this room, they would say, you know, Israel has this global agenda of dominating the whole world and blah, 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 right? But that is not our priority. It's not our priority number one to destroy supposed Israel's future hegemony of the region. That is to be debated. But a lot of people take that this is as a kind of their ideological standpoint, that there is this big imperialism that is going to take over the whole Middle East and is going to carve up the countries, etc. I think there is some merit to that, but I don't think we should view every single issue that concerns Iran from that specific lens. So that's my entire point. I think.
God, you're like my best friend. There's a couple areas, you know, of course, but they're not worth even. I mean, you're like my twin or something.
So you think Israel wants to take over the world?
That's for you.
Can I make some correction because some wrong information is given?
Let Bruce's question get answered and you answer it.
That's okay, I'll go after.
Okay, sorry, Al, back to you.
Yeah, I just have to say something about what Bruce asked me. I did not say that. I said some people believe that.
That needs to be addressed, that is possible. And
I said that needs to be debated.
Yeah, what is that?
Right?
That means that you imply that is possible, is likely to you?
No, it's open for debate. I did not say it's likely. I did not take a stance because that's not what is not what we are debating right now, right?
You're a murderer. I don't believe it, but it's something to discuss. How do you like that?
What do you mean? I'm not getting what you're saying.
Some people say Naim is a murderer because he's in something.
I'm not running okay. I'm not running. Okay, I got what you're saying.
We discussed.
Yeah, I'm not running a state. Whenever I become a prime minister, you can make such claim and then we can have a discussion, right? But I'm not running a state at the moment. I'm not ruling over.
I can't believe
you're doing ad hominem.
He gave the most holistic answer I've heard.
No, he didn't.
No, he really did.
Some people say that all Muslims around the world are pedophile, but I don't believe that. I think we can talk about it.
So what is the main issue? What is the main issue you have? If you are asking me,
you just implied.
I have my own words.
Let me finish. You just naive.
Okay, please do not do ad hominem and finish.
Let Al go.
Implied. At a country with 10 million people, a country with 8 million Jews and 2 million Arabs and Muslims and non-Jews, a country that since 1980, the number of their mosques from 80 has become 400.
I know all of that, but I know all of that, but this is not what I just said.
Please let me. A country that in the Supreme Court had a Muslim Arab judge who has thrown an Israeli prime minister to jail. A country that has given more to their minorities than any Muslim or Arab country around the world. A country that is the only democracy. Let me finish, please. A country that is like just a few months wide. It's possible that it's thinking about taking over the world, but we have to debate that. That's what he said. We have to debate whether this country is going to take
Bruce, I'm not sure if you are new to this room or not, but if you were here a couple of hours ago, there were people who making an argument. There were people in this room, listen and be patient. There were people in this room who were making an argument that Israel and US has a plan to expand their hegemony over the Middle East, right? And I said yes, everything can be discussed, right? Without ad hominem, everything can be discussed.
این هر چی بگی ناراحت میشه. Alfredo خدای یه جوری بگیرتش.
No, but Naim, I need to say I searched right now about the judiciary system in Israel and about the discrimination you mentioned about Muslim Israelis.
No, I never said Muslim Israelis. Do not change the story. I said there are people who Israel rules over them, right? You make that distinction.
You were saying that
I never said Muslim Israelis.
Arab Israelis are not able to...
I never ever uttered the words Arab Israelis. No.
They need to go to the...
No, I am here and you cannot twist my word. I am here and I can explicitly...
I heard
and I can... Yes, maybe you are not good in listening. So if you do not interrupt too much, maybe you understand something. Okay. You want to put words in my mouth, you are free to do that, but I am here and I'm able to express myself. In case if you misunderstood, I talked about the people, the population that Israel rules over them. And the population that Israel rules over, are you really genuinely interested in conversation, or you just want to make an accusation?
No,
if you are genuinely interested in conversation,
I heard
you misheard, and you're insisting on mishearing.
The one who is arguing is you. I want to say two sentences.
Yeah, hold on.
Just one moment. I finished two sentences. I just wanted to say I made a research, and the judiciary system in Israel is not discriminating.
Okay, I'm going to give you the prompt, okay? Hold on a second, nobody say anything. I'm going to give you the prompt that I need you to put into Google, okay? You're going to put these exact words into Google and then come back to me, okay? You're going to say, how many laws adversely affect the Arabs living in Israel? Once again, how many laws adversely affect Arabs living in Israel? And come back and tell me the number. Okay, Brett.
Can I jump in? In all Arab countries, I'm trying. Muslim country.
Bruce, you're breaking up like we don't hear you, so it just sounds like a bunch of noise, like it breaks up.
I'm being very patient, Stella. When you're ready, I'd like to just jump in and just respond to Naeem.
Yeah, if I may, in case if someone misunderstood, sometimes when Brett, can you please close your mic for a minute? Thank you very much. It's really hard to concentrate with all the noises that comes from all the mics, right? So I'm going to explain what I was mentioning in case if either you misunderstood or I misspoke. It doesn't really matter because I'm here and I can explain what I'm saying, right? So if you insist on misunderstanding, then there's nothing I can do about it. Then it's your choice, your prerogative, right? So what I'm saying is that there are people that Israel rules over. These people include Jewish Israelis, Arab Israelis, and the Arabs that Israel rules over, also known as Palestinians, right? And these populations, so if we look at them, there are two sets of laws for these populations. They are not adhering to the same sets of laws. Okay. Now, there are some sets of laws for Palestinians who live under Israeli jurisdiction. They live under Israeli jurisdiction. They live over a land that Israel considers its. You may say, okay, this is occupied land, etc., etc. Then you're proving the point. But that's not the point. Whether this land is occupied, well, the government of Israel, the state of Israel, does not believe that. Israel considers West Bank as its territory, Judea and Samaria, that's the name. And in Judea and Samaria, West Bank, there are two types of people live there. There are Israeli Jewish settlers. They live in the Jewish settlements. And there are Palestinians who live in the villages. They are not subjected to the same sets of laws. The Jewish settlers are subjected to the civil law of Israel. And the Palestinians living in West Bank, who are under Israeli jurisdiction, they are subjected to different laws. If you go to the US as a tourist, there is one set of law for you. It's the same for everyone. Everyone has the same sets of law. Even you are a green card holder or a tourist or a citizen, it doesn't matter. You are subjected to the same sets of jurisdiction and same sets of judiciary. Laws that come from judiciary. In Israel, that's not the case. You go to different courts, and these different courts have different sets of laws. The military court is for Arabs, for the Palestinians in the West Bank. That's the case, the distinction between the West Bank and the Israel proper, what you call Israel 1948. In Israel 1948, there are also two sets of population. There are Israeli Arabs, sometimes they also identify as Palestinian, by the way, if you ask them. Sometimes they say, I'm Israeli Arab. Sometimes they say, I am Palestinian. But they have Israeli passports and they live in the Israel 1948. And there are also Jewish people who have Israeli passport. And what Sela was mentioning, if you ChatGPT the prompt, even in that category, you have some differences. So that's, I hope that I was able to
the answer is 65 laws. Some states 61. I've even heard 72, but yeah, that's about how many laws discriminate in Israel. We got to go back to Iran because I'm going to start getting the emails that all I care about is Palestine. That's what always happens. All you care about is Palestine. Go ahead, Brad.
Can I respond? Yeah, I just want to respond to that. You made a claim that Israel is an apartheid state, right? Just to clarify. Name before you go on to a rant.
I said it can be characterized as a apartheid state given this what I was mentioning.
No, fair enough. No worries. Like, just give me a few minutes here because I've listened to you for a while and I've listened.
I think I recognized your voice from before.
Yeah, so we've spoken before. Yeah, no worries. We haven't fought though. So. Look, I think it's important to speak honestly and accurately about Israel and the claim of apartheid because within the borders of Israel, as you mentioned, within the borders of Israel itself, there is no apartheid system. As Al mentioned, Arab citizens vote, they serve in parliament, they sit on the Supreme Court, they participate in every single part of Israeli society. They elect representatives to Knesset, attend universities, they receive treatment in the same hospitals as Jewish citizens. And the reality is fundamentally different from apartheid as it existed in South Africa. So where people were denied basic civil and political rights because of their race. It doesn't mean, I'm not saying that Israel's perfect. Like any democracy, it faces challenges and inequalities that should be addressed honestly and fairly, which is what I feel you're trying to do now.
I don't think anyone's falling for that line of Hasbara anymore. Maybe Al is, but like we're so far beyond that. Like that talking point was like maybe 2 years ago, but at this point...
Can we let Brett talk? My God, this guy talked for 2 hours.
Like I listened respectfully, if you want me to stop, I don't know.
It's just that it's so far from the truth, Brett, that it's
you
just
might
like
not agree with me.
No,
it's fair. You might not agree with me, but will you allow me to express? And then if you don't agree with me, I'll finish in just a minute. And however, I was going to say, in response to what Naeem was talking about in regards to Jay and Samaria or the West Bank, it's more complicated. And I would argue and I would agree with you that there are elements of what you as part of a long and, you could say, unresolved conflict that does still require a political solution. But I think it's wrong and misleading to claim that Israel itself is an apartheid state. And I don't think it helps your cause or the one that say you're fighting about. If you want peace and understanding, we have to start with facts and not slogans. That's all I have to say.
So if I may say something, firstly, you make South Africa as a model for apartheid state. That's not the case. So there can be multiple types of apartheid states. Just because a state is not similar to South Africa, that doesn't mean that it's not an apartheid state, because it doesn't look like South Africa. South Africa was one kind of an apartheid state. So that's one thing. Another thing, you make the distinction that Israel in 1948 borders is actually a democracy and it's not an apartheid state, because the Arabs and Jews in 1948, they are equal. And you mentioned in West Bank, there are elements of apartheid state. So now we are down to this semantical evasion, that there are elements of apartheid state. So what difference does it make to say it's an apartheid state? An apartheid state has elements of apartheid state. If the elements of apartheid state is there, then it's an apartheid state. So let's not play this semantical game together, And another thing, you make the distinction that Israel in West Bank is different than Israel in 1948. You make that distinction. I don't. And why I don't? Because Israel doesn't make the distinction. Israel considers West Bank as part of Israel proper. There is no 1948 border. Who says that?
There's an Oslo agreement, area A, B, C.
Who doesn't agree with Oslo agreement? Oslo agreement is dead.
Oslo agreement, area A, B.
I know all of that. Yeah. Oslo agreement is dead. Benjamin Netanyahu and the state of Israel do not recognize Oslo agreement. You have to just refer to their talks, to their speeches. And Bruce, I was responding to Brett.
There is more apartheid in Iran for Baluch.
Yes, there was also more apartheid in South Africa. What's the point?
There is more apartheid in all.
You're doing whataboutism. What you're doing is whataboutism.
Talk about them. Then talk about them.
Yeah. I can talk about whatever I like. You cannot force me. You cannot force me to talk about other stuff.
You have to say you criticize.
I don't have to say anything. I don't have to say anything because you want me to.
You can't criticize Israel.
I can criticize whatever I want. Who the fuck are you to tell me that I can't?
You can't.
Who are you?
You can't.
Who gives you the right to tell me I cannot criticize anything? What?
Israel, but you said
I can criticize any state on the planet. None of your absolute business.
Just mute 1 second. Just mute what you took for half an hour to talk. You can't
be polite. Please be polite.
Just mute for half an hour. Just mute. You can say Israel has these things wrong, but 22 Arab countries are worse. You can say there is more prejudice in 22 Arab countries than you can say every minority in Arab and Muslim countries would dream to be a minority in Israel. Say all of that. Then criticize Israel.
I can criticize whatever I want.
Let me finish. You can criticize Israel all you want, as long as at the end of it you say every minority who lives in Israel is much better than any minority who lives in Arab or Muslim country.
Bruce, I can make the same rules for you. You have to criticize Israel anytime you talk about Islamic Republic. I can play the same game with you.
For half an hour. You're supposed to have
yelling, Bruce. You're yelling. Like,
Bruce, slow down now. Now speak slowly, right?
The oppression of other minorities and other communities doesn't give you a free pass to oppress minorities.
But you have to talk about it. You can't
say we oppress better than other countries do. Like, oppression is wrong in any country that you're doing it in, whether it's the Islamic regime of Iran or Israel, Bruce. Oh my God, I'm really tired. This is exhausting.
Stella, you can criticize
criticize Israel. You can criticize Israel all you want. It's a democracy. 4 years later, they elect another government. Let's talk about...
It's not a democracy. It's a Jewocracy. Jews have the democracy. The nation-state law is that only Jews have the right to self-determination. When you change that law, come and tell me democracy. Listen, everyone under the sound of my voice, hold on. You need to say no to ethnic supremacy and religious supremacy. Whether it's Iran or it's Israel, any supremacy that wants to have an only, just say no, guys. Just say no to drugs.
Yeah, so the world need to move a lot more. The world is way perfection, right? For example, even America is declaring it's a democracy, right? But there is apartheid elements, even especially in America, right? And same with Pakistan, India, or all these countries which actually are maybe calling themselves democracy. In all these countries, no, they are far from actually ensuring true democracy. So we want every country in the world to be completely democratic. Don't look at the religion. Don't put any religion ahead of others. No, so let people believe whatever they want to believe in, but treat all of your citizens equal. Israel do the same. Saudi Arabia do the same. Right?
I lived in Israel for many, many years, and I would say, and I'm not bullshitting here, Saleh, when I say that I would say most of my friends were, whatever you want to call them, Palestinian Israelis, Arab Israelis. We sit, we drink together, we smoke together, we work together, and I don't know about this Israel that you're talking about, Saleh. I mean, I lived there for so many years. I don't live there now, but I'm confused by what you're saying. Either you haven't been there to experience Israel, or you're just buying into this discrimination argument that Naeem is...
Hey, Brett, it doesn't work. Let me ask, I'm going to ask you one question, okay?
Sure.
Is the nation-state law of Israel that Jews only have the right to self-determination? Is that the nation-state law? Yes or no?
Well, yeah. And I guess I see where you're coming from.
Listen. Go change that and come back. Don't come over here trying to convince us of anything else. Once you change that law, come back and tell me that you're not discriminating and you don't understand what I'm talking about.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Iran a little bit?
Sure.
Can I ask a question from Brett, because he mentioned that he lived in Israel?
Many years, man.
Okay. Did you visit West Bank?
Yes, I did. And I've lived in the West Bank also.
Okay. And are the people who live in West Bank, I mean the Palestinians, are they subject to the same laws as the people who live in Tel Aviv, or no?
No, they're not.
Okay. Who rules over all of them, by the way? Name the entity that rules over all of them.
Well, the entity that rules over the West Bank is the PA.
Mm-hmm. You sure about that?
100% sure, Naeem.
And who rules? So is PA, is Palestinian Authority an independent state?
Yeah. It's a good question. It depends who you're talking to. I mean, those that live in the West Bank would say they're living in a Palestinian state, but obviously you have an element of truth in what you're saying, Naeem. I'm not arguing with you, so I'm very...
So I have a question. If one Jew and one Palestinian, they go into a conflict in the West Bank, whatever personal conflict, or they have fight over whatever area you can take. So which law they will be subject to? Under what jurisdiction they will be? Would it be the PA jurisdiction, or would it be Israeli jurisdiction?
In area the PA jurisdiction, and the Israeli Jewish jurisdiction. And you're right.
Are the Jews who, first of all, the Jews do not go to the areas under the PA control. But if they go there, something, would they be under the Palestinian jurisdiction, or would they be under Israeli jurisdiction?
It's a good question. And
if a Jew goes to the Palestinian territory, which is under the Palestinian Authority's jurisdiction, and kills a Palestinian, would he or she be under Israeli jurisdiction, or he would be under Palestinian jurisdiction? Can Palestinian courts try an Israeli?
Is Palestine a country till date?
Yeah, that's my point. That's
So I believe so. The Middle East needs to make Palestine a proper country.
Yeah, but that's just
and second proposal, I completely agree. In Israel, it should be a proper democracy. The Arab, irrespective of ethnicity, everyone should have the equal right. That's what we want to. But looking at history, not taking any sides, I think the rest of the region actually put them, threatened the Jews and actually made them to make special laws for them. Right? If, for example, if the Jews actually were, living peacefully in Iran, right? Who actually been in Saudi Arabia have been living there, or who actually were in Europe, everyone actually was living peacefully. I don't think the Jews would be felt threatened to actually form a country with actually special laws for themselves. Let's be fair, right? So, partly the rest of the world to blame for Jews to be much more protective of themselves. Yeah. Well, so it's fair. It's absolutely fair. I completely agree with you. Israel should be just a pure play democracy with every person have equal right, respective whether it's Jews or Christian or Muslim or whatever. Unfortunately, the rest of the world actually put them into that position. Maybe fair with that.
That's a separate argument that we can make, but I was having this...
Is that a fair argument though?
Yeah, but if you allow me to finish my Q&A with Brett...
I know, but is that a fair argument though? It's partly we can't blame
It's a separate argument. I'm not sure if it's a fair argument, but it's a separate argument, and we should be...
Tell me why it's not a fair argument, right? Because
you are changing the argument, and I'm not willing to argue that at this stage, right? So that's a separate argument.
It's unfair to demand Jews to not take out their special privilege based on the history and the way the region treated them.
Well, that's your argument, but I don't necessarily agree with that. So the point is, if we really look at the landscape there, and I really wish we can finish with this Israel-Palestine conversation and get back to the Iranian issue, is that there is one entity that rules over the entire population in any meaningful way from the Mediterranean Sea to the Jordan River. If you go to the Jordan River, you go to the place where Christ was baptized, the baptismal site. You don't see, it's a Palestinian territory, but you do not see Palestinian flag there. You see Israeli flag on the border post, next to the Jordanian flag. It's the Israeli army that is stationed there, right? Near Jericho. So the point is, when you have half of the population under different sets of law, because there's like half of the population that are Palestinian, roughly half, and the other half are Jews, then you can maybe be safe to say that it's a apartheid state. Now, you characterize it as there are elements of apartheid in Israel, but that's a semantical thing, right? In essence, it's the same thing, and that's what we are trying to say. Now, the fact that you had Arab friends, the fact that you hang out with them, the fact that you had a cup of coffee with them, that doesn't mean that there is no apartheid-based law there, right? So,
sorry to interrupt, Payne. I know you want to go on to Iran, and I respect that you want to go into Iran under the current, circumstance. But Area A is fully ruled by the Palestinian Authority, both by law and administration. B is mixed, and C is 100% Israeli administration. But you're right. If a Jew happens to go into the West Bank and commit a crime, then I would assume that it would be under, they'd be sent back to Israel and then, they'd be dealt with under Israeli law. But Area A is 100% ruled by the Palestinian Authority, both in law and administration.
Brett, is an administrative rule. It has nothing to do with the sovereignty. It's an administrative rule. The Palestinians can have the police and can have the administrative governance there. And that's what Israel allows them to do. And this is the Israeli army. It's the Israeli army that controls the entire West Bank.
Inshallah, alhamdulillah, that we get a Palestinian state soon.
No, actually, I'm not a fan of that. If you ask my opinion, I don't think there should be a Palestinian state because it's not Bible.
This is
Qatar is much smaller, then you can continue.
Can you just explain why also?
No. I can, if
Well, I can explain my own opinion, and you're free to express yours. My point is that a Palestinian state at this stage, where you have a lot of Jewish population in the West Bank, is not going to be viable. And it's not going to solve the problem. And also Israelis, they don't want a Palestinian state. Do you think, Brett, that Israelis would accept a Palestinian state? I don't think so. So let's not kid ourselves.
Once they say they don't approve, I think once they actually take enmity between, right?
I want to answer the question too. 1 state, 2 state, 3 state, 4 state, it doesn't matter. If you have supremacy of an ethnicity or a religion, I'm going to be right back there again being like, this is stupid.
I agree.
No matter where you are, I'm going to find you supremacists, whether you're an Islamic regime or you're an...
Let's carry on Sunday.
Salah, point is you actually, criticizing Saudi also for that Muslim supremacy, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So that's good to know, right? We need democracy everywhere because everyone having.
And also Hindu nationalism, to put
like literally
from nationalist Hindu,
when it's your ideology, like it should remain consistent no matter where you're talking, whatever group you insert. Like if you have humanitarian beliefs, it's the great equalizer. You can put X, Y, Z variables in there, and as long as it comes out with human rights, it'll be the same.
Let's talk about Iran, Solid.
Let's do it. Yeah. So they took out one of the most, I say it with a smile on my face, they took out the main news channel that they do the most propaganda on. They took that out today. And I wake up in the morning and I'm so scared. I get so scared in the morning, butt cheeks clenched, scared. And then I wake up and it's rather good news. And I'm just okay.
Why killing journalists is a good news, Salah?
I don't think they killed journalists, but I don't know, maybe that's a good question, they killed journalists. I wasn't really thinking about the journalists, I was thinking about the journalism that comes out of there. Because listen, that is the method of mobilizing too, right? If you want to talk to all of the psychopaths out there that support psychopathy, is that not a word? Psychopathism? No, that's not a word either. I'm getting closer though. Psychopathology, oh, that's a good one. People that support that kind of thing, you can mobilize them through these channels, and that literally just has been made ineffective. So it's a really, really scary situation, but it's I don't know. I keep smiling and saying, I don't know. Listen, guys, I want you to know that I'm not happy. I am not celebrating people's deaths, but I am very happy. Does that make sense?
Yes, you are celebrating people's death if you are happy.
No, I promise.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. Let me tell you why. I'm not. I think it's a very sad and unfortunate reality that in this world, we have to put someone down in order for somebody else to maintain their liberation and freedom. That makes me incredibly actually sad that's the reality that we live in, that somebody's life needs to be taken in order for people to breathe. So no, that makes me sad, but I'm very happy at the possibilities of liberation and freedom for my people. That makes me very elated. They're getting close to actualizing what they belongs to them. Inshallah, as you all say.
So in that way, Salah, every news channel in every country is running government propaganda. We should demolish all of them?
That's a good question. No, I think that if you're strategically trying to take down a particular regime, that would be...
Why only Iranian regime? Why not U.S. regime?
Well, here's the thing. For the U.S. people, you have people like me trying to educate, right? So, for example, you had Czech, yeah. He he died standing up and not bending the knee to Israel. But like us Iranians were like, okay, you know, the son of Sam and Jeffrey Dahmer didn't bend the knee to Israel. Like, what are you saying? It's very offensive. This man just killed 30,000 of our young people, beautiful people, and you're trying to think something positive about him. And then Bassem Youssef, he tweeted like calling Khamenei a martyr. Like, murderers are not martyrs. And so when it comes to the journalists in other countries, it's important that you have people like myself and others that, you know, are educating people to do that work to counteract that false thinking and narrative.
Stella, with your viewpoint only, why we shouldn't kill all the US president who were killing innocent in Yemen, Lebanon, and was Syria, Iraq. We should kill all the US president then.
I need to think about it for a while because I see where you're going.
Yeah, he's going into uncharted territory.
Listen, Neil.
No, I am not supporting Khamenei because he was oppressing women's rights and a lot of people's rights. I am okay he got killed. But you are justifying that if he should be killed, why not all the US president should be killed, killing innocent people around the world?
Wait, now I have a question.
Let's capture every leader of the world and make them take magic mushroom.
Okay, now I have a serious question from you, Salah, and Naeem from you. Is it Naeem or Nassim? I think I'm Naeem now. Naeem. Okay, Naeem John. Is it okay I call you Naeem John?
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, Naeem John. So my question is, what if tomorrow when, inshallah, when the regime gets settled and everything, the new system comes in power and Iran is prosperous and everything is fine, and not the new regime, the new system of government comes in power, everything is set, and then the Iranian new government and Iranian new system contacts with different countries. And then you end up contacting the countries around you to have contact, like they have relationships with you. Of course, there are countries, neighboring countries. And then you end up having contacts with countries like India, like the country like Indian subcontinent, I'll say Indian subcontinent, so that all the countries are counted. My country, India, Bangladesh are counted. And what if they tell you that we are ready to have a relationship with you all the times, but only on one condition. That is that one of our murderer is a hero in your history. So can you just cancel teaching him as your hero? Can you just not rejoice him as your hero and call him a villain? Will you guys be okay with that? I'm talking about Nader Shah. Will the new Iranian system will be okay with that, or that will be a problem?
I don't think it's up to India to dictate what we should be teaching in Iranian schools. So
I'm not even Indian. Yeah. I'm not even Indian. There we go. So the thing is, the fact is I'm not even Indian. The thing is, for us, the people from Indian subcontinent, I know Nader Shah was a hero for Iran. There's no doubt in that. But for us, the people from Indian subcontinent, he was an invader. He did come here and he did some loss to us. So a hero of some community might not be a hero for others.
So I understand that point, but what are you trying to get at?
This is a sarcastic joke, nothing else. Nothing else.
That's all right. I don't think we should treat the historical figures as heroes or devils. You know, historical figures are always great. You can argue their legacy. You can discuss them in historical context. And we should be doing the same with Nader Shah. I don't think he's necessarily a hero or a villain. There are things that we can say about him that are positive, and there are things that are negative about him. He was quite ruthless near the end of his rule. He was quite cynical and paranoid before he died.
But at the same time, I think he did actually rescue Iran in its current form and shape. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be having Iran as we have today. So he played a role in maintaining Iran's territorial integrity. But at the same time, I think there were aspects of his rule that you can conveniently argue that they would be counterproductive, from historical standpoint. When it comes to India, of course, we shouldn't glorify what Noor did in India.
Exactly.
But at the same time, we should understand it in its historical context, right?
Yeah, sure. I agree with that. So this is the thing. We have to understand. This is what I think. But in Pakistan, it's a little bit different. So what happens is that in Pakistan, we are taught in schools to rejoice all the people who attacked us. So like in India, it's not like that. But in Pakistan, we are actually taught all the people who attacked our lands. So Afghans, Iranians, whoever attacked us, they are our heroes without realizing.
So the point is, what you are describing, this list of heroes and villains, this is the artifact of modern nationalism. Modern nationalism tries to look back into history and categorizes the characters into black and white because it needs them to serve the purpose of political establishment that is in modern in modern time, right? So Pakistan is a new country, as a state. So if you want to build a legacy for it, you have to sort of find someone that is closer to the regions or to the geographical area which is now Pakistan, and build a narrative that it puts it in contrast against India, where in fact in history and throughout the history that wasn't the case. So there was no clear distinction, between. So we can talk about Akbar and Aurangzeb and Jahangir and Babur, and then some Indians hate Babur and try to destroy the mosque that he built, and then you guys really like him because he was a Muslim ruler, I'm just saying, like Pakistanis. But this is the whole story that you are describing is a modern nationalism, and we should really be more intelligent than to fall into modern nationalistic kind of propaganda and try to face history from the academic standpoint and try to understand what was going on.
Academically, I totally understand what you're saying. I'm on the same page. And this is the thing, we should not judge it according to new terms. In old times was different. Now it's totally different,
To be or not to be. That's the good.
Hey, Navijan, I love you.
Hi, Navid.
Munir bhai, I have a question.
Boy, Navid.
I thought that you were reading through Shakespeare.
Who was reading Shakespeare?
I was joking.
Yeah, Munir, why we shouldn't judge the kings? All the kings, all I see is all the kings got the money from the people's work, people's labor, accommodated in their palace and have a luxury life. So I think all of the kings are culprit. What's wrong with that?
Don't normal, did Hamid let you up here? Tell the truth.
The topic is finished now.
Tell normal, was it Hamid who let you up here?
We live in a free country without segregation, Stella.
Yes, it was.
I hope you feel comfortable with our culture of freedom and no segregation.
I can't believe you want to talk about segregation right now.
No, I want to. We don't tolerate it in this country. In case you're not comfortable with that.
Oh God, this is my room.
Well, thank you for your hospitality. Next time I'll bring you a gift of some kind, like.
Who removed him? Wonder, was that you?
I'm ringing him up. I'm just letting him know. There we go.
Listen, if Hamid wanted him to be on stage, then let Hamid bring him on stage. Don't worry, it's only a matter of time before he doesn't let someone else talk.
did it for 1 second. It was just a joke.
It's only a matter of time before he starts disrupting everything.
I don't disrupt. I share information.
While other people are talking.
Only if they talk nonsense.
Sure. Freedom of the Palestinian people is always nonsense. What were you gonna say?
No, I like the Palestinian people. I hate the terrorists.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, Necro.
Yeah, as far as being informative, Norma, we do appreciate, there's a thing called saying it. We do appreciate honesty, but sometimes, you're too on it.
Oh, it's hard for me not.
I don't know about that.
It's against my nature.
Today's been too much for me.
I knew you would like my PTR.
It's kind of funny. So, this will be your chance, to be honest. Naeem, you're literally like such a breath of fresh air. Like, I feel like I can actually mute up and let somebody else take the wheel. It's so amazing, especially when I'm at work.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, but I got a lot of heat because, there are a lot of prejudices about when you talk about anything that has some sort of humanity towards Palestinian, you will be immediately labeled as anti-Israeli or the otherwise. If you say anything of good about Israelis, you would be, immediately labeled as Zionist, which I don't have to fit those templates. These are artificial templates. So we have to really discuss stuff in a substantive way rather than throwing labels at each other. So that's my entire point.
I don't care about the name of your government, the name of your country, your boundaries and your borders. I just care about the mother who can't feed her child or the suffering they can't, pay their household bills. That's what I really care about. All the other stuff is nonsense.
So guys, now, who could have blamed what is happening in my city? In my country.
Which country?
Pakistan. You know what is happening since yesterday?
The Taliban fight with Afghanistan?
The Taliban fight is all a drama. It's been a drama created to divert the attention. It's all a drama done by my own government just to divert the attention of the world. It's all a drama by my regime. We also have a regime in Pakistan.
I will say a word that is made of 3 letters. ISI.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. You know, my brother. You know.
What is that?
That's the thing in the Pakistan you have to get rid of.
But there is an opportunity being presented to you to steamroll them. So just come on.
And I'm not scared of these motherfuckers, but I was actually abducted by them once. You'll be fine. You'll be quite.
Did they take a good care of you?
Well, the way they actually caught me was that they called me a couple of times. Want to have tea with me? And I said, I don't want to have tea with you guys. And then they actually forced me. And then I was going somewhere, and then they came with these cars, and they have a very amazing way to catch you. So they came with cars, and then they made me sit, and I had to go with them. And then I was there with them in the office for like 6 hours. They were being respectful.
They were in Rome.
Pardon?
Was the tea in Rome, or was it tea only the tea?
Tea. There was nothing else.
No Rome in it.
No what?
That's all right, man. Just kidding.
Okay. So they just took me somewhere and then teach about stuff. So for 6 hours they were talking to me. This one guy was talking to me, and I thought it would be very hard, but it was okay. But after 6 hours they said, but okay. It was not a good experience. I was a bit, but one thing, the thing is that the start of the conversation was a bit weird, but funny. As soon as I sat with them and I saw the signs of that ISI at the back, I just laughed and I smiled. So the guy asked me that, why are you smiling? And I said that the whole of my life I've been cursing you guys, and now I'm sitting in the office. That's why I'm laughing. So the guy just laughed and he said, He put this thing on my face. I said, yeah, I curse you guys publicly, so I'm not scared.
At least they appreciated your sense of humor.
Yeah, they appreciated my sense of humor.
Could be worse, you know.
Yeah. You have no idea what they do. They basically rape people before leaving. Thank God I was not raped. So, anyway, so we have that. So since yesterday, what is happening is that the American embassy was attacked here in Pakistan yesterday in Karachi. It was burned. There was protesters outside American embassy. Around 40 people were shot, and they were dead. And then there have been protests in the whole of Pakistan. Roads are blocked. And yeah, these protests were anti-war. And now schools have been shut. Yesterday we got a notification from the schools that no more school till the things are calmed down in Iran. So that's update.
How come we hated these buggers inside Iran and everyone else outside Iran loved them?
No, it's not.
The IRGC?
I can say why. Because a lot of people in Muslim countries, they are ruled.
Sarcastic name.
But let me finish. They are under.
Sarcastic. You don't.
They are under secular dictatorship.
Sarcastic. You don't have to.
I know, but the overall.
Sarcastic. You don't have to.
You don't.
I'm sarcastic.
He wants to use it to elaborate for others, He knows that you're sarcastic.
Yeah, but this is actually the observation that a lot of people are surprised about. Like, a lot of Iranians wonder, like, why these Iraqis and Pakistanis and Bangladeshis, they are sad about Khamenei dying. That's the question they're asking.
So you defeated my sense of humor, man.
That's all right.
He's explaining the joke to me because I didn't know.
Yeah, okay. So the reason is that a lot of these guys, they live under secular dictatorships, and they have some kind of a fantasy that if they had a Muslim or theocratical rule, then their life would be better and would be, if they lived under religious government. Now, they have never lived and experienced a religious government. Once you live under a religious government, you can understand how dangerous that can be. Right? And the reason is that they have not had the same experience, day-to-day experience as many Iranians have. If you put them and subjugate them under the same kind of rules, then they would probably agree with a lot of Iranians why a religious government is a bad idea, so that's the whole point.
The other reason I will tell you is that there are some minorities, not all. There are some minorities with ethnic minorities within Shias. They live in the very areas, and they face a lot of discrimination because of their ethnicity and because of many other reasons.
Like Baluchis or something, or Turkmen?
No, not the Baluchis. Baluchis are not Shias at all. They are purely Sunnis.
Oh.
So typically the Baltis and the Gilgitis and the Hazaras and these all people.
I've never even heard of them. That's so interesting.
And these communities are actually, the literacy rate on these communities, 100%, these communities. They're educated class. And so what the Iranian regime did is that they actually helped them. And they actually helped them through different ways. So they actually think that because we were helped by them, so they think that it was a favor to us. Just imagine, like every month of Muharram, there are at least 30 to 40 dead bodies of these people usually sent to their homes every year, and that stopped after some time because when the regime was involved. So of course those people think that favor was given to us, so they do that.
They're grateful for their safety.
Yeah, they are grateful for their safety, so that's also there.
Munir, if I just want to say for my part, I want to say for the Shias, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It was a Shia that led me to Islam. His name was Hamid. I'm pretty sure he's gone from this earth right now.
sensitive.
Hey, Mr. June, we have other Shias in the room too, but the big question is, did you support the Ayatollah of Iran? That's the big question. That's the deciding factor, not that you're a Shia.
No, I just want to give credit to the Shia that.
No problem. We just want to know, did you support Khamenei? Not that you're a Shia. We have plenty of Shias on stage that recognize.
I'm sorry.
Have your prayers for another room.
No.
It's fine. No, it's fine.
What are the pronouns?
Stop, guys. I really want to know, Mr. June. Do you condemn the actions of Ali Khamenei? Yes or no? That's what I want to know. Mr. June.
I've been in my doctoral program for a minute, so.
Mr. June, I just want to know, do you?
I don't know what's going on in the fighting. I just wanted to give my piece, and that's it.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Mr. Jim, I just want to let you know that we have other Shias with us that acknowledge the atrocities that this particular supreme piece of baloney has brought to the Iranian people. So if you don't know a lot about it, sit tight and hopefully, you'll learn a lot that's happened to the Iranian people in the hands of this particular regime. So thanks for being here with us. Anyways, so any other news? The last time I checked the news, I saw that they took out a news channel that's very prominent for the Islamist regime.
Yeah, maybe I can say a few words about the latest news.
This morning, very prominent. It's the only voice you'll hear when you're in Iran. They own all the channels, including the foreign language channels that you get over the airwaves and the TV. And it's their propaganda loudspeaker, so to speak.
Oh, I thought it was just Channel 1, so they control every single news station. Well, that's incredible. They literally just cut off their means of rallying people together to do horrible stuff. So that's great. That's wonderful.
Yeah, and of course there are satellite channels that almost everybody also has, but it's the only official broadcaster. Many TV channels, many radio stations.
Did you know the rooster goes on everybody's stage but doesn't go on my stage anymore? Because he's too scared. I'm way too controversial for his likings, and he wants to keep all of his real friends.
I think he's a nice guy. What's his issue with you?
I think he actually loves me, but I know it's a stage. I'm gonna go on the stage.
I'm jogging, so I can't talk.
It's okay.
But I was checking the Iranian TV, and now all the 6 or 7 channels, whatever they have, all of them are playing the same thing as Channel 1. And I think that could be due to the strike because they don't have the capacity to provide 7 different channels with different programs.
Crap! I was hoping that they had no access whatsoever to disseminate anything. Maybe they've been hacked before. This way of having to broth is more hackable. That's what I'm hoping. Whatever way they had to change to broadcasting, I hope it was hackable.
So, how come I wasn't allowed to finish what I was saying?
No, it's fine, Mr. June. I don't mind you finishing what you were saying. I was just trying to make sure that you acknowledge that there's a difference between being Shia and being a Shia who booty claps for this particular regime. And I just wanted clarity on where you stand with that. Other than that, I have no problem with you giving praise to.
Since El Normal was in the room.
Yeah.
Hey, Normal, this is flipping, man. This is flipping. You already know where I'm going to go with this. No, I don't.
For the record, I did not let El Normo on this stage. You can thank Hamage for that one.
No. I'm talking about,
as far as like the song is concerned. But normal, you already know, man.
I don't know.
It's really
From Islam, I'm against terror. Do you agree?
I'm against terror. Like all Muslims are against terror.
Why do we have so many terrorists then? I don't get it.
I kind of want to stay focused on Iran, and it's really easy for us to kind of go down another vein. So that might be the one reason, Mr. Doom, that I might, try to steer the conversation a different direction. And yes, I agree with you. El Normo can conflate Muslims with terrorism very
No, never have. I make that distinction.
Yeah, okay.
Make it very clear. I've never said anything negative about Muslims.
Can I go out there, normal? If that's cool, because I know where normal wants to go.
If you can, Mr. Doom, try to find a way to bring it back if you can.
By the way, Hezbollah just attacked northern Israel, and Israel is responding with great vigor. Also, Sela, when you say going down a vein, that's called a mixed metaphor. You mean going down a road, not a vein.
Did I say vein?
You did. I listened.
Maybe. Yeah. Mr. Doom, I kind of want to go back to I don't even know if Naeem got the chance to fill us in on the new news. So I'm really eager to get to that. So if you want to make your quick comments so we can...
I can mention a few developments here.
Mr. Doom just wanted to wrap. این همیشه سعی میکنه حرف بزنه and هیچکی نمیذاره حرف بزنه تو هیچ اتاقی. So بذار چیزشو بگه که احساس کنه گوش دادیم and then we'll move on.
Okay.
Mr. Doom, please go ahead.
Is it on me?
It is.
Fine. Okay, so there's evil on both sides. Evil on both sides. I mean, people have political beliefs. People have, organizational beliefs, whatever. But Normal, I don't know if you remember that conversation that you and I had, and you said, man, it's not holy to think like that. And I'm paraphrasing that, but because you said Hashem, wouldn't like that. And, I took that to heart, man, because Hashem is the same as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Of course.
So I thank you for that.
My pleasure.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't wish evil on no innocent person. And this is of course. No. I mean, I'm on the side of holy, man. I'm on the side of light.
That regime has done a lot of evil, so that's got to go. That Iranian terror regime or genocide.
I'm not Iranian, man, so I don't know, man, because maybe Israel has harmed some innocent people, man. You have to think about that.
I hope not. But this is an Iranian room, so what do you want to do?
I'm just saying, imagine, you and I were in the room the other day, and I said, imagine.
Right, I want to ask if y'all are Muslim.
Some people are, some people aren't.
I'm a Jew.
All right, we're going to go to Naeem to get some news, guys. Everybody mute up real quick. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So what has been happening today, there has been a huge bombardment in Tehran over the station that is called Sarallah, Qarargah Sarallah, which is the headquarters for the IRGC, which is often used in suppressing the crackdown of the protests. So there has been a huge bombardment over these bases in central Tehran. There has been also targeting of the IRIB, the Iranian, the Islamic Republic's radio and TV stations in northwestern Tehran. And there has been exchange of ballistic missiles and bombs between Iran and Israel as usual, but there was a development today that for the first time in these recent conflicts, Jerusalem has directly been hit by the ballistic missiles from Islamic Republic. And there has been also attack on the British base in Akrotiri in Cyprus, because there is an enclave in Cyprus which is officially part of the United Kingdom, and UK maintains an Air Force base there called Akrotiri. And it was hit by a drone. That was as a consequence of Britain declaring that the British Prime Minister declared that the Diego Garcia Islands, which is used by the US for strategic bombers, they allow the US to use these bases in order to attack Iran. So in the next couple of days, we should probably see more heavy bombardments by the US, particularly from these heavier strategic bombers, B-52s, which were also used in Iraq war, and they are really, really dangerous kind of weapons. If B-52s come into play, then we will probably see carpet bombing, which is going to be quite different than what we have seen so far. And so that was probably the result was that the Islamic Republic decided to hit the British base in Cyprus. And there has been also a hit on the French naval base in Abu Dhabi, Emirates. And as a result, the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier, which is a French aircraft carrier, will come to the Persian Gulf. And so there are also talks about the joint Persian Gulf response from the Arab countries that were targeted by Islamic Republic to retaliate. So there is a chance that at least 3 Arab countries will conduct strikes over Iran in the next coming hours or days. Probably Saudi Arabia and Emirates, they're going to be part of this. Maybe Bahrain or Qatar. Most likely Bahrain, because Bahrain is the country that is hit very hard by the Islamic Republic, particularly on the US 5th Fleet of the US Navy headquarters in Bahrain. And so there are a lot of new developments as we see. For the first time in these rounds of conflicts, we see that the ballistic missiles that are fired towards Israel, they are using cluster munition, which have multiple warheads, so it's harder to target them with the anti-missile systems. So I guess that's basically the summary of what we have been reading today, and I guess maybe people have read more about other stuff, but that basically sums it up.
Naim, everyone else, I really don't, I'm hoping that they're not going to go the way of carpet bombing because they don't want to unify people, basically the idea that they are attacking the government and not people is very beneficial to them. If they start attacking too many people, the government can try to unify people you have to defend Iran right now, not try to overthrow us type thing. Do you think that, or am I
just a point of clarification? When I say carpet bombing, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will happen over civilian areas. IRGC maintains a lot of military bases all over Iran, and some of them are actually vast in area size. There are a lot of missile cities in the mountains, and so these B-52s can be used with proper munition to target these missile cities, with military sites, and targeting multiple infrastructures within those large sites. So it doesn't necessarily mean carpet bombing the city or Tehran, but the B-52s can perhaps be used in that context, mostly against military targets that are outside of the civilian areas or cities.
I'm hearing they're already using the B-2s.
So a couple of things. I heard that they had this new mechanism which really messed with their radars, and they were able to make them think that a whole barrage of aircrafts were coming in a whole nother area that they weren't coming in, like so many aircraft. They were able to do that. And then I heard something else which might be really silly social media stuff, but I'll say it to see if you guys heard it. I haven't fact checked this at all, so this might be the silliest thing, but who cares? I have read that dentists, Mossad agents had been training as dentists and came in, and through the dental work of some of the regime people, they had put tracking devices in through their dental work. Did anyone else hear that?
They did go in, I did hear they went into this dentist. They did not put tracking devices in, but that's how they developed their human intelligence.
No, well then how, Eleanor, were they able to track them? They were saying that that's how they tracked them, is that they were able to put some kind of tracking device in their dental work. That's how they knew where they were at.
No, they just tracked them through conventional means by viewing their habits, their location, their business address, their human intelligence.
With due respect, Rooster John or Amit John, can you guys tell me the name of any Iranian TV channel which is broadcasted from inside Iran? Because I have this particular
it's called IRIB1, IRIB2, IRIB3. I think it was Omega 7. And there's IRIB Sports Entertainment, blah, blah, blah.
IRB, right?
IRIB.
IRIB, okay. Okay, I'll check. Okay. You can continue. Sorry.
I'm just saying, like, when we're living in a new world, right, where these people can put like tracking devices in your dental wear, where they know like exactly where the leaders of these countries are, it's gonna make anyone who wants to step in leadership role think twice. Like, that's super effective and trying to deter new leadership taking over and stepping into shoes. They're like, how the heck are they able to send a rocket right into, this commander's bedroom? It's very deterring.
It also encourages dental hygiene and brushing all that stuff too. So you wouldn't have to
What did he say? It got gone.
He said he's making a joke about dental hygiene. Maybe they just shouldn't be evil and then they don't have to worry about getting killed. Yeah.
Okay, so when I say evil, so Norm, when you say maybe if they wouldn't be evil, they don't have to worry about getting killed, it's kind of like, sounds like really interesting coming from you, right? Let me tell you my theory.
I like to be interesting. That's one of my occupations.
All right, well, let me tell you why it's interesting, Norm. For me, anyone that is like claiming that their side is not evil, you're wrong. Like, whether you are, let's say a Muslim person trying to act like Khamenei is not wrong, or you're an Israeli trying to act like Israeli government or Netanyahu's not wrong, y'all are just wrong. Like, y'all both sound to me like crazy people.
Okay, let's talk about a specific issue instead of being very general. What do you disagree with?
What do you mean? 90% of Gaza, 90% of Gaza, the buildings have been destroyed.
Yes, because Hamas booby trapped them.
All of the buildings?
No, only the ones that we took down.
That was 90% of them. No,
yes, they booby trapped her. They booby trapped her. I'm giving you the answer.
Okay, listen. The answers that you give me, and then the answers that these people come in to minimize what Khamenei is doing, y'all sound exactly the same to me.
So perhaps you're just not educated. You're uninformed.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to say you guys sound the same to me.
So why don't you ask your little computer what percentage of buildings in Gaza were booby trapped instead of arguing with me?
Okay, you're trying to convince me that 90% of hospitals. Oh, you know what? I can't do this.
No, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm urging you to educate yourself.
Listen, I've already educated myself. What I am telling you is that anyone that's trying to minimize what these groups are doing.
I'm informing you.
Okay, you sound just like them to me.
No, I don't. I didn't booby trap those buildings. Hamas did.
Okay, sure.
What do you mean, sure? Why are you afraid to just ask your little magic computer what percentage was booby
Listen,
trapped?
at this point, if you are unable to call what the Islamic regime does evil, and you're not able to call what Israel does evil, I can't help you at this
What
point.
did Israel do that was
I
evil?
can't help you at this point, bro.
I don't need your help.
We've gone over this a million times.
But then why are you afraid to talk about it now?
The only thing I want to talk about is the people on any side that is unable to admit the atrocities that they're committing. That's what I want to talk about.
Okay, this is not a both sides, fella. This is not a both sides.
This is an all sides, sir. This is an all sides and an input capability for anyone to call out the atrocity that someone else is committing because, that's just not.
Sure, tell me about an atrocity. Let's discuss.
No, at this point it would be stupid.
Then why? Then your point is stupid. Then your point is stupid.
The fact that you're sitting there, do you realize that Gaza has set records for killing journalists and humanitarian workers and children?
Unfortunately,
when you hold on, when you come and you're like, tell me, give me an example. That is your inability to call yourself out, just like being honest. The other side.
Now I am honest. Now I challenge you to be honest.
Sure.
Yeah, and this is your argument. Sure. That's not an argument, fella.
I'm telling you that anyone that is unable to admit the atrocities, they're wrong.
You said that already. Now I ask you which atrocity.
And anybody that's asking you what atrocities, whether it's the Islamic Republic or Israel, is far gone, people. I'm telling you. Don't even argue with them at this point.
Anybody who refuses to answer the question is not being honest.
El Normal, I've answered this question for you 645 times.
We've never had the discussion.
We have argued on this app up and down, El Normal.
I asked you again publicly. Give me an example.
Okay, Naim, I'm going to go use the bathroom. You deal with this.
I just want to say something. Very short.
Trying to stay focused on Iran.
Firstly, I think Hamid has a very valid point that we should maybe get back to the Iran issue. But second, if we agree that everybody has to basically acknowledge their own atrocities, then maybe instead of asking the other side, give me a name of an atrocity, then you name your own atrocity. I mean, your side. What do you think your own side's atrocity is, El? That's maybe a more proper question.
If I knew of an atrocity, which I'll point out nobody has mentioned, I would denounce it.
No, I mean, some things cannot be denounced, right? If I am an Iranian and if I am aware of any of my governments, current or in the past, have committed an atrocity, I should be able to acknowledge that, and I can name a few atrocities Iranian governments have committed over the last couple of centuries. I have no problem with that. Nader Shah in the 16th century, he committed atrocities in India.
Okay.
Agha Muhammad Khan in 18th century, in 17th century, he committed atrocities in Tbilisi in Georgia.
Okay.
We have atrocities in 19th century against Baha'i people inside Iran. So 3 atrocities with Iranian color, right?
Okay.
So can you name an atrocity that your side has committed?
I will repeat what I said. If I were aware of one, of course I would denounce it. I noticed that nobody has named such an atrocity.
So your side is purely clean of anything in its
Never said that.
So name one instead of asking the other.
I'm sorry. You name one.
I don't have to.
Okay, neither do I. Agree.
That's all right. Okay, let's get back to the Iran thing. But I think I rest my case in this case.
Yeah, and so do I, by the way. And to make an equivalence between a democratically elected government.
No, democracy. Okay.
Yes. And a genocide regime of Iran is absurd. I'm sure you'll agree.
We did not make such a comparison. That comparison. this comparison only happened in your mind. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, you literally said my side, your side. That's the comparison.
The side is about the Iranian side or Israeli side.
Yes.
It's not about, we don't have a side. We don't side with Islamic Republic. It's not our side.
I know.
But it's a government that is ruling over us, and it's committing atrocities, and we are able to call out.
I accept that, and I support you in getting rid of this.
People do not belong to states or governments. People belong to the land, right?
Yeah, and
so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't liberating you as we speak, by the way. If you know.
By the way, Lane John, let me add something.
Let me just, because this is the last sentence he said. It was really important, and I just want to address that. I gather you are a Jewish, right?
Yes, sir. I'm a Jew from New York. And what is the name of the prime minister who's taking down that oppressive regime that is hurting committed genocide? I'll tell you the name. His name is Benjamin Netanyahu.
Okay, I got it. But let me say just something in response to that, since you kind of do a lot of kind of off-topic stuff. This last part.
I didn't bring it up.
If it wasn't for us Persians and our king, Cyrus the Great, you wouldn't exist as people.
That is really, really, really upset. For us,
well, I love
responding to people of Israel,
and I love your people
who have generously got involved in taking down a government who has put us through a lot of grieving and suffering for the last 40 years, and you just come back and talking about Cyrus.
They are not doing it for us. They are not doing it for us. They are doing it for their own national interests, and they know it very well.
You love talking, Naeem, and that's your problem.
Wait a second.
That's maybe your problem.
Referring to it as generous, Navi John, they're doing it because they have self-interest, which aligns with the Iranian interest, obviously Iranian people interest, but it's not really benevolence, Navi John, or like generosity. That is going too far.
That's called biting the hand that feeds you.
But the manner, John, that this campaign has been carried out demonstrates some level of sensitivity towards the people of Iran. I must say.
Well, only because it's in their self-interest. Like
avoiding civilian casualties, you conveniently
you're starting to interrupt.
Starting to give facts again. I know it's inconvenient.
Yeah, then in this case you are paying the debt from 2,500.
John, you have to understand a couple of things. Is that they have committed serious war crimes, serious war crimes. And to actually free the Iranian people is very, very good for them to, not only for hegemony and to get rid of people, the people that are funding, people that are, going against them, but also because I lost my train of thought. So it behooves them actually, after everything that they've done in Gaza, to internationally be responsible for freeing the people of Iran, especially with the people of Iran waving Israeli flags. Like, that's great PR. Like, look what happens when you're not against Israel, right? Like, we're going to bomb, but like it's good for their PR. Like, totally good for everything that they've done, for them to free the Iranian people and do it with as many less casualties, considering what they've done the last 2 years.
That's a convenient lie.
Whatever.
I have to judge them based on whatever they're doing to my people.
Well, I'm telling you, they're doing it for everything.
Especially here, where you are denouncing non-Islam, which is a problem impression.
No, I never denounced. I just said I can name a few atrocities. I can name a few atrocities, and I was able to do that. Are you denying such atrocities?
You don't have to denounce people.
I did not denounce anybody. Denouncing is your job. I never denounced anybody.
Speak over everyone as well.
Because you are referring to what I was said and you're misquoting me.
Practice your English because more often than not, I struggle to understand you.
Yeah, me too. You do have an accent too, my friend. And it's quite thick, actually.
You all speak a little English, and I'll say it again. Thank you, King Cyrus. I love King Cyrus, and I love the Persian people.
We love him.
I love the Persian people. And you can see by our avoiding the civilians that we did the same thing in Gaza. And Hamas recently released their report.
Thank you very much that you are not treating us like Gaza. I appreciate that a lot.
What you say about Gaza is false, but...
I'll bring you right back up. Just give me a second, okay? At this point, Necro, please mute up, please, real quick, okay? At this point in the game, right, if you're trying to, when starting this room off, and I have new people in the room, so I'm hipping you to what's going on. We have people like on the left side, like Chang, and I know some of you already heard me say this, but there's new people in the room, so I need to tell them. Chang said something like, well, at least Khamenei died on his, standing up and didn't bend the knee to Israel. Well, you know who else didn't bend the knee to Israel? Jeffrey Dahmer, right? So, that is so insensitive to 30,000 people who are grieving their family for you to try to speak highly of someone. Bassem Youssef, who I love so much, wrote a tweet that said, called Khamenei a martyr, okay? Murderers are not martyrs, okay? So from the inception of this room, we have people coming in and downplaying the severity of what's happening to the Iranian people, and then people coming in the room downplaying what Donald Trump and Netanyahu have done to other countries as well, saying, oh, they're not as bad as the Iranian regime. Donald Trump and Netanyahu are not, they don't do this to their people. Yeah, maybe they don't do that to their people, but they've caused suffering for other people. And so constantly we see this back and forth. This is my final statement, and then I'll give it to let it go. Anyone that is not able to communicate, basically anyone trying to minimize the atrocities of these players is in the wrong. If you're trying to act like Israel has not committed atrocities, you're in the wrong. And if you're trying to act like Khamenei did not commit atrocities, you're in the wrong. Whatever your verbiage is, is if you're trying to, what did they say earlier? They said Netanyahu and them are actually evil, but the Islamic regime, that's just a bad government, failed state. Minimizing the pain of the Iranian people. So back again, reiterating, anyone that cannot admit to the oppression and the atrocities of these people is on the wrong side of history and humanity. And so sorry to the people who've already heard me state that. It's just new people that hate my guts have entered the chat, and I want them to know what this room is actually about, because they love to profile me, and they love to think that they know what I'm saying when they actually don't know what I'm doing or saying. So sorry again for that. Arslan, come up. Isn't it fascinating, Naeem? It's just this phenomenon needs to be actually studied, where you cannot admit that in the face of such actions that you've done anything wrong. Is fascinating and something that needs to really be examined psychologically.
I agree, actually. This is something. Just one thing about myself is that I remember even back then when I didn't really know much about inter-Iranian politics. I was very angry and really upset at what Iran was doing with Syria. I personally, I know I was called different names, Wahhabis and whatnot that time, right? But this is the thing, and this is where again, I was not looking from the inner-Iranian politics, I was more looking from an external side, and I thought hey, Iran, what was doing, supporting Bashar al-Assad, is actually going to bite them bad, really bad. And that ended up happening. But that being said, there's no doubt about it, this regime has been very, very, at worst, at best, it has been very, it's been very strict, and at worst, it has been very brutal. It has been killing people, young people, and whatnot. That's been happening all this time. much as I am against, what happened with, how Israel and the United States attacked Iran, I still cannot say that, hey, the people who were protesting were wrong, or the people who were, there was nothing wrong with this entire regime. There still was, and there still is. And it's kind of like, and this is where my problem comes with the United States and a lot of these, and Israel in general, is that people were, when it came to, what was her name, Masa Amini, right? When things were happening back then, I don't remember a lot of people intervened that time. I don't remember there were any attacks on Iran and all that, and people were able to, get some changes in the law. I mean, it's not completely. Now people were absolutely out in not in millions, if not thousands, not just in Tehran, but Isfahan, Shiraz, and all other places, right? And here Israel comes, they bomb this place, and guess what? At least that's what I've heard so far. That there are, people are not even coming out and celebrating the way they were expecting it. And now, I think some other Ayatollah was already named years ago. Now he's going to take any kind of protest, even if it's a small protest, he's going to crush them with iron fist. Hey, because these people are working for Israel, even though that was not the case. So again, I agree with your title. It's evils on all sides, and unfortunately, a lot of people with their biases and a lot of their grouping. This is not a football game going on that hey, if you're a Packers fan, you have to support Packers no matter what. If you're a Bears fan, you have to. It's about people's lives, and I hope people understand and realize it. And another thing, one last thing I'd like to say is that a lot of these Gulf countries who are completely okay with what happened, all right, they're going to be next. That's going to be the next. There's another one brutal dictator who I don't like. I'm still quoting him, all right, that his name Muammar Gaddafi. He was an absolute dictator. People got rid of him. They had the right to do that. But there's something he said correctly. Again, about another dictator, Saddam, is that hey, you're going to be the next. You can hate his politics. And same thing is going to happen with everybody till this entire region is completely in flames, unfortunately. So I just hope people realize, and I hope if these regimes really care about their people, which I know they don't, I hope they realize and give people their rights.
Yeah, you say that it's you hope people realize, or you think that people don't, and it's devastating that they don't. People don't. I was saying earlier, and Blue was saying maybe that she agrees. Oh my gosh, I just saw somebody in the audience I haven't seen in a long time. I lost my train of thought. Okay. You think that they know, but they do not actually know. I was thinking about Arslan. I think the ability to think on several tracks of thought has to do with intelligence. I think most people are damn near Neanderthals, and they only can think on one track. And also we watched a lot of movies, right? So if they're good, then they must be bad. And if they're bad, they must be good. And so we have the leftists minimizing what Ali Khamenei is doing. And then we have people that hate Ali Khamenei minimizing what Zionists have done. And we just have this shit show where people are it's like oppression Olympics now, right? My oppressor is not as bad as your oppressor kind of thing. I have to say hello to you, Dr. Roshanak. I have not seen you in a long time, my sister. How are you?
Hi, Aziz. How are you?
Just out here, having a emotional roller coaster.
Tell me all about it.
Crazy.
Yep.
So it's high and low.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. This is a real test of can you regulate yourself in the face of all this insanity.
Well, can you?
Well, it's what I do for a living, so I'm pretty good at it. But also when I'm sorry?
So you're working on it then?
So, fortunately, I've been able to manage myself. There's a lot of stuff that's been going on. This just on top of it. But But there are times where, like yesterday, I was like, I'm dysregulated, and that's okay. I'm going to be dysregulated. I mean, I think the problem is when you think you have to be perfect all the time. You have to be like totally even in balance, or something's wrong with you, or you. No, I mean, something is happening that's quite important and emotional, and your brain is doing what it's supposed to do, which is alarming you that something's going on. But then allowing that message to come through and for you to feel what you need to feel and process it, I think, is really important. And then, you know, bring yourself back to some kind of a baseline, you know, something that makes sense.
Give some tips on ways to regulate yourself.
Mindfulness, Mindfulness. Yeah, that's what I've been working on. Yeah.
Well, you guys
good
talk
to hear.
about it.
Yeah. Go on.
No, go ahead, please.
Merci.
Salma, do you want to share, like, you've been doing mindfulness? Like, share. I think that we could all use some tips on how to regulate, because it's unregulated.
You were saying it so beautifully. I don't want to stop here. I was just saying that's what, I'm trying to do that too.
Gotcha. Dr. Roshna, you got any tips for regulating?
Yeah, so I think there's a big difference between regulating and coping, and most people have coping mechanisms, so that you are managing yourself in the moment, and regulation goes down to the level of the nervous system, that allows you to have patterns that are supportive. And the thing about regulating, when you really are regulating yourself, and you've set yourself. So I have this thing where, you know, you update your iOS, but how often are you updating your nervous system? And the answer is, did I need to do that? What are you talking about? And it's the idea that, you know, one hit after another can have us in places where we have more self-doubt, and everybody's got like this, you should do this and you should do that. And so you're constantly feeling like the answers are out there. The danger might be out there, but if you have this sort of capacity that you built up inside, I'm going to use the right language because I'm dancing around it. What you need to do is to anchor your safety internally, which means that the self-trust that you have is not eroded by things that will cause you to doubt. Should you question? Sure, you can question. But when you're under pressure or under stress is usually when it comes out, and especially when you're triggered because it relates to something that you had before. So a good example of why this works really well is people say, okay, well, if I anchor my safety internally, and then, you know, somebody's like, I run into somebody, you know, in a dark alley, and it's going to be dangerous. What do I do? Right? I don't want to just trust myself, and then they're going to hurt me. And the answer is that, you know, when we go into fight or flight, when you go into this state of threat, because that's what it is, you actually narrow down your ability to find good options. And more importantly, and this happens quite a lot because we're used to social threats. You know, like, you don't want to put yourself in a bad position socially, so you're always kind of watching what you say or do, or what somebody else is saying. And so you end up going, well, I know what to do, but then here's where the sort of insidious doubt comes in, and you go, but maybe I shouldn't do this. And here's a book written in the 1990s, I think it was, by this detective called The Gift of Fear. And in this, he opens it up with a story, and everybody, I don't know if I give you a trigger warning or whatever, but he opens it up with the story of this woman who lived in New York, and she lived in a building, and she was having some problems with the front door of her building, and like the latch was loose or something, and so it didn't always close right. So one day she comes home after food shopping, and the door is open, and she's like, what's going on here? But then her brain, you know, she says to herself, oh, it must be the latch. You know, I shouldn't be overreacting. It must be the latch. So that's the first thing of, here's your self-trust. You know something's wrong, but then you doubt it, or you override yourself, and you go, oh, it must be the latch. She comes in, and there's a guy in the lobby that she doesn't recognize. And she's like, her alarms are going off. But then she goes, oh, well, he's by the mailboxes. He's probably just picking up somebody's mail. I don't want to, be like unpleasant and, be like, what are you doing here, if he's picking up somebody's mail. So then, as she starts to go upstairs, walking up the stairs, her 2 bags, which are paper bags, they rip, and all this cat food comes rolling out. And so the guy comes and helps her and picks that up and then, walks her upstairs to her place. And she doesn't want to let him in, obviously. And then he's like, well, I came all the way here, what do you want me to do? And, if I were going to do something, wouldn't I have done it by now? And so he says a few things, and she doesn't want to be unfriendly and ungrateful because he's been helping her, and she's already had a bad impression of him, but she was wrong because he's so helpful and kind. So she says, okay, just to the door, whatever, just to the inside of the door. And then he comes in, and that's that. So he attacks her, he rapes her, and after many hours, he turns on the radio, closes the window, and says, all right, if I'm going to go make a sandwich, stay here, and when I come back, I'll let you go. And so as soon as he gets up, she's right behind him like a shadow. And as he goes out and makes a right to the kitchen, she goes out and makes a left, slips out the door, and remembers that her neighbor's door is open, and she goes in, and they call the police, and they get this guy. And they find out he's a serial killer. She's the only one to survive. So the cop, the detective, says to her, well, what happened? And every time she's like, I don't know, this, that. She's like, I don't know why I did what I did. I don't know what happened. But then when she's really pushed, because your brain is always calculating, in the beginning, she knew there's a difference between when something is broken open or the latch wasn't really catching. And her brain had already calculated this is broken open. But, she didn't want to overreact, right? Because you're supposed to be a certain way socially and you don't want to blah, blah, blah. And then when she saw the guy by the mailboxes, her brain had already calculated he doesn't belong there because the mailbox wasn't open and there was nothing in his hand. He wasn't actually doing anything, So she already knew there was a problem. Her brain had already calculated what the problem was. It was giving her the gift of fear that protects her, but she was overriding it because she didn't want to be unfriendly or unkind or make a big deal or be dramatic or all the things that we're told we're not supposed to do or do. And then when she was upstairs, her brain had calculated, this guy's going to kill me. Why? Because he turns up the radio and closes the window. That means he doesn't want any noise going out. This time, even though she wasn't conscious of what the calculation was, she did actually listen to her brain. And that's how she saved her own life. So when you anchor your safety within yourself, all the things that your brain calculates and the good decisions you can make, you actually trust yourself to do that. And self-regulation is connected to that. It's that I know what's going on. Like even when I chose I'm dysregulated, but I'm okay with that for this amount of time, and then I'm going to move out of it. So when you anchor your safety inside of yourself, internally as opposed to externally, which means somebody else doesn't decide whether or not you're safe, you know what's going on, you trust that, then you increase the capacity for making a good decision. Why? Because your brain isn't shut down from the threat. It's paying attention and choosing the right avenue to keep you safe. Do you see what I mean? Now that safe could be mentally, emotionally, physically, whatever's going on. So that's the difference between coping and regulation, just to sort of coping is I'm going to breathe to calm myself down, or I'm going to meditate. So those are coping skills, and they work. Or the mindfulness, that works. But in the moment, when you need to regulate yourself, it's not the same as doing the sort of more superficial coping. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So I'm wondering, Salma, what do you think?
Salma is practicing mindfulness right now.
I'm just, I'm trying to digest everything you said. It was amazing what you said. It really resonated with me and but it's something totally different for me personally. I don't know, I don't care. I have bipolar, so it's much more complicated than most of the things that you were talking about. It's just much more challenging for me to.
I don't know. Yeah, and being regulating yourself. So the thing that really helps bipolar actually is sleep. Sleep actually can help counter quite a lot of the negative effects of being, you know, the challenges that come with being bipolar. We're not quite sure scientifically.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Like, it's a lot. I can testify to that every night at 10, I just leave Clubhouse. I'm like, I have to go to bed. I know it's like too early, but I need 7 hours. I wake up early, so I need at least 7, 8 hours. So I know sleep is like the most essential tool for me. Like, it's not a tool, but that like necessity. Like, it's something I need in order to stay balanced. Sorry.
So I'm going to switch up a little bit, if that's okay, Dr. Roshanak. I wanted to pick your mind a little bit about what's your view on Reza Pahlavi, thumbs up, thumbs down, neutral?
I'm just going to give you a no comment, and that should say everything.
Gotcha, okay.
I mean, it's just, come on.
I'm at the point where it's like, I'm not there, so I don't know what they're going through, so I don't have, I'm kind of like, I don't have a right to, maybe if I was there, I'd be calling, you know, for him to come through too. I don't know, so.
I mean, the man has no training. He is very much connected to the West. You know, I just, if you sort of sit down and imagine you were buying a car, right? You would sit down and go, this car has this, and that car has that, and this is why this works, and this is why this doesn't. If you just kind of really sit down and do a little, you know, compare and contrast of what they have to offer and what you want for this country, then I would, you know.
I don't know, Dr. Roshanak. I think, like, he's been training all his life just for this freaking moment. Like, he's been doing stretches.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, listen, he probably, like most royalty, as he was growing up, did have a certain amount of training, but then there's quite a lot that happened when he was still, you know, and then what happened since then, and you look at what has he done since then. What is his stance? You know, he goes to the wall, which, by the way, I've been there myself.
Okay, yeah.
And there's a yarmulke, and I'm like, okay, why are you doing that?
Great, I'm gonna, real quick, you guys, I'm gonna switch languages, sorry. من فکر میکنم داره میره like shaking hands and kissing babies. من فکر میکنم یادش نرفته پدرش چی گفته خودش. پدرش میگفته میدونم کی داره
پدرش خیلی زبل بود سر این طور چیزا.
من فکر میکنم یادش نه. just داره اون کارا رو میکنه که احتیاج داره که اونایی که میتونن بیارنش اینا رو بردارن بیان برشون برن. و من فکر نمی کنم فراموش کرده همه این چیزا رو. من فکر کنم داره
ولی خب میدونی الان مغزش چجوری داره کار میکنه، یعنی چی میخواد از اینجا در بیاد، چی تا حالا یاد گرفته. kind of like
بیشتر پارتی کرده که تا کار کرده، حالا اینجوری خلاصش رو بگیرم.
نه دوباره
سمانم مثل شما فکر میکنه like he's like what did you say? No comment.
No comment.
One second more, just one more second. نمیدونم ببین like of course like we're you know Americanized and we probably most of us think that like come on monarchy is the thing of the past.
No, I don't have a problem with monarchy at all. That is not my issue.
It's just this motherfucker.
I mean,
my campaign for 2020 is gone.
Thanks, my girl. ببین من فکر میکنم همه این کارهایی که politician باید بکنه دروغ و
he's perfect.
You're doing what you need to do. دروغ و دست کردن با اونایی که آدمایی this is like what a politician does.
The question is, do we want more of the same?
So
that's what his mom is fighting for.
ببین
که ایران مال ایرانیا باشه.
So that's what I'm saying. Bibin, America and Israel is going to do what America and Israel is going to do. That boat has sailed. They're going to do what they're going to do. Either they're going to pick somebody that is going to play ball with them and might not be in the...
But that's exactly the whole point. All of that suffering that Iran has...
But listen, Pahlavi they know is willing to work with them, but you know he's still going to have the interest of the Iranian people in his interest. You know it. You just have to know.
I still don't know it.
Okay, damn.
Why do I know that? Where do I know that? What has he done to show me that? Well, I can would I be like, yeah, get her in there.
Okay, hope you agree that his father loved the Iranian people, even though he was so screwed up and had a lot of issues. He loved Iran, right? Like, even though
the biggest problem was when Iran got, the thing that he did is, unfortunately, too much, too fast for starters.
Damn.
Right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. We can agree
and
on
he was dealing with the
he really built it up. And he did every once in a while spit in the face of the West and do things like open up the oil for like an hour, and they're just freaking out. And he's like, well, you're suffering. What do you think we're going through? So every once in a while, Vadi can, first of all, absolute power.
Correct, absolutely.
Yeah. That he got a little bit too big for his britches insofar as he's like, well, and you see this in Europe, especially in England. I mean, look at good old Henry VIII. You think you can do anything. And so you become someone who doesn't listen to what's going on around you. You have advisors, but you're not listening to them, or they're yes men. And he didn't have yes men around him to some extent, because I know, just trust me on this one.
I think that I think the probability of him being somebody that, they can, basically the Iranian people could put faith in him, and they can kind of put faith in them, rather than them just bringing somebody that they have faith in, and we have no idea if they have the interest.
So why do you think that they have to bring somebody in? See, I'm going to
because that is exactly what they've done with the Jolani, literally Venezuela.
Why do you think they saved Iran for last? We are not like other countries. We are not the same.
Well,
so here's the thing.
Well, what I do know is that if they're gonna put some, which they've done with other, what we know is a pattern, and the pattern is that they reject somebody and then put somebody in.
Right, and you're assuming that they win and they can, so you're giving it away.
So what I'm saying is that they can. That's the thing.
I'm saying the world cannot afford for Iran to fall into the Western hegemony. So if you have that, if you have a partner, Zandra, whatever, and they're qualities that they have that really annoy you, piss you off, frustrate you, or whatever, right? So I'm not saying that the regime that we've had has been oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever. But having said that, it did serve one purpose, and that is, I don't think anyone else could have, because all the countries around it fell. The only country that held itself up and kept, its eye on the ball for doing the right thing for humanity, I say this loosely, but for example, the Palestinians, etc., was Iran.
Well,
they managed through people who are doing very, very bad things, also were the gatekeepers to keep from what's happening now worldwide from happening much sooner.
Listen, I agree with that. I've been using this analogy. There's a dragon up the street, but you have a bear right in front of you right now. You're going to fight the bear. The bear is a threat to your livelihood right now, right? So, the dragon, we'll deal with the dragon when the dragon is, but right now this bear is, clawing at you, right? So, we need to take out the bear. There was one other...
The thing is, Iran... So there's one of a few things that could be happening, but can we agree that Iran is in a very strategic position globally?
So this is what I wanted to say real quick, because I'll forget it, and then we'll go to the global thing. I feel like people are in a position, right, that you either booty clap for people who are going to send you 10 years back, or you booty clap for people who are going to send you 10 years forward. I feel like that's the position that people are being put in. Back to you, Dr. Roshana.
So I'd like to hear a little bit more about what you were just saying.
Yeah. So, we agree, right? The world is evil. And
I think there's some very bad actors that are messing it up for the whole planet.
So the bad actors, right? So the Palestinian people had to get help from our bad actors, the actors that were oppressing us. Now the Iranian people are getting help from the bad actors that were oppressing them. This is what I'm talking about, the world being a shitty place. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
So there are always people in power that obviously nobody wants to give up power when they have it. Nobody wants to give up wealth when they have it, et cetera, et cetera. That doesn't make them infallible. And even the best laid plans of mice and men, as it were. But if we can accept that the narratives, the by design strategies that have systematically broken us down, and I say this from a neurobiological perspective, because people underestimate just how strong an effect their body has on them. Most people are asleep at the wheel, unfortunately. So there's, you need to study to get a driver's license, to get a boating license, a captain's license. God forbid you should sit, in the cockpit of a rocket. And yet the greatest feat of engineering known to humans is what? The human body. Do we have an instruction booklet? Are we paying attention to how powerful this thing is? Or are we just letting it lead us wherever it goes? That's the first thing. So, and then if you don't realize that, and if you're not, for example, a neuroscientist, then there are things that can happen that will break you down. For example, in the face of chronic stress, the brain's default is passivity, which is why you can be very upset, frustrated, freaking out, angry, all those things, and do absolutely nothing. And you go, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with you is you don't understand how your brain is working and how it can work against you when you don't know how it's working. So, for example, we go, what's wrong with Trump? He's flip-flopping. He says this now, he says that, and then because in the face of that left and right, the brain gets overwhelmed. One of two things happen. If you're getting a lot of different information, and it's not just the flip-flopping, then the brain can collapse into what's known as epistemic nihilism. The truth can't be known. I don't care about the truth anymore. Well, who does that work for? On the other hand, if you're just going back and forth, then it's known as epistemic tribalism. Your brain goes, I can't deal with this. Here's where I feel safe with my tribe. I don't care if it's right or wrong. I'm just staying with them. You feel safer. So there's all kinds of things that are going on that it's not by accident or random. These people are way the hell smarter than you realize. So already, for example, you're thinking it's either left or right, it's black or white, this bimodal thinking, and there's a whole spectrum out there. I'm not falling into that. What I'm saying is, let's suppose one of the scenarios is that there is a regime change, which obviously they've taken out. Why do you think they took out the head IRGC after they took out Khamenei? Because you don't want the people who have the power, who could make the decisions. You don't want them around. So you can, have a little bit more influence. And then maybe drop them, and then people like Salah come around and go, well, I might as well, because it's, the devil right? But not necessarily. And if we have an opportunity to pick our own, wouldn't that be great? So that's one answer. We still I have a second argument. So that would be a way of being able to, you don't want that your whole country and all these people who died and were killed and suffered in all these decades, and then you just same shit, different day. Who wants that? But the other option is
let's go to the first one, because I'll forget it just like that. So people think that we just wake up tomorrow and then we're gonna have a democratic process. Yeah. So it would be literally to have that transitional government thing that's going on. It's just not how it works.
Nothing more permanent than what is temporary, because your brain gets used to it. Let's say you move into a new place with your boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, whatever, and you go, okay, just for now, because let's say my job starts later than yours, I'll do this and this and this, right? Then a month passes, and now you're ready to do your thing, and then both of you recognize the expectation of you to be doing this and this and this, even though now you're working. Even though you had an agreement, even though intellectually you can say whatever, but the habit of it, you get used to. Humans get used to things very quickly. You get used to, well, but you did that. Why aren't you doing it now? So it takes a lot of energy and effort to, even though you know intellectually what's going on, to actually change this feeling, the sensation of, no, but that's wrong, it should be the other way?
Well, all I know is that there's a plan, like, I don't know if you visit the website and blah, 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 blah. So it's like, until another plan is created and I see it, I'm not burning this mofo down. Like, I'm not burning this path down. Like, if this is a path,
I don't want Iran to be another America that's in shambles right now.
I would rather it be another America in shambles than what it is now. I would totally rather.
Pretty much in transition. So the other thing is, let's suppose
I'm talking about like the Islamic regime.
Let's all this is for show, right? And there are the same three major players there always have been: Russia, China, and the U.S. And all of this is just how are we going to divvy up this real powerhouse, because Iran is a perfect location. It's very resource rich. I'm not just talking about oil, blah, 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 blah. So let's suppose that's the case, right? If it were the first case, then it is not just that we're falling in America, because Russia and China have a vested interest. That's why I wanted to do the second case scenario. In the first case scenario, if the gatekeeper falls, the first person who's going to suffer, the first country that's going to suffer is India, because they're right there, and then that's going to go into Pakistan, blah, blah, blah. But then right after that falls China. So China has a vested interest in Iran not falling. But if it's a second case scenario, where China, Russia, and the US are just sort of, playing their little game to see who gets what as they're divvying up this country, that's a whole nother ball game. But if it's in the first case, then there are other very powerful players that are not willing to let this fall, and then they're the next ones in the
This is what I think happens, right? Like, so what I think is that, like, let's say people don't like Pahlavi, right? For good reason, believe me. But what happens, it causes them to stop being objective, right? It causes them to not actually be objective because they don't like him, right? And if you really are like studying all the pieces on the chessboard, right, and you're looking at all the pieces on the chessboard, it's a very sad description of what's on the chessboard. It's actually like so grievous, but it is what it is, right? And so it's like Dr. Roshanak, Chunina and that crime committed Karadan. آمریکا و اسرائیل واسهشون خوبه که ایرانی‌ها رو لیبریت کنن، هم خوب لیبریت کنن که همه فراموش کنن کارهایی که کردن. See, objectively speaking, when it comes to what their objective is and what their goal is and what would benefit, because they're not doing it because they're benevolent or wonderful. They're doing things because there's things that are in it for them. And one of those things beyond being the hegemony and getting rid of, a thorn in their side also is Islamic regime of Iran clean their hands by acting like they care about the Palestinians. Israel همین کار داره میکنه. هم اگه آزادی بده به مردم ایران and it doesn't fall into chaos like کشورهای دیگه and they look like a hero, that's great PR for all the atrocities that they've done. Like, logistically speaking, it's not what I'm like planning or plotting. I'm looking at the game board and I'm looking at the pieces and the what is beneficial to whom and where. And that seems to be
why would it ever be in our interest to kill civilians? Tell us.
You're not listening to what they said, you weirdo. No, you're not. I just said the opposite of what you said. Oh my God.
Were you Clay?
Eleanor, I literally just said the opposite of what you just said. You drive me crazy. Actually, they're probably going to try to avoid. Here's another thing, Dr.
No, because you said how to win in 4C. That's why
we
missed
it.
it.
Fair enough. It's okay, don't bring them up. It gives me a headache. Another thing is like, so while they're bombing the Islamic regime, right? It would be good for them not to kill Iranian civilians, because then the Islamic regime is going to unify the country as an outside threat. Like, don't topple us right now killing all of us. So I think they're going to try to minimize the casualties of civilians to keep the narrative a particular way.
Have you seen any sort of consideration for keeping civilian casualties? I mean, you start by attacking a primary girls' school.
Oh, so Dr. Rosh and you and I both know that it is not beyond the realm of this regime to do something like that. Listen, hold on.
I'm not buying that at all.
Okay, well then hold on. Everybody pause. Hold on a second. I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it, okay? The second that the girls' school got attacked and there were casualties, you had Americans jumping in automatically saying, don't do this, this is evil, they're going to do the same thing to Gaza, see. And you're telling me this regime that we both know very well wouldn't do something like that to provoke pressure and propaganda? You're telling me this regime that we both know, I'm not saying that's a fact.
Maybe they
hold on.
In this case,
I'm not saying
need to do that.
Listen, I'm not saying that I know that as a fact. What I'm saying is that we know that this regime is capable of doing something like that.
So anyone is anyone is capable of doing anything. Like Israel is capable of doing the same thing as
do you remember when the hospital was they said, oh no, Hamas is doing it themselves.
No, I agree with that. I agree. Listen, I agree 100% that the propaganda, the same way that Israel does shit is the same way that the Islamic Republic does shit. They literally
you're hard pressed to find. I don't know anybody that didn't think it.
Of course, you're right.
You're telling me on the first day they hit a girls' school, right? Like, I understand, but I think that they're trying to be way more strategic than to hit it makes way more sense, logistically speaking, for them to be more careful about getting civilians because of what they're trying, the mission that they're trying to accomplish in Iran. But guess what? The minute that they hit that, you had David Smith, you had Tucker Carlson, you had Cenk, you gave them all a free pass and a reason. Little girls, right here in your hand. I'm not saying I know that for a fact, but I'm saying that you would be crazy to act like that they wouldn't do something like that. You'd be crazy.
No, they would. I'm not saying. I'm saying like, just don't say that's the fact, because you don't know. Like, what we know so far is that the regime is claiming that they and to me it makes sense because it's close to IRGC conference.
What I saw is they strategically hit a general's apartment building, only his freaking apartment building, no other apartment building around, just that Mofo's apartment building. So I'm not so sure, actually. I'm not sure. What I'm saying
isn't Israel coming out and saying this, that we didn't hit?
Just don't act like that's not a strategy that they are capable of using. That's all I'm saying.
I know what this fucking regime is capable of doing. You know, I'm telling you, I lost my mom to this regime. Like, I know. But I like, it just doesn't take away my pain. Like, yesterday, the first thing I hear is like 100 innocent girls lost their lives. And yet, no one's talking about it. No one's talking about it. When you talk about it, they say it was the regime.
No, well, listen, because they do shit like that. Here's another thing. Let's say you have people that are, like, they killed 30,000 beautiful young people. Let's say you have a whole bunch of Shias. Hold on a second. Let's say that they have a whole bunch of Shias that are undecided on whether they're with this government or they're not with this government. Well, if you have Israel killing school children, they're going to unify all of a sudden and say, well, right now we have a common enemy, so we're not going to go against this regime. There are a million reasons why that they would benefit from doing that themselves. And if they weren't the type of people to do that themselves, I wouldn't put it in the mix. But I'm saying that it is a very viable thing, especially how many times have they created an outside threat so they could unify the government and say, well, we're not going to overthrow the government right now because, we need to unify for fill in the blank. So So it is not beyond the realm of possibility, is what I'm saying. It is not beyond the realm of possibility, especially when it would do so many different things, like in Iran and out. Anyways, I hate all these governments.
We can all agree on that.
All of them are evil. They're terrible. I just wish the world wasn't like this.
Well, I mean, and the world changes one person at a time. That's the whole thing, right?
So tell us, after the Ukraine plane, when I lost my mom, UBC Persia came and had an interview with my sisters, and one thing, I don't know why, but who's the, I don't know, I don't remember his name, I'm gonna miss. So, but anyway, he asked like, so what is your feeling towards Khomeini right now, after what happened, what just happened to your mom? And I'm like, what a stupid question. I'm like, okay. So when I responded to that, I was like, you know what? I hate him a bit more, but I hate him the same. I hate him the same as when all those other innocent people in Iran got killed. Like my hatred is, like maybe a bit bigger, a bit more intense, but it's pretty much the same. But I don't see things like that. I see the U.S. as a culprit too. Because if it wasn't for the, I mean, of course it was a good thing to get rid of Soleimani. I was happy to hear that. But it's not just like that, it's a domino. It's a domino effect. It's like what happened next. It was Iran attacking the US base and then getting so scared that they hit their own fight, you know? So things are not that black and white for me. Like I don't see things like, it's just whoever bought or hit that school. Doesn't matter to me. What matters is it's what's happening right now. Like our country is in ruin. It's getting exploded every second we're talking. I'm not happy about that. I don't know how people are dancing. I don't know why I have to keep repeating myself that I don't think anyone in this room wants to get rid of this regime as much as I do. But I can't celebrate it.
I got you. Dr. Rushanak, do you want to help me put together?
You know, till one day when people are free and, exactly.
Dr. Rushanak, do you want to help me put a campaign together that all world leaders have to do psychedelics?
Oh my God.
It's mandatory that you do mushrooms before you take on leadership.
You're so funny. There has to be an ayahuasca retreat before you get elected.
I think that would work. I think we could change the world. I really think we could change the freaking world. Hi, Ali Reza John.
Takes a lot of money.
Hi, Sela John. Hi, Salman John.
چیکار میکنی؟ کجا بودی؟ از کجا میای؟
بیرونم.
پدر سوخته.
بیرونم. دارم میرم شکر جلوتام.
بخوای اتاق تهران رو یه با کنیم یا
نه میگه میخواد بره بیرون.
Why not? شما چیکار من دارید؟ میگه اتاق میتره من میگم من هست.
That's what I was going to say.
نه اتاق بزنی.
من انقدر زر زدم I have no room to try to hold any room.
موافقم.
Dr. Roshanak, this room, so one side comes in and they try to minimize Khamenei, right? They'll say like, Netanyahu is evil, but Khamenei is just a failed government. It's just a failed state. You know, he's just a bad government, like all bad governments, and minimize the oppression. Then the other side comes in and they say, Netanyahu is not oppressor like Khamenei. When have you seen them do something like? And they just back and forth minimize each other's pain, and literally like, oh God, it's just.
Well, I love that you picked up on that. You know, I think that's, you know, because it's this. Again, it's back to that whole I need to be right because that's the only way I can be safe. You know. So if you make the other one wrong, then it's okay for you and what's going on with you. As opposed to, it's a lot harder, in other words, let me put it to you this way. It's a lot harder to have a conversation and to consider all the nuances of what's going on and what's wrong and why it's a problem and so on and so forth. Than to just go, well, I'm right, you're wrong, or you're right, I'm wrong, whatever. To just breaking it down and oversimplifying it is what we've been slowly but surely getting trained to do. And it's become a habit, and there's all these other things that are going on as well. And it's like, okay, well, now it becomes something that I can handle, but we can handle all of this. And if we're just gonna keep jumping, like you said, so you as moderator, when they come in, they go, but this one and that one. Then going back to the old school way of actually having conversations and bringing forth the talking points and really listening to each other and processing, not listening to then have an answer and be right. Most people are listening today just to be able to say, you're wrong, I'm right, and this is why. They're not listening to understand. They're listening to argue. And that is something that we can change. All it takes is like a little bit of effort, and we can then bring each other back to the table. And then, you know, you can't sit there and go, well, when are they going to change? And when is that going to change? And each one of us has to be that change. We have to live it every day. I know it sounds really trite or whatever, but that's the truth.
Dr. Roshanek, on this app, when I thought to myself, I'm going to bring the Palestinians together with the Zionists, and they're going to hear from each other. I was like, they're going to. I thought, this is what I'm just saying, this is what I thought. I thought once they hear from each other, and they understand, once they hear each other's pain and stuff, everything is going to be clean, you know, cleared up, and they're going to understand each other. And so I brought them together, and every time I fact checked what was being said over and over, like the Zionists were putting out talking points, and I would go fact check. I was like, holy shit.
Right? Because they don't like in there. It's like an honest intention. So if you have to ask them and yourself, what are they coming in here to achieve? And set that.
Listen, they're both have an aligned goal to get rid of this regime. So just like how the Palestinians, the Islamic Republic's goals align with the Palestinians getting rid of Israel, and they utilize that as the same way that they have the goal of removing the Islamic regime, and they're aligning with the Iranian people. It's just same thing back and forth, riding the wave of each other.
What do you want, Sarah John?
I just want people to be free, man. I just want people to have human rights.
What are you doing to make yourself free?
What do you mean?
Well, what does freedom mean to you? Because freedom doesn't mean the same thing as being liberated. You could be free and in prison.
Well, first of all, I'd leave this library right now, and I'd go to the Bahamas.
But you're still trapped in all the madness.
I'm literally, you're trapped in the madness.
I'm walking in liberation.
I'm walking in between a stack of books.
There you go. So I honestly, the hardest thing to do is to try to live that life that you think is great, that you think is fair, that you think is good. Because every single day you'll have those challenges with yourself, with other people. But we, and I can tell you this for sure, we model behavior for each other. And when you start acting in a way that is pure love for yourself and for everybody else, people like self-love. I don't believe in self-love. I don't believe in self-compassion. I believe in love and compassion, and you're part of the mix. So if we can actually sort of practice what we preach or what we wish would happen, you know, everything would change. But it's much easier to say somebody else has to change than to do it ourselves.
Well said. Because I take care of my disabled dad, and I adopted my goddaughter. So freedom is not something I'm very familiar with.
Been there and done that. I know exactly what you're saying, but within your confines of, see, a lot of people are like, I don't want this. And they don't recognize that you've chosen this. And if you say, I didn't choose this, the answer is, well, we work on reward, and the thing that you chose was the one that gave you more of what you wanted, had the greater reward. Like, I hate my job, I don't want it. Actually you do, because you also want a roof over your head and to buy the things that you want and so on and so forth. So you do want this. And that's very empowering. When you're like, I chose this, not like I have no choice, I'm totally disempowered and I can't, and I'm a victim and blah, blah. But if you go, well, I'm choosing this, and I'm also quite well aware of the fact that these are not ideal conditions for me, but these are my choices, then your brain starts to function differently, and so do you.
Yeah, people will say like, oh my God, you're a saint, Selah. And I would say I'm more than a saint, I think I'm a good one. You know the word I want to say?
I love it.
Oh, good on bullet.
Do you know that actually, like,
I love it.
Some friends, like, yeah, when we were kids, they would use gold for the exact same word, mostly the bad word, but they would say gold for, like the polite.
This is so great. I love that.
I'll be right back.
I actually have to jump, so I just want to say thank you so much for the space and for, you guys being who you are.
Thank you for all your amazing.
Love you, Dr. Rushtonite. It's so good to talk to you again.
I saw you, and I'm like, I'm going to jump in just for a minute.
I'm so glad that you did.
I personally needed it so much to hear all you said. Thank you.
True, thank you guys. I'm telling you, we rise or fall together, and I'm all about rising up together, so let's do that. Love you guys. God bless.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Oh.
سلام.
چه بوده جان؟
دیروز دیشب نمیدونم یه ویدیوی دیدی که من گذاشته بودم که تظاهرات روی اینستاگرام هم رو ستوری نمیدونم دیدی یا نه یه دفعه یکی برام خواهرم روز انگلیسی حرف بزنم مطابق انگلیسیه
Whichever one you prefer is fine.
I don't care. So yesterday I was out there, my son had played it, and so my sister sent me like exactly right after the news came out, the doctor and the family is dead, and everyone was celebrating. I don't know, I was pretty happy, but at the same time I was in denial. Like, I'm like, what? Is it possible? How can it be? Like, but anyway, yeah, I think Mirzad was saying it earlier. For me, that wasn't justice, the justice I was looking for personally for my mom. But still, the fact that he's not alive one more day to kill more people, I'm so happy about that. But, so I get home, my sister sends me this video, and she's like, check this out. And I see this, march, demonstration in Montreal, and I see the picture of Nida
Sultan. Remember, like, in the South? Yeah. And then, like a minute into the video, I see my mom walking right into the camera. And she has very short hair and like she's crying. And she gets closer and closer. I'm like, holy shit. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like as if she was alive, you know? It was very...
Oh my gosh, Simon. Wow.
And, yeah. And it was such a coincidence, you know, to get that video like yesterday after hearing that news, you know?
That must have been, like, I can't even imagine how you felt in that moment.
So yeah, I go on my Instagram and check it out. Like you can see her, like she just walks into the camera and she's holding her nose, crying, like she has short hair. But yeah, she looked very young. It's like 16 years ago, you know? Yeah, but I'd never seen the video before.
Wow, that's just such a, I can't even imagine. Like you're watching it, suddenly you see it. That's amazing. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't know because that's the fact of it.
Very cool boy. But you know what? Like what really pissed me off? That I was posting this on Instagram and I see Rookster's reaction to one of my earlier posts, my stories. And I go, and he has his like rolling eyes emoji. He likes to use. And to what story? The story of the school that the girls were killed, right? Because that was the first thing that I woke up to yesterday, first news. So I posted it. And I'm like, why is it that you, in this world, like we can't be both happy and sad? Like, is there anything wrong with that? Like, do I have to be like only happy about death of someone or like, you know what I mean? I'm still digesting the death of like 100 innocent girls, school girls. Like it's, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. No, it's very frightening too, Simon, you know? Like, we're all hoping that this doesn't, like, become, like when you see what they've done to Gaza, how is it not hard to be afraid, you know? It's frightening.
Exactly, but I guess people they just, I don't know. I really don't know what they're hoping, what they're wishing for. I don't think.
I think they're hoping for freedom, like, from
Of course, we're all hoping for freedom, but the way, how? That's why I think you got into an argument with Taco, you know? Because he's right. He's like, show me the roadmap. Tell me how.
No,
then I would be celebrating with you, you know?
That's the thing is that I am. He just doesn't like the roadmap. And then, so he thinks he's like he said, all I said to him was, you're not being objective, and do this excuse me, it's just us who understand. Oh, no, I understand too. But like, he literally lost his shit because I said, you're not being objective. If he was being objective, he would see past the fact that he hates Khamenei, and he would look at the bullet points that are, not Khamenei. He would look past the fact that he hates Pahlavi, and he would be able to objectively look at what's happening. But he's unable to do that. See, me, I don't give a crap about Pahlavi either way, so I'm able to objectively look at it. So he's the one not being objective because of his disdain. And I didn't get any words out. All I got was, you're not being objective. And he lost it. That's why we were.
So where do you see me here when it comes to Valerie?
Hi, hold on a second.
I know it's hard to be objective sometimes. When you're in a really heightened emotional state, that's a lot harder to do. Right, Taylor?
Oh, yeah, probably have more. No, I don't think so. I don't, maybe not. I think it takes intelligence, Emma. Because I have a lot of emotions. I just talk with emotion. I talk with emotions. I'm all emotions. I'm freaking emotional damage. But I'm able to often do things objectively, and I think it may, I don't know, have to do with education or intelligence or something. Whatever it is that makes you able to think multidimensionally.
If you have strong executive functioning, you can utilize that to mitigate your emotional state. But if you don't have strong executive functioning, then you're gonna encounter more problems and you won't be able to achieve objectivity. The more emotionally you're invested in something, the harder it will be to be objective. So it depends on the underlying brain structures in a lot of ways that what people are capable of doing.
I could see that. I could see emotion hampering somebody's ability to be objective, no matter how intelligent they are. That could be a case.
Yeah, you see this in people who have head injuries and they have frontotemporal damage. You'll see difficulty mitigating those stressful emotional times. I know after I had my accident and everything, I had trouble with other things, but I didn't have damage in that area. But I did realize that how it affects you when you have things like that happen. So I got a chance to learn about all that stuff because some of my the stuff that you use in your brain to switch between different emotional states that was affected by my accident. So it's just an interesting thing to listen to learn about and to understand that some people do have inherently more difficult job at being objective.
I think it has to do with both. It has to do with, what you said, I think it plays it plays a role. But I have a sneaky suspicion that intelligence has something to do with being objective as well. You have to be able to think off of just only one dimensional, one track. You got to be able to see, put yourself in different people's perspectives, different views at the same time, different possibilities. All of that seems to play a part in it.
Yeah, that's strategic thinking, what you're talking about. Yeah.
But isn't being objective kind of bleed into that kind of strategically? Because it is far more strategic to be objective. Because if you're not being objective, that is not very strategic at all. Yes?
Well, yeah, I think the objective is key to strategic thinking, but from a neurobiological standpoint, strategic thinking is actually talking about the ability to like a chessboard, to see what the moves are and what the consequences would be for multiple outcomes and to weigh those decisions. That's strategic. Whereas objective is just be able to make a decision without inherent bias.
Yeah. So much to answer your question about where you stand, where you land, you are staying, in my eyes, this is all my perspective. It's you're I just don't like this. I don't like him. I don't like this idea. I don't like it. That is a subjective view that no one can argue with. That is not arguable. You have the right to not like something, to, not like him, whatever. All of those things are subjective.
but I don't think I've ever said I don't like him.
Okay, whatever it is, your perspective, you relay it in a subjective way that is not arguable. No one can argue with how you feel.
Just because I don't side with him, I'm subjective.
No, what I'm saying is that the way that you relay your perspective, people can't argue with it too much. Or they try to, but they really shouldn't, because you have a right to think those things. Taco, on the other hand, when he talks about certain things, his opinions bleed into objectivity. Like, it begins to, like, just because you don't like Pahlavi, you're not recognizing that this is happening, and this is happening. Like, you're trying to almost be dumb to this, and this. And that becomes arguable. Like, whenever he's trying to do, like, objective things, claims, or whatever, those things can be discussed. The way that you approach it, in my eyes, this is just how I view you, is in a way that really shouldn't be argued, because you have that right to think that way. And you're not tampering with objectivity. Does that make sense, Paul? Like, you're not going around.
I guess so. I mean, like, I was talking about this yesterday, saying, like, my feeling towards the war, just getting started and everything, and how and why I don't want it, I don't like it. Yeah, I said that about war, but not about Pahlavi. It's not about liking him or not. But it's just because for me, like, I'm like a wounded person. Like, yeah, I lost my mom to this regime. I lost my mom in a situation that was like war-like situation. It was a domino effect after killing of Soleimani and then whatever that happened next. So I can't when it comes to about Pahlavi, I have nothing against him. I don't I criticize him sometimes, but it's not that I'm not anti-Pahlavi. I don't go around I just listen to anybody from anywhere. Like, I even go to Mujahideen's room to see what's going on, what they are saying. I don't want to be anti-movement. This is a movement. This is like a revolution that I don't want to stand against that. I don't think, and I don't think I'm part of it, because from the beginning, I didn't feel like this leader was my decision. This was my choice. Just because there is no other alternative,
I support Iran's right to defend itself.
Oh, God.
And you should too, Selah.
Great. Iran is defending themselves.
You're not defending the regime by defending.
I'm not defending the regime. I'm defending the people.
Exactly.
I am not in the mood for your trolling right now.
It's not a troll. It's not a troll.
You are a troll.
You just don't want people who have dissenting voices.
No,
I don't have the same criticism of the regime as you do. And I don't buy into Zionist propaganda that's been foisted onto the American people to gin up support.
Listen, if you think the Khamenei is Zionist propaganda, you can shove it up your ass, okay? You're the problem. Look at the title, buddy. Evil on all sides. If you are unable to recognize Khamenei as evil, or if you're unable to recognize Netanyahu as evil, the problem is you. If you are defending any of these parties, you are the problem. You are the one that has a problem with your thinking. So you can go shove it up your ass, okay? Thanks. Have a good day. I usually don't talk like that, guys, and I probably feel really bad about it. But I'm really irritable. I'm sorry, you can ask Blue. I usually don't talk that way. It's not my normal vernacular.
It's too late to show your true self.
Well, honestly, like, first of all, when you get older, like, that's number one. Number two, I'm just like, when this many people are dying, I just go to the when this many people have suffered, I just don't have time for it. Like, even with the norm, for anyone that wants to make excuses for these evil people, whoever that you are, if you make excuses for Khamenei or you make excuses for Netanyahu, you are the problem. Hi, Dad. So, Mehran, give me some feedback. You've been here a long time.
Well, I was here, but I wasn't listening. I was running some errand. So what you want to know? I kind of need to be cautious. You are mad now.
Oh my God. Listen, as long as you're not on the side of Khamenei or Netanyahu, you're safe. Okay?
Well, I'm not. Okay. But, you know, one of the things that Iranian people are suffering from is that they think that whoever takes over the government has to be their servant.
Sorry, one second. من شوخی ندارم. خیلی پرواز در مورد تازگی ها. Okay, Madam. So go ahead. Tell me more about that because I think you're onto something. They think that they have to be their servant.
Yeah. So, and the politicians, they come across and they claim it, that we want to serve you and we have the best of your interest in mind and so on and so forth. And they kind of believe it and they just follow them blindly till and they keep giving them the power they are asking for because they think that, okay, if they can do if they have the power, they can do this and that for us. And the politicians, they keep creating issues which are important to the people, and then they claim that, and if I had the power, I would do this for you, and so on and so forth. And people then they say, oh, okay, here you go. You want our vote, we give it to you. That's exactly what happened with the Islamic Republic. At the beginning, they didn't have such a power. The power was given to them. They came across and they asked for Islamic Republic. They got it. They came immediately, asked for the new constitution. They got it. They came and they amended the constitution and they got it. And so on and so forth. And then the people, they created the monster Khamenei and they couldn't get rid of him anymore because constitutionally he had all the right in the world to rule them and they couldn't do anything about it. It's the game of the power that politicians they have, and that should be recognized by the people, that they don't give up power to the politicians that easily or at all. It's the same thing that we can see in U.S. Constitution, that right now President Trump showed that how far the power of presidency can go, and now I think it has to be limited. It's too much. It has power. But in general, we have to look for ourselves. I don't blame Reza Pahlavi for the power game that he's playing. Any politician comes to the power has a hope for the power, they start playing the game, and they have to. Otherwise, they cannot accomplish anything. If they don't have any power, they cannot accomplish anything. But if they have too much power, it's going to be impossible to put them aside. So the way I look at Pahlavi is that right on. You want to gain power, good for you. However, now his followers, they don't let you to criticize him at all. If you say that I disagree with him in such a point, you are dead to them, and they're going to label you as you are pro-Islamic Republic and so on and so forth, and you are dead to them. And they just close their ears and open their mouths, and they let you have it. And this is something that is scary to me. It's scary because I feel that Reza Pahlavi going to ask for more power. Any politician under this situation should, and people, they're going to give it to him, and then we're going to have an Islamic Republic within a few years. And that is scary. Otherwise, I'm 100% supporting Reza Pahlavi, but I'm hoping that people, they accept criticism about him, and they open their eyes and they listen to. We need people like Salman. We need opposition, and we can't label them that they are not objective or whatever. Opposition is needed. They need to be heard, and at any level, because if we stop opposition from talking, we're gonna dig a hole for ourselves that we cannot get out of.
I agree with you, Manjan. That's why we have Dr. Roshanak and also like Salman John as my moderator. A whole bunch of people that don't think, they have different views than me. I'm totally fine with that. But a lot of times I'm not gonna make room for like basically, if I think that you're the KKK or you have supremacist ideology, sometimes maybe I will, open the door for dialogue just so that others can see how stupid you are, but it's not real dialogue. I just want to put you on display like the zoo that you need to show what kind of animal you are, but it's not real dialogue. But other than that, I agree with you. In order for us to have democracy, we need to be able to have these conversations. People should be able to do exactly what you said. That's very important. When it comes to, saying that you're not being objective, with Taco, I just said you're not being objective, and he lost his shit. Like, I really didn't think he was being objective, because, you have two people, one who doesn't like Pahlavi, and one who doesn't care if it, I'm neutral, either way. So I'm reporting what's happening, and you're basically just negating what is actually happening. I don't have an opinion on it. It's not an opinion. I'm telling you, he's doing this, he's doing this, he's doing this, and these are all high probability things to do. That's objective. Anyways, he really didn't like that. We saw how that went. Anyways.
Have you heard about those 5 Kurdish parties that they came together as one, and the opposition that Reza Pahlavi showed them?
No, but I would show.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure. Okay, what did I make sure? Is this Kurdish party just a party to be a part of Iranian politics, or are they trying to develop their own thing?
Yeah, that's exactly. So they didn't say anything that they want to be a separatist, and also, but Reza Pahlavi immediately sent a letter out that I condemn any separatist parties, and we are not gonna, this is our red line. And then the day after, in a few towns, they start calling that Kurdish are brothers, but separatists are enemies, something in some slogans that I don't remember. But that...
That was the actual separatist or not?
No, but my point is
not in writing, no.
Yeah, the point that I have here is that then those parties, they came around that no, we are Iranian and we are not separatist, and this is a lie and stuff like that. So apparently they are not talking about separation or anything from Iran. But this...
what happened after they said that they're not separate?
Nothing happened on the Reza Pahlavi side. But my point is that now I see it from the point of view of the gaining more power, is that this type of behavior, now imagine that Reza Pahlavi wins, we know what happens immediately. He goes after these parties, and going after these parties, and a number of people, they're going to support him and call them separatists and stuff like that. And then
another possibility, like, so you have to look at everything as a stage, right? Everything is fake, okay? Because I'm a conspiracy theorist and that's what I do. But if everything is staged and everything is fake, right? And you do have a little bit of shakiness from that area, right? And those, like, there is a little bit of separation, turbulence there, okay? So what you would do is create a group, right, that says something like that. Pahlavi condemns separation. Then they claim that they're not separatists. The next move would be for Pahlavi to accept them in as a political party.
Yeah.
And then...
No, the point is that in the letter that they sent, which they said that we're going to be united and stuff like that against Islamic Republic, they have not mentioned a word about separation. But what happened here, it had two different angles from my point of view. But the most important thing to me is that if I was in his shoes, Reza Pahlavi's shoes, when I saw that, I would invite them in. And then if I got rejected, I would take a position. Not that they just send a letter of the unification or whatever you may call, and then my reaction is that, oh, you guys are separatists and I hate you and this is my red line and you crossed it and stuff like that. This type, I believe that if he really wanted to, but what scares me most is that exactly similar thing happened after the Islamic Republic. Yeah. The Kurdish people, there was a war there and people, they got busy with those people. Then Iraq war came, and during all these wars and oppositions and this fog that came over Iran, they passed the Islamic Republic and then the Constitution and all that, and we were in really bad situation. Okay, I'm listening.
If this ends with him sending a letter, or not a letter or anything, if this ends with him accepting that party, know that all of that was staged to send a message to separatists and then send a message to, like, this is, you do it like this. Like, it's basically legitimizing some shit and how to go, it's setting a precedent. So if he ends up accepting this party, know that that was staged. If he does not accept this party after you're saying that they said that we're not separatists, yeah, you're right. There's an area of concern for sure. Like, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, well, they said they were not separatists, and he still insisted that we are.
No, they're very angry at him. No, after his reaction, there was like every room, like Kurdish rooms, like they were very angry with his position.
actually.
Well, let's see how it goes. How long ago have they
And this is the interesting thing. We know that the United States and Europe, and they were all afraid of civil war. You know, when he sent that letter out, Reza Pahlavi sent the letter out, 2 days, the day before the last negotiation. Meaning that now we have Pastaran, the Revolutionary Guard, and the Kurdish people. And there are 3 parties now here that they are against each other. Kurdish, and this was sending the wrong message to US that hey, for negotiation, if there is a room for accepting them, you better do, otherwise civil war might come, which US ignored that and went on with whatever they wanted to do, which I know Salman is against the war, but I think it's a good thing happened so far. I hope that it ends up better as it goes on, and we don't have a civil war or anything. But yeah.
Hold on, I'm looking it up right now. Let's see. The last of Kurdish political forces in Iran on Friday accused Reza Pahlavi of adopting an exclusionary stance, responding to his labor month that suggested the military should confront what he
Amishan, what do you think about my position towards Pahlavi? Because I didn't like what Salah, her perspective on me, like the way she sees my position. She said I'm subjective, but rightfully so. But I don't think I'm subjective, but I want to hear what I'm saying.
I'm just saying your approach. I think it's actually a wise approach.
I'm
I actually think it's wise.
in favor of Reza Pahlavi taking the helms for this transitional period.
Oh no, of course, yeah.
But for the long term, I don't know. Why judge now? Let's give him time, see how he performs.
No, I'm not asking you. No, Hamid-John, I'm asking you what you think about my position. I'm not asking you what you did, what your position is. I'm saying, like, do you see me as anti-Pahlavi? Like, do you see me, like, going around, like, talking shit about him? Or do you see me as, like, an observer, like, having my own opinion?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I see it, too.
Respected. I mean, we have to learn to respect each other's opinions, and that something that people don't do as much these days, especially among the Reza Pahlavi. They, find the slightest deviation from their position of total submission to Reza Pahlavi, and they use that to isolate you. I think that's very short-sighted.
Yeah, because when it comes to the Iranian regime, of course I can't be objective. That's what I was talking about. Like, because I lost my mom to that regime, and a lot of other reasons. That wasn't the only one. So I am, like, there's a lot of emotions involved. A lot of, like, yeah.
Of course, that's totally understandable.
But I don't
that they've done, and the corruption, and there's just no future under this regime. And
I totally agree with you. I'm 100% there with you. Nothing like to argue. But like when it comes to Reza Pahlavi, like I have nothing, absolutely zero, like pre-judgment, like I have no emotions involved in this. It's all about logic. That's it.
So, Salman, everything Hamid said, I don't know how you didn't get me. That's what I was trying to say. Like, exactly what he said. I guess I didn't say it in a way that conveyed that. But I I just read an article, Maryland, this is not looking good. According to Karim Parwili, a senior member of the Kurdistan Democratic Party of Iran, the new alliance brings together the Kurdistan Free Life Party, the Kurdistan Freedom Party, the Chabad Organization of Iranian Kurdistan, the Kurdistan Total Association. It brings them all together. The Kurdistan Freedom Party doesn't sound like the Iranian Freedom Party. Like, it's not looking very good from this perspective, Mahan.
Oh, I'm sorry, my microphone was on, huh?
Well, we didn't hear you. We didn't hear you.
Yeah, okay, good. Well, yes, mostly they are Federalist Party.
Well, there you go. That's it right there. If
Federalism is not separatist.
Anyone coming with that federalism baloney right now.
No, even him, like, no,
It's causing just turbulence.
No. Even Rizal Pahlavi talked about it. He said, I'm okay. He talked about terrorism.
Oh,
Recently, it was 8 days ago.
agree. But anyone doing it right now is baloney schmaloney. Listen to me. It's like we're building a house, right? And someone comes and is like, if house doesn't have a pool, we need to have a pool. Like, if you're like distracting everything, talking about the pool, like, I'm side-eyeing you.
This is not a party that they came about yesterday. These parties are active for years now. And maybe, I don't know, at least I know after revolution, they were there. And these are not new parties. So you cannot deny their existence. They are there. It's not that they happened just yesterday, right before this revolution that is happening. They are there for years, and I mean, we cannot deny them. And they have people who are supporting them, right, in Kurdistan.
Salam.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah, what's going on, Meredith? You have a text message left on red 24 hours ago.
I don't know what's going on.
That's what you said, and I still haven't gotten an answer for that. Oh my God.
I was with Salman all this while. Like, I still stand by, I think, Salman's view if he, like, holds to the no war thing. On the grand scheme of things, I think war just has its great negative, like, implications. I'm kind of feeling mixed about this. I don't know.
It is, but it does. But so does the Islamic Republic staying in power. Every year, 150,000 people die by car accidents and by the pollution that exists in different cities in Iran. 150,000. So weigh that against, I don't know, 1 week, 2 week war with all the unintended consequences.
Well, I want to put an emoji 100% for both of you, but
you understand how.
I mean, will you guarantee me 2 weeks? Will you guarantee us 2 weeks? That it's going to be 2 weeks?
The Hormuz Strait cannot stay closed for over a week.
Uh-huh.
I tell you that. You know, the whole region is in a locked up state. This state cannot continue for more than a few days. And they're all going to run out of munitions on both sides at this intensity.
میگن درد یه بار شیون یه بار.
نمیدونم تو کی دردت
آخه همین اگر باشه و تموم شه شیون رو بکشیم و تموم شد همه چی بعد چه؟ ولی مهم اینه که what if it goes on for years and we lose all the infrastructure we already have and then lose thousands and tens of thousands of more people,
Yeah, same concern. Saddam was also told that it's going to be like a month or two, and it's going to finish and he can walk out. 9 years, baby, 9 years.
Well, they're trying to not make the same mistake again.
But Iran is not Iraq.
Found on the first day, like the only dictator in the history of the world that was caught on the first day.
Stella is a system, it's not a phase. They got rid of a phase. It's an entire system that it operates on. Like Salma and I being like practical about it and maybe we're coming across as negative Nancy's.
No, that's a good point. It's a good point. Really
right. They make you happy with like wiping out a few faces, but the entire system is still running up and
Wait, here's the thing, narrative. When these military operations know what color underwear you have on, and they're able to find exactly where you are, filling those leadership roles becomes a little bit more and more sketchy every time. Like right now you have his son stepping into the role. But when we're dealing with this new age military that they like literally know where you're at in the bedroom of your apartment and send a missile to only take out your apartment, we're dealing with a whole new beast. And that can be a deterrent. It can be. You know me, I'm always looking at the optimistic side of things.
Well, that's working in our favor at the moment.
Which one?
Carpet bombing. They're not treating it like Gaza.
They didn't treat Gaza like that initially for years. Like these we need to pattern recognize. We need to keep away fractions as much as possible. Maybe in fabric they're going to bring in like this faction and that faction of Kurds, etc., etc. This will inevitably come forth. We need to think about how we're going to eliminate these separations so that we can exist in in unity. We have to keep the unity going.
You're not looking at what's happening with where the chess pieces are in this particular game. It doesn't look like the other game. The chess pieces are not in the same places. Right now, narrative, in order for America and Israel to cover up their real crimes, it would be great if they liberated the people of Iran. Just to make everyone forget about all the crap that
obviously.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta understand, then you have all Iranian people waving the Israeli flag. The chips are entirely different on the game board.
Yeah, I agree.
That's called being objective. I don't like it. I'm just telling you what I see.
Yeah, this time around, it's worked to their favor. Epstein is kind of forgotten a little bit. Entire freaking demolition of Gaza and its innocent people is getting forgotten a little bit. Slowly, this grand gesture of these two.
That's right.
Kings of the world.
That's right.
Givers of the world.
So they're going to want to do it and do it right, Marius. They want to, instead, because they've had Iraq and all these blunders, they are going to want to do this right. And here's another thing. If they go and they just indiscriminately kill Iranians, what's going to happen is you're going to unify different people in Iran because, Iranians are going to be like, we need to fight the outside predator before we remove the inside one. And you're going to have people unifying. So it's not actually smart for them to kill too many civilians, actually.
It depends on how the retaliation is, right? You can't be blind to Tel Aviv at the moment.
That's true. pretty much on fire. Plus, I think their strategy to like go get the Arab countries first was like, I think Prince was saying that, much unexpected, to be honest. Like none of these African Arab nations thought that they be under attack, even if it's like just at the U.S. embassies. So like all this is also happening, and I think we should keep this like in mind. Good point. Really good point.
Yeah, but the regime is crumbling. Their calculation to shut down, attack the neighboring Emirates and countries in the region was a gross miscalculation. Now they're all in a position to allow the U.S. and Israel to use their airspace, to use their resources to bring down the regime. So they're weak, despite the image that they project. They're weak and on their last leg. That's how I perceive it.
How long are you giving them, Anita? Sorry.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not in the business of giving predictions, but I don't think this situation is sustainable.
ببین حمید یعنی عینکش خیلی روزی بازیه
من روزی چیزم
آره like it's great to be like I think optimistic. Rosie.
Yeah, Rosie?
Oh, I thought I heard.
And rosy colored glasses.
موزی گفته بود که
نه موزی نه روزی برو تو من نمیتونی بجنگی. But I'm just saying like and it's good to be optimistic. But for the first time I'm looking at the situation quite skeptically for some reason. Here's another thing. Israel wants to send a message, right? Like, see, if you side with Israel, like to show a difference between what they've done to the poor people of Palestine. And you understand what I'm saying? Like, to think about this in PR terms, marketing strategies. Do you understand what I'm saying? Especially when you're so close to being dragged for war crimes. Like the international community is seriously bringing charges of genocide to the point that when your soldiers are visiting other places, they're like not confiscating them, but looking to detain them, So I don't know. I just think that a whole different like chips on the board thing. But who knows? Like you said, Nargis, these mofos are not doing it out of benevolence. They don't care about people. That could change, and I could totally be wrong tomorrow. And many times, Trump has found it quite natural to turn away his back. So, like, we have enough information about the characteristics, of such people who are intending to give us freedom. Well. Yeah, go ahead.
Look, so I think it's great to be optimistic about America and Israel, but Trump you can go find the recording, just said, a reporter asked him something like, what if something happens to you or somebody in the cabinet, like this war, blah, blah, blah. He was like, I left instructions to make sure, I don't think they should do that because if I die or anything happens to me or anyone else, I left instructions. Iran will be obliterated. He's saying all those people will be dead. He don't give a fuck about you, your mama, your lady, your kid. Girl, this man is not trying to tell you is Satan incarnate. Y'all don't believe it.
They all are, baby. They all are.
Criminal enterprise, laundering millions of dollars of Epstein, who was drinking the blood of children and humans in some kind of weird ass, like they like to drink blood that has fear hormones. It's not fake. They were harvesting organs, kidnapping kids from war zones. They're fucking weird up to. They are not trying to liberate the people. Okay? So just buckle up.
Yeah, they're all evil. Like, they're all evil. Shit. I don't know. Guys, I don't know shit. I'm trying to be optimistic for our people because they literally flattened the entirety of Gaza to build a resort. So, like, I'm trying to be optimistic because we can't stop this ship from sailing. So I'm hoping that these... Oh, I was about to cuss again. Oh, God.
You don't have to cry. You don't have to tell yourself like bedtime stories about Trump, is my point. God is in control. Man thinks he's in control. And I know this sounds crazy, like God, whatever, the universe, the math, whatever you want to, the high dimension, the intelligence, the collective intelligence of the whole entire fucking human race. Yeah, we take 2 steps back, we take another step forward, we fuck up, we're dramatic as shit. But they can't, they got war games, they think they know if they do this and that. They don't fucking know. They do not know. They think they have a script that tells them this and that. They kill the lamb, kill the cow. The Jews go back to Israel. They have all their little fucking stories. And they are not in control. We are not in control. What is in control? Everything's gonna be all right. We are going to evolve. We're going to learn. We're going to, whatever needs to fucking happen is gonna happen. And we can't predict it. And you gotta know that like that woman was on the stage earlier and she says, Selah, are you free now? She's like, I don't believe in liberation from a man or a state. That is an internal compass. Because there's always gonna be boundaries. If it's not just the boundaries of your body, is your mind free? Can you speak the truth that your soul is telling you to speak outside any script any man has given you? Like, you don't need to find liberation in their scripts. You can find it within your own soul, your own heart. You can break all the scripts. You can put them in one and shove them, like, make them all a universal language that speaks to every race, every culture, every creed. You don't have to play their games, Selah. You don't have to say America is going to liberate you.
But whatever belief we have in, like, God's providence, we still have to make good choices along the way. We still have to support, like, the right thing along the way. God does give us that responsibility to stand up for what's right along the way. We have to make those decisions. We have to pray about them and discern them.
I agree, but I would challenge you to remember that narratives aren't what is wrong.
Listen, Blue, like, what you're failing to realize is that I'm not looking for anyone to liberate me, like when I'm talking about the Persians or whatever. What I'm telling you is I'm reporting the news to you. I'm telling you that the Palestinians used our oppressors for their oppression, and now I'm telling you that the Iranians are using their oppressors for their liberation. I'm just telling you what's happening. I hate the whole game. Like, I hate the whole entire thing that you have to go to Satan to try to find different demons to try to get your liberation and freedom. This bus is on the road. It has nothing to do with how I feel about it. Whether Selah likes America to do this or not, they're going to do what they're going to do. I hate to break that to you. So it's not something that I'm looking for. I'm telling you what I'm seeing, like somebody who's watching a basketball game and is saying, so-and-so passed the ball now, looks like they're down the court. Well, that looks kind of concerning, but maybe he'll get it together. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is you're talking about the past because the present is the past, right? So what I'm suggesting is this woman, Emma, said, hey, there is a wrong and a right. There is only right now in this moment making a choice from your heart and your mind to the best of your ability to make a choice, to speak, to act, to do to move the parts in front of you. There is no wrong or right when it comes to this world stage. Those are narratives. They are narratives that have been given to you. They have been given to you. And you're deciding which one is wrong or right based on a constraint that has been given to you. What I'm suggesting is those constraints aren't real. The reality is in front of your eyes, from your heart and your soul, in front of the people in front of you. And the language that you use doesn't have to come from their narrative of wrong or right. How we break out of that, it comes from creativity. It comes from loving the person that's in front of you. It comes from loving yourself. It comes from knowing that it is beyond their narrative, that I own my story. I can speak. They can't tell me what is happening in the world. You might wake up tomorrow and realize that every fucking thing on the internet is fake. Half of it, 90% of it. And then what? You're just using these scripts about who's gonna be the leader, who's not gonna be the leader. I'm just suggesting that we push beyond that, because someone is giving them to us, and they've been giving them to us. So maybe you're right, Sayla, but what's happening right now is the past script manifested right now, but I'm saying don't use their script anymore, because then we just keep our children and the children of the world in the same cycle, the same predestined script.
Great story, bro. But look. Go tell somebody in Sudan that, their future is in their hands, or go and tell somebody, like the Iranian people that, it's all in their hands. They got this. It sounds really nice. You make it sound really, really cool. And yes, I do believe that what you're saying has its place, but in a whole other level of consciousness, a whole other that nobody's at right now. We would literally have to have a consciousness shift. And maybe you're talking about how we get to the consciousness shift. Maybe that's what you're tapping into. That's great. I'm all for that. But what I'm telling you is that
how to get here. The pen, Sayla. The pen.
What I'm saying is that when
the pen is mightier than the sword.
That's great. I definitely think that the pen is very useful, but I'm not opposed to the sword. Oh, you know me. I have a pen in one hand and a sword in the other. Quite literally. Literally. If y'all don't know, I do weapons training with swords.
The pen's always going to win.
I don't know about that. I use them both as needed. I use them both as needed. They both come into play as needed.
What blue is not out of the blue. Sayla, what about the shooting in Austin this morning?
I heard about that. Do you know what it was behind? Do you have any information as to
the guy that was the shooter? He had a shirt on that kind of was supporting Iran. So I don't know if he was motivated by the bombings and stuff that happened. But I think 16 people got injured. Yeah, 16 people got injured and 2 died.
That's really bad. It's really bad. You said it's a Syab blue?
But I mean that's what Blue was saying. Right in front of us, we see what's wrong and what's right. But what I'm saying is that these other things are going to spur things happening right in front of you. They are going to spur things happening in front of you, and that they are connected. You can't nothing's in a vacuum.
Sayla, when these kind of things happen and they look so fucking ridiculous, who wears a shirt that says I'm Team Allah or something? It's the craziest fucking thing. You gotta know. Look at Mossad and how Mossad was treating the attacks on Palestine, and how they would just do the most ridiculous shit. Look at this hospital. These are terrorists right here. This calendar. This is their calendar. When it's that fucking ridiculous, I don't know why they're so ridiculous with their psyops. It's just crazy.
When you think about it, we made this happen. it was a collective consciousness of people who were like begging and asking for war, quite literally, right? Without knowing whatever the consequences of it. And this did not come out of the blue, as Blue would say. However, if we had like an entire populace of Iran saying that we'll achieve our own freedom, do not interfere, if this is what the he would have, these two parties would have fought like 100 times before wanting to attack, right? So we do make our realities come true simply by what we put out there. And that is what Blue is saying, if I'm not.
That is absolutely what I'm saying, and that's why people try to control the narrative. It's all about controlling the narrative. That's why I don't trust everybody on this app.
Listen, whatever the narrative is, listen, when you have people that are starving, and whatever the narrative is, they just need some food, bro. Like, they need action on our part. Like, we are our brother's keeper. No one, like, at the end of the day, whatever your narrative is, they just need action, period.
I get it. I truly believe that you're struggling to find the word, Selah, for something very complex, and that you are really, I've heard you for the past few hours, and I can tell that you're grappling with the narratives you've been given, because in your heart of hearts, you know they don't fucking make any goddamn sense, and they make people sound like idiots when they repeat them. So you're struggling with your like religiosity and your like kind of like theories about humans, and I hear you in the struggle, and I say keep doing that. At least you're honest in that. There's some people that have really bought into the narratives, and I side at them. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you give a real agent motherfucking vibes right now, because your narrative is so like it ain't making sense, but you singing it like a parrot.
Look, y'all like,
hallelujah. This is what I've been telling Selah, and Selah's been feeling like weird about it, but this is what I've been telling her. Like, I don't understand this.
Y'all are some hoes coming around trying to say that I'm creating a narrative. I am literally reporting the damn news.
You my hoe, girl.
Listen, I am literally reporting the news.
Struggling with it.
Nagus, I actually know Blue in real life, and we go really way back. But listen, Blue, this is not a narrative. Narrative is something that you create. I am literally telling you what I see and reporting the freaking news. So all this baloney schmaloney, you guys are trying to make assumptions. I'm ducking and dodging and bobbing and weaving.
Girl, no. Everything is narrative. I'm creating one right now. Like, everyone has narratives.
No, I think Selah's doing. But she is going on her narrative.
You're not supposed to have your own narrative when you're reporting the news unless you're a Zion.
So she's been asking me, and I've been kind of evading Selah for the past, like, from yesterday. And she's like, Nagus, what's going on? Blah, blah. I texted her and I said, I have no idea what's going on. Like, I don't know what's going on because of not using a narrative anymore.
That's honest.
Yeah. I can't figure it out. I don't know.
Yeah, me too, to be honest.
It goes down. It's like, you know it's good. Freaking all over the place.
You're wrong for that. I was like, I know you. I can tell when you're trying to like figure it out.
She is. She's trying to figure it out. The thing is, just say, I don't know. That's like,
I don't know shit.
That is what it is.
Because you're really good with words, Selah. So
I don't know nothing.
I mean, it's about the love. I mean, people have got up both sides. I'm like, and you just keep like, and you're like, and then. I'm like, oh gosh, it's crashing out. It's great. The struggle is good, girl. It's productive. We love you.
Blue, the thing is, Selah and I are those two people who like sit on these stages and freaking preach anti-Zionism so much. And today, like, we have to face very close to home, literally home, being sort of so-called rescued from one evil by another evil. And this is what is fucking leaving, I think, us.
Now, in all those rooms that were on stage doing that, Blue is in the chat talking shit. You might have to do it.
Yep, at night, late at night, talking crazy.
Yeah, I remember Blue. I have read Blue.
And you know, I love the words. I love playing with words and playing with scripts and narratives and being dramatic and shit with words. Break it all up, Sailor. Break it up, crack it up, do whatever the fuck you want. You're free.
It's so funny to argue and then at the end be like, yeah, you're right, I don't know shit.
Facts.
But you have to realize you don't know shit either.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's what he's saying.
Don't fucking know shit.
That's why it's so fucking confusing. Can't figure it out.
And I fucking love El Normo. And I know you love El Normo too. And that's why I'm like, El Normo exists for us to be in this world that's like, holy shit, we don't even know what the fuck's happening right now. It's awesome. Because the heart is greater than the narrative, right? It's so much bigger. Like, I don't know, it's wild.
So Blue, he came into the room just a few minutes ago and said, congratulations, you should be thanking us. Damn, did that trigger something? And I said, thanking you? Have you seen what you've done to humanity? And I went at him. And he said, and then someone came and kind of interceded. And then he said, I'm so sorry, Marcus. I didn't mean to be like this. Like, fucker.
Yeah, he's great. I've gone in many times in the chat on El Normo, and then other times I've been like, oh my god, he's brilliant. And then I'm like, fuck you, El Normo. That's the stupidest idea. It's awesome.
We've all been there.
Andre says that.
Yes, we've all been there. You know, emotional roller coasters with El Normo.
Andre, today I was telling him, I was like, listen, anyone that steps on this stage that cannot admit the oppression of the oppressor, whether it's Khamenei or Netanyahu, you're wrong. It's you. You're the problem, right? And then one of my mods asked him, I'm going to give you a list of things that Iran has done that has oppressed people. I'm going to give you a list of things. All right, now can you name anything that Israel has done to oppress people or has done wrong? He could not and would. He was like, you got to tell me something. You got to y'all got to tell me. I was like, oh my God.
That's exactly how he speaks. I'm like, do you realize, like, Tel Aviv is on flames? And he's like, it's not true. How can that even be possible? This is all fake news. This is the level of freaking delusion that I think is lying to itself. Can't deal with it. I'm so
different videos showing like Tel Aviv and saying like, you see, Israel only hits regime officials and they're hitting residential areas. You see the difference?
Mm-hmm. Illegal, huh? Those kind of.
Just imagine for a moment if the Israeli and the Iranian leadership in a sort of last salvo event take each other out.
Anything is possible. At this moment, anything is possible.
Look, Prince opened her room.
Marcus, you're gonna freaking believe in God after that. I
I'm
can
gonna
tell
be the
you.
I'm gonna be the Mata Hari for the show. I'm gonna dance my evening seducing both sides.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, I mean, I don't mean this as an insult at all, but they started the Muppet Show again, and it's so good. On Disney Plus, you should be the next special guest, Marcus.
It's not at all insulting. That's flattering. Thank you, Andre. Thank you. What is it, Sella? Sella Shimigi.
Well, but Prince opened her room earlier, but I don't think I see it anymore. But he has said Netanyahu assassinated. But I went and tried to fact check it, and I think he's just being stupid. I don't see anything in the news. I think he's just trying to trigger people because I can't find it anywhere.
I saw on X a similar picture like Khamenei with the red thing eliminated with not turning it on. But it doesn't mean anything.
Crazy. That would be crazy. That would be karma.
Crazy work.
Yeah. I've been so angry for some reason. Like angry at the world.
Is it because Dubai is getting cooked?
Isaiah.
So, yes, dark is giving to the dark side of the force.
Oh, it's so dark. Everything is dark here, so dark.
Switch on the lights, darling.
Turn on the lights.
Let there be light.
Find the fucking switch. Someone guided me there.
Oh, damn.
How much you think the average hooker is going for in Dubai right now?
I don't know how much you think. Last I heard was 10,000 a night.
10,000 what, dirhams?
No, US dollars.
Hell no. I stay in America, it's $40.
You get some cheap hoes, bro.
It's only $40 depending on where you're willing to put it. Yeah.
Super gonorrhea that you don't have to pay body for.
Where you getting the syphilis from, bro?
In your throat.
Ew.
No, that's the $10,000 ones, bro. That's the $10,000 ones. They got all that shit.
They don't have cures for that shit, man. You need to get right. You need to find God.
You know, the $40 ones are new to the game. Come on, man. You don't know no better. 10,000 that comes with a lot of experience of getting pooped on in Dubai.
Mm-hmm.
They got a lot more exposure to diseases and, you know, what's it called? Shawarma parasites and stuff like that.
Reach out and touch fate.
What happened there?
What happened? We're eating 10 meat and beans on toast.
And fucking $40 hoes.
Hell yeah, fuck $40 hoes. That's my favorite.
Guys, y'all are bringing down the prestige of this girl.
I'm so sorry. This ghetto Isaiah, I can't break down the freaking entire prestige.
There's no prestige in this room.
This is
Got a bunch of gay rats.
Even is on the stage yapping away about hoes. Good God, Taylor. Let's let him talk a little bit more and see what the fuck else he has to say about his nasty life. He didn't shit.
Have you ever read any books about Roald Dahl? He has a story in a collection of short stories called Boy about his young life. Where one when he was in Egypt and he was going to a whorehouse. This is before he wrote Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and Matilda and stuff. And he was saying that you guys are interested, huh? You better read the book for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You nomads know how to read?
On good days, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you just call us nomads?
Yeah.
I'm kind of technically nomadic. I have to leave my
Wow, long time. I've been around.
I just see all the gypsies in your profile pictures.
Yeah, it's interesting, like, before the revolution in the 1950s in Iran, over half the population of Iran was nomadic.
Yeah.
Isn't that a crazy number?
Not really. Not really.
In the 50s, like, in America, Americans are nomadic too, right? Americans move for work all the time. But they stay in America.
Yeah. Well, America's vast, you know, it's bigger than the whole Middle East, and it's a lot more diversity in landscape and stuff.
Maybe.
But Iran, you guys are very, you know what I'm saying, closely related to like Punjabis and Gypsies and other kind of nomadic type of people.
Everything. Because
We are the real gypsies.
Iran is...
Yeah, you guys are the real Gypsies, that's true.
Was in the middle of the Silk Road, so there's always a lot of trade. I got the phone call, so I'll be back in a bit.
Salad au vide. On a nice baguette.
Olivier? Olivier?
Olivia.
I said Olivier.
Olivier, that's right.
Olivier. Alright, I'm gonna say it right from now on. Olivier.
No, there's not D at the end. It's just Olivier.
Olivier. That's how you say it in Russian?
That's right.
Nice.
Wait a second. Why do Russians have salad Olivia as well?
They invented it.
It's theirs.
At the front door.
Yeah.
So it's Sababa. We took it from them.
Exactly.
Why are these people cottages? We are the real people.
No, you're not. You guys are freaking used car salesmen that specialize
Okay,
in
bro. I was trying to be humble. Chill.
BMWs with 300,000 miles on it that you guys roll the miles back on it and charge 30% APR to $40 hookers. Yeah. You guys are my friends, though. Much love. Salad Olivia.
There's us new to a talk and we're talking about hookers. That's great.
There's a Devalo. He is the most objective. He's awesome.
Hookers are better than bombs. So.
He and Salmon, they're my favorite.
Hookers are much better than bombs.
Very much better. Yes, I gotta give it to you. Yeah, that's true.
Hookers are the bomb.
For some. Suppose so.
Oh dear.
America made too good for hookers.
Ese Devalo.
I don't trust anybody who doesn't love hookers.
Oh my god.
Audio.
Yeah, I gotta say that you just won my heart. Like, it's true. You're like, how did you know that we should love the hookers?
Hey, Blue, you're on my side? We're lovers now?
Yeah, well, yes. Like, you won me over. I was really trying to fill you out, and now, like, I'm feeling the
I'll trade one of the girls in my profile picture for you.
Dude, we be a pinball. I want to get the man of the hour, the one who wants to establish the Ottoman Empire all over again. Our man, Illumi.
No, I'm kicking any Ottoman's ass in 2017.
Illumi is looking forward
I mean,
to the establishment of the Ottoman Empire. The Sunni access, as he calls it.
No, I'm kicking all the Ottomans' asses, like my ancestors did.
That should be inspiration enough for Illumi to come up.
Illumi, come get your ass
I
kicked.
cannot bring that.
Come get your ass kicked right away.
Literally been had a car all over But matter of fact, he cussed that mayor. Literally, he was.
I've been crashing out on him. I was hating on him like for the past 2 days.
He called mayors a really awful name.
The fuck? Illumi?
Exactly.
No one calls mayors out. No one puts mayors on the corner. Piece of shit.
Hey, Blue.
Oh wait, are there's really whores in your picture? I can't.
These are not.
They're not whores. They're my sweethearts.
Look at the bottom of the feet. Click on the picture. Click on the picture and look at the bottom of the feet.
What's wrong with the bottom of my feet?
No, that's not you, bro.
It is me. After a big bowl of salad olavi.
We made a pedicure, bro, and so badly.
I'll let you chew the corns off my heels.
Sick piece of shit.
You could put lotion, Jergens.
Stop. Okay. Listen, you've gone too far. Call around or Stop. I think Illumi smoked himself retarded and fell asleep because he been quiet for a while.
Maybe he's been speaking for hours, okay? To no end. Mostly about his dreams of the building back of Ottoman Empire with Erdogan from Turkey coming back and taking and annexing Iran. I'm giving me that shit in my confused state of existence. I went at him. I lost it. Who was this for that? He's a sheriff. If anything, ما یه خبر فداکاری دادیم. You know. I just on the fence and just watched it and cried it.
چی گفتی سم؟
چی گفتی سم؟
نه فقط خواستم درستت کنم فداکاری کردیم فداکاری رو میکنم
فداکاری کردیم چجوری گفتم فداکاری دادیم؟
آره فداکاری دادیم
ما کردیم اوکی اونا دادم دیوونه عرض بی بالا
گفتم چرا اگه دوست نداری کرکتت کنم درستت کنم خب نمیدونم
خیلی دوست دارم
خیلی از این بدتر مشکل داریم تا بگیم بکنیم یا
نه خب وقتی داره فارسی حرف میزنه خب من میگم
دوست دارم بلو برات پایین این thumbs down من خیلی دوست دارم
نه بلو نه علیرضا بود
علیرضا
Yeah. As soon as he walks into the room.
همه دیوانه ها سردرد دارم هم از بد حرف زدم صدام نمیره
Actually, what school was that? Kids at that, and do you know why?
Okay, now just hear me out, okay? Hear me out. Give me a second.
I'm just asking for facts.
I know, but just let me cook, okay? Just give me a second, okay? The minute that there's a report that, a kid's school was, hit, what happened? People all of a sudden started pushing against, America, Dave Smith, everything. They killed a bunch of kids. You gotta stop this. Look at their evil. They're gonna do the same thing rails against the common enemy, right? So this is what I'm saying. I don't know for a fact that the regime did it themselves. I'm just saying that it wouldn't be beyond the, the place of it wouldn't be beyond probability that they would do something like that. They would do something like that, and the minute that they did it, it literally gave the whole propaganda network of the left side ammunition to start clutching their pearls. You know what I mean?
Hello, you're running a Zionist narrative. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
Because we said, oh, they didn't do it.
I'm going to ask you a question, yes or no. Is this regime capable of doing something like that, yes or no?
Yes, did they really do it? But did they really do it?
Let me ask you this.
Hold on. Can you answer me? Are the Zionists capable of doing such a thing?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
But now you have to say whose interest would it be more in to hit a school full of kids?
Would it be in the Zionist interest to hit kids in Palestine?
That's Palestine. We're talking about the mission that
This
they're
is the
trying to
same.
do. No. They have two different missions. One mission is to switch out a government.
Do it. They've done it over years. Other people, they can easily do it.
That would be the last thing that you want to do if you're trying to overthrow a regime, because you're going to unify the people that are already ununified. So that you have to.
Why are you justifying for the Zionists?
It's not justifying. It's just that I know these motherfuckers and what they're willing to do to get people to push back on. You have to understand that the minute that happened, on the first day when they killed Khamenei, okay, now, schoolgirls, this is what I'm saying. When they killed those regimes, they literally hit only one apartment most of they hit with freaking precision. It wouldn't be, I'm not saying that they didn't do it. I'm just saying, that they would be willing to do it.
So they also hit the middle of Tajish, it wasn't 100% accurate, all their
I'm just saying that if you want to unify the people on the inside and say they're killing our children, we need to unify against these, the outside threat, that's a perfect way to do it. That just happens to be the most perfect way to do it. And then also, if you want everyone to say they're about to do to Gaza, they're about to do Iraq, and literally start protesting Trump, that would be a perfect way to do it. I'm just saying that the incentive for this regime to do that is way more than the incentive for them to hit the school themselves. I'm just saying that it is so in the realm of possibility, is what I'm saying. I just don't want y'all to negate that it's within the realm of possibility. Marilla, jump in.
No, I don't negate that. I agree with you, and I don't negate that. But it's just, we don't have a source saying 100% for sure what you're saying.
Yeah.
I agree with you there that, there is a possibility.
When you say that it's a Zionist talking point, why do you act like the regime is any better than a Zionist that would do something to have an excuse?
They're not. Just like I was said, right? It's not that they've had all their targets only concentrated entirely on bringing the people of the regime down. They've also targeted public places. They've also targeted very heavily flooded with people, public places. So let's be honest about this whole thing. I think we should just not take sides and watch this, observe this honestly as it goes by, so that we're not deluded by any sort of, how Mr. Unai
Well, being honest, I have to throw in and factor it in that these mofos would do something like that. And anyone that wouldn't factor that in, jump in.
So nobody at this point knows exactly what happened, but we can have some guesses. But before I give my guesses, I would want to point what happened in June of 1994. Islamic Republic placed a bomb in Imam Reza shrine. For those who don't know who is Imam Reza, is the 8th Shiite Imam in Mashhad in west of Iran, in east of Iran. So, and they killed many people. Then they blamed some of the opposition for doing that. Later, a whistleblower said that was actually the intelligence service did in Iran to want to gain some power that was for internal, struggle that they had. That we have this fact. I'm not stating that the regime did hit at the school in purpose, but I can assure nobody with the right mind want to attack a country and kill children if they want to have if they don't look for unifying those people behind their government.
Unless you're trying to defend them. Unless you're trying to defend them or genocide.
Correct. So and to back up what Salman was talking about, those bombs or those missiles are not 100% accurate. They could do malfunctions. And what happened in Hajish Square in north of Tehran, and they hit middle of the traffic jam and killed a bunch of innocent people. We know that. So this could be RGC missile fell. It could be a bomb. They did it to just blame it on Israel or United States, or it could be United States and Israel, one of their missile, had some sort of effect. At this point, we don't know it, but we have to consider this for possibilities. It is naive to say, oh, this dying is killing children. What are you going to achieve by doing that? There's nothing positive would come out.
And that's what I say about being objective and looking at the pieces on the board. What would be the benefit? What would be we already know their objective in Gaza is different than their objective here. And that makes a difference in what they're gonna do and how they're gonna do it. Why they would do it, how they would do it. So just like Marisol said, any of those possibilities are more likely than an intentional attack towards those children.
And it sounds like you're avoiding another narrative that could be that the cost of foreign intervention is the death of innocent people. And I don't know why you are avoiding that.
No, that's real too. That's a real thing too.
So it's like you're real obsessed with pinning the blame on saying this bad, that they're both bad, but this one is really, really bad and would definitely just kill his kids, instead of just being it could be that foreign interventions, there's a cost to it. And this is one of them.
No, absolutely, that is a true factor. Even with the 12-day war, I think there were some children that were killed. Nagus' family knew, their kids knew some of the kids that were killed. So that is a very true, fact. That is a true probability. But to say they targeted or they were intentionally targeting, no. And we have to once again look at the history, like Marisol just said, the track record. He just named you 1993 Exhibit A. I could give you another one. The attack that they did with the parade and they accidentally wrote the wrong date on the paper. Do you remember which one I'm talking about? That they accidentally wrote the... Anyway, we have a track. What about the fire and the freaking cinema? The track record with these people, the gassing of the school girls. The track record of these people is that they are more than willing and able to do things like that. And so we have to add it to the list because it would be very favorable in their interest to do something like that, because I told you about the conditions it creates. So whoever it is, it's evil.
Another narrative is that Israel is a terrorist state, and
they are a terrorist. But even terrorist
states, so the point is to create fear. So you're skipping some.
So this is an issue. As long as someone wants to see the world through Palestinian lens, it would not allow you to see real true colors.
100%, because you're unable to look objective.
You guys trying to be objective about something, you need to have a clear glass in front of you. There is a Persian poet says that if you keep a blue glass in front of your eyes, you see entire world in blue. پیش چشمت داشتی شیشه کبود زان سبب عالم کبودت می‌ماند. You're keeping it.
But with Shisha Kabul, yeah, but before that, the blue lens might be the freaking interference. But every time through that blue lens, you might see the same thing over and over again. It's just something, at least I never learned my recognition.
Now you for the breakup clarity at the end. You were the
I'm just saying it's just pattern recognition. And no matter how many times you look through the blue lens, if you see the event like taking place over and over again, quite clearly, just like Blue saying, speaking of blue lens, it's pretty obvious. Like maybe there are certain like mannerisms and ethics in war that we see stay consistent with certain people or certain like governances, and then you see these ethics don't like change overnight. Strategies might change.
That's right. The strategy based on the objective. Exactly.
Yeah.
And see, everybody knows how I feel about a Jewish state and a supremacist ethnicity state. Everybody knows how I feel about that. But I don't let that color my lens as to what is happening in this. Like when you look at the pieces on the board, you have to look at the pieces on the board objectively. These pieces are not the same as the pieces over there. When you're trying to reach a certain objective, certain maneuvers, yeah, they're a terrorist state. But even a terrorist state has an objective and maneuvers to achieve that objective. Maneuvers that would defeat that objective and maneuvers that accomplish that objective.
They say like World War II, we nuked Japan, and like I had this to figure this out. I didn't think it was true, but apparently the Japanese were happy when the American soldiers came. They were not like resentful of us nuking them. Like, how is that possible? My point is that girlfriend, you need to buckle up because you think this is a nice situation. It's not.
Who the hell thinks this is a nice situation, Blue? I'm only gonna let you twist the reality so much.
No, what I'm telling you is they could bomb every
ma'am.
The strategy is that's a.
Read the title. Stop it, Blue. Stop trying to twist reality to fit your narrative. That's your narrative that I think that this is peaches and cream and that, everything's, awesome and they're just coming to liberate us. Read the title, honey. Please don't do that. Don't twist the narrative. This is a frightening situation and I'm looking at it based off of every party's goals and objectives. I'm looking at what is it that they're trying to achieve and trying to assume what would be most beneficial to achieving those goals. Now, I could totally be wrong, but to think that like all the things that you're trying to paint as like me thinking that it's all good and they're just like, stop it.
Well, maybe you just need to clarify things with your words a little.
No, I don't think I do. I think that you're taking what I'm saying and wanting to make it that, and it's just not cute.
No, I've been in the room for hours, and you keep pushing this narrative that the Iranian government did this to their own people.
No, I can't.
You've repeated it like 10 or 12.
Blue, I'm not playing with you, dude. I have repeated 12 or 10 times that it is a possibility within the realm of possibility. And if you don't know this government, take several seats. I'm telling you, according to Iranian people, myself and others included, that it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Now, you're trying to go and say that I'm making a narrative that I know, no. No, I'm not going to bring you up so you can try to decimate my character and try to twist what I'm saying. And I'm only upset at Blue because I actually know her in real life. And she does this often, to be honest with you. This isn't something she does.
To be fair to Stella, she's positing a possibility, right? Not even like a high probability. She's saying knowing their actions, and Maisel, I think, backs us up with the bombing in the shrines. So, yes, that makes her case like even more, at this point, plausible. Now, one must grant that as an Iranian person, I would grant it. I wouldn't fight it, but I would still put it onto the radar of possibility or plausibility. Yeah. Get blew up, please.
No, she's sitting there and you're not being balanced. Girl, you're not being balanced. Because you only see, if you can't take into the realm of possibility that they're willing to do that, you're the one not being balanced. And then the fact that she's taking my words and then twisting it to fit her narrative, I'm not with it right now, Meredith. This is my thinking, hamiشه این کارا رو میکنه in real life. And I'm just not in the mood for it right now.
Nobody here, except CIA or Iranian regime, knows exactly what happened. So we're just guessing. And if you are, guessing, then you need to, talk about all the possibilities. I give 4 different scenarios, and we don't know which, more likely. We don't know at this point. So any conversation is just a guessing game, and nobody can prove, and it's just pointless.
Hi, guys.
This is why I dislike speculation.
Alright.
Answer.
What are you guys talking about? Anything in particular, or?
Let's talk about, baby. Let's talk about you.
You don't want to, because everybody knows what that is. What? What happened?
I thought you left the app if you're the same night they're thinking you are.
Well, what do you think I am?
I know you are, but what am I?
I am who that I am. I am what I am.
How many Amstel lights have you had today? I got a riddle for you, if anyone wants to hear it, because apparently everybody shut up when I came in the room. What's up there? What?
We've been all over the map with the topics.
What's the most recent one?
No, there've been a lot of things positive. I think it's just generally about people's preconceptions about the situation, maybe people's ideas about the situation, and also the fact that we're now in a much more dynamic space where people's previous position where they stood and where they stand now, it's a different game that's being played. All the players on board are now playing a different game than the game that they were originally playing. So it's just a matter of kind of just becoming aware of that and thinking about how all the players are, behaving differently, what their history of behavior has been. Does that mean that they can be a good actor in this moment or not? Does that mean that every action that they take is a bad action? We don't know. Everything is becoming very kind of murky because the game has started. Now nobody knows what the outcomes are going to be. They don't know whose players, what the incentives are. Everything is very dynamic. And I think that's kind of been the general topic. I'll leave it there.
Good stuff. You know what? It's been 8 hours that I've had this room running since I got to work, and that's a really long time. And literally, we've been having really hard conversations. So I can see that I've reached the point of no return when it comes to being annoyed. So I just gotta be careful. Once you've been on the app and you've literally been knocking these hoes down, when you've been pen slapping people around for 8 hours, you kind of get tired,
I want to ask you something. Hi, Daniel.
No, but where's my pen slap?
Hi, Daniel. He wants to be pen slapped.
I think it's important to remember, and I know that this has probably been said a million times, but this is an altruism on behalf of these powers, what they're doing in Iran. It's not altruism. I mean, what they've essentially did is created the perfect setting, stage for a civil war and bloodshed. And this is not a joke. This is not the time to celebrate
The time to celebrate is when we see that there's some stabilization of the people in Iran, and hopefully in the form of a secular society. But I have hopes that will happen, but who the fuck knows? But the truth of the matter is, this is the easy thing to do. Let's go in and drop some bombs on everything, and this will fix everything. And that's obviously the most ridiculous. Think about that. We're going to go and drop bombs and solve all the problems for the Iranian people. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. It should have been done in a slow way, in a way that wasn't as abrupt as it was now. And I hope that the celebration begins when the Iranian people are freed and their their economy stabilizes. At the moment, we don't know what the fuck is going to happen. We don't know. It's just, and that's what I think the people just aren't accepting on either side. It's like we don't celebrate until there's stability. Was that already said?
Kind of.
I thought that was like an original take. Like, I feel depressed now. Stella, can you put Slappy?
Sure.
Just once.
Like the 5 fingers say.
Here.
So this is what someone else was telling me, right? And I was objectively listening to it. Something like, we as a people, like, don't exterminate things like this, right? We don't take out leaders like this, as he was saying. It's like even when Ashok was taken out, he left. Even those who were anti-whatever this government fled, and some were killed, of course. However, like, this kind of taking out someone is just, I don't know, it's bizarre. It's like what Daniel said, too quick, too fast, and just dropping bombs. That's weird. Like, I just don't know how, like for me, it's like so clear, right? Like, of course, I don't think that, like, I don't want bombs and wars and stuff like that. But when it comes to, like, the removal of these people, it's like you said, Nari, it's like, it's such a deeply embedded system that unless you, like, I just don't, I don't know, like, basically to be objective, right, you would have to put yourself in the shoes of, which is really hard thing to do because they're so evil, but you gotta put yourself in the shoes of Netanyahu and Trump. And then you have to see what are their goals and what are they trying to accomplish, right? And how can they accomplish it with minimal, and then you have to start factoring those things in as well. And all these different things. And then when it comes to how would be the most viable way to have a regime change in Iran, like, if you're trying to look for the people to do it, we could literally go over that in a plethora of ways and really see if that is actually viable. I'd like to do that, actually. Let's really, like, dissect, was it an actual viable thing, given the unarmed position of our people and the way that this regime is orchestrated and who they are as a regime. Like, I would really like to lay that out to see if that is even, how much of in the realm of possibility that would be. Because I would, of course, like, if it was, like, great, let's drop some plans or whatever. But, I mean, from what we're seeing, right, Salajan, this is how rogues and mafia also does it. This is how someone in the Wild Wild West does it. Walk and shoot, walk out. Now, and yes, we call ourselves like a civilized people. You've entered a country, you've targeted certain people, you've exterminated them. Okay, now think of it as without attachment. And
and you're fucking looking around. What are you doing? What kind of cowboy are you? This style is not new to Trump and Netanyahu. This has just been their way of doing things.
When it comes to listen, when they're doing it, there's different goals.
There's no ethics here. These people are uncivilized motherfuckers. These people are assholes. This is not how you do it in a civilized society.
Who is how you do it? It's how Khamenei, the way he does it? Is that how you do it?
It's wrong.
We're dealing with
it's wrong too.
Okay.
It's absolutely wrong too. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying
when you have a different, one objective is to land grab, to steal more ground, to ethnically cleanse, and to take more and more and more and more land, right? That is a different goal than a regime change. Like what you're trying to accomplish here is not the same thing that you're trying to accomplish here. So your goals and your strategies are going to be completely different. I don't know why that's not transferring. I think it has to do with what Maribel was saying, is seeing everything through blue glasses. Like you're unable to look at the objective here is different than land grabbing and wanting to move people out. Like you're trying to do a regime change, which is different than ethnic cleansing or occupying or whatever. So naturally, your strategies are going to be different.
Hi, Susan. I wanted to make another question, maybe that makes it a little bit easier. My problem right now with the situation we are at is when we are talking about a war, and if I'm pro-war or I'm actually anti-war, I would like to ask which war. Because Iranian people at this time, they are in the middle of many wars, literally wars. One of them is the one that we see with the attacks and missiles and all of these toys, all of these scary toys. The other one is the war between the people and this regime. And one of the invisible and the most horrible one are the sanctions. And for me, the sanction is a horrible war because it's a two-sided sword. It didn't start yesterday, unfortunately, and not the day before yesterday. It's going on for 25 years. As they started this, the oligarchs that we are dealing with today, and we call it the complex system of the oligarchs and a debt system that no one can touch it today. In one way, they really empowered and reached, and we all know how they abuse this kind of a situation with the sanction to get richer and richer every day and to buy all these toys that we want to destroy today. And on the other side, this war was on the real poor people of Iran. Poor, I don't mean P-O-O-R in the poverty today. The people who are very innocent and they didn't want anything rather than a normal life, building a very normal future for themselves. And who did started the other war and who chose that solution to stop these dictators or this danger? It's again, unfortunately, the USA. And I cannot believe in a very smart and intelligent country like USA, there are no other solutions if they choose to help, support, or to protect themselves. I have problem when I go back and I am asking myself why we are here today, why they have so many toys in the hand from the nuclear to missiles and everything. Where did this money come from? Some of them came from the money that they took from the whatever which is in the country. But most of them, it's a wealth that they built because of the sanctions. That's my objection.
I really I'm sorry, I'm really feeling like the bad guy here, I really am.
No, it's not that you.
No, it's fine, no, but it's just that I have to push back on certain things and I feel bad about it. First of all, wasn't it the Iranian people that would get mad when the sanctions would get lifted? Yes, they were suffering, but they would say, you know, the Iranian government is on its last knees, and then y'all release money to them. Yeah, we know that we're suffering, but let them, they're dying out. So the Iranian and people themselves, y'all are saying things opposite than what the Iranian people are saying. So that's one thing I just don't understand. The other thing was, what was your other point you said? Oh, like, listen, when Palestine uses the means of our oppressors, we all understand, not all of us, but most of us say, okay, I understand. They're in a fight for their freedom, so they use the Islamic regime of Iran for their own benefit. We understand, like, nobody's like, oh yeah, there are people. Okay, so you have some people who are like, far-sighted Palestinians that you deal with the IRGC, and then there's some who are like, okay, these people are just trying to fight for their freedom resistance, and they're going to work with whoever gives them weapons. But on the other side, guys don't see it the same when Iranians are using their oppressors. Like, it's not good, it's not right, it's not optimal, but this is why is it that when they use our oppressors, we understand, but when Iranian people are using their oppressors, all of a sudden we're clutching our pearls and we don't understand how? Like, why is it that we understand them riding the wave of people that align with their agenda and goals, but when the Iranian people are riding the wave of what aligns with their goals, like, we don't understand it all of a sudden. Now, don't take this like for me saying that I agree with these tactics. I hate these tactics. But what I'm saying is that it's hypocritical for us to comprehend it on one side and not comprehend it on the other side.
I agree.
Hold on, I want to give Dina an opportunity to respond, and you can jump in there. Dina, do you want to respond?
You are talking about why we are not talking about the Iranian government is not taking the right action.
No, like you were saying, like basically, you're talking about U.S. intervention and what's going on with Iran, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, and so Palestinians were using military power and assistance from the Islamic regime of Iran, right?
That's correct. Yeah. Oh, on that one, I'm fully with you. Definitely, there is something, really, there is some ground that these people are just, I'm sorry to use that, but it's like colorblind for them, that they don't get it, that, hey, there is really a real issue here, that Iran was not, I don't think so, the Islamic Republic ever wanted to help any people and anything in the Middle East. If they wanted to help, with all the money that they had, they could definitely build, universities, libraries, hospitals, sport facilities.
I think you're missing what I'm saying, Dina John.
Maybe I couldn't get the point.
What do you think on all sides? Could you
Can I just say this? Yeah? Listen, I don't know if you have just witnessed the news, but now, the Israeli forces have hacked in, the Pakistani news network, and Mossad agents, and they're literally trying to take over. They've got fighter jets on the border of Iran and Pakistan and India on the east. Now they're going to attack Pakistan next.
Bro, if you look at the Pakis, go fucking stop the Bashar.
No, I'm saying the next target is there. Do you understand?
Yeah.
I think everybody's so ugly and the world is so stupid.
Why shouldn't it be like this? We should unite as one. We are one people. It doesn't matter where you're from. Humanity. How? Is that we stop the people who try to divide us, who conquer us. That's how we do it. We don't allow these people to take over. How can you let one person take over because of his own agenda?
Marcus, can you bring up Marisol? It's not letting me bring him up anymore. Once you do it, no, I'm asking Marius. Marius, can you bring him up? Dina, John, can you bring Marisol up? Dina, John.
Sure, of course. Let me do that.
We all know what's right or wrong. We know
it's
the basics.
It's so sad that Israel, they have their own agenda and they want to do wicked things. And in order for the Iranian people to get free, they have to literally, like I was saying, ride the wave of their agenda in order to get it accomplished. Just like the Palestinian people have to ride the wave of the.
When they're forcing people to believe in them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the thing. We should never stand by the Iranian people are defending themselves in an act of defense.
Interrupt you. No, that's not what's happening, dude. That's not what's happening.
No, let me
finish. I'll say one thing. Look at the support for the IRGC within Iran. It's like what, 10% of the people have confidence in them? People are ecstatic that this is happening.
Why so many Iranians come out? Yeah?
No,
why so many Iranians?
They don't. They're not. Look, we know the numbers. You can look at the surveys. There's a Gammon survey in 2023. There's some other surveys. The Iranian people, stop. The Iranian people, right now, the Iranian people don't want this regime. In such a degree that it's 90% of them don't want it. 10%.
I have one question for you. Now,
did you just hear what I said?
I understand what you said, but I have a question for you now. If you're Iranian,
this regime is threatening back.
I understand this. So would you rather have foreign interference inside your country, right? That have their own political agenda, do not care about your people.
I know. That's the problem. No, I would not want that.
So which I am not.
Well, first of all, you don't have to pick between two evils. There's an overlap here. The majority of stop. You ready? The majority of Iranian people don't want this regime, and it's something like 85 to 90% of them do not trust the IRGC. Okay, and yes, obviously Israel and the United States are acting not out of altruism, but on their own. What is going to benefit them geopolitically, obviously. So it's going to, who the fuck knows what's going to happen at this point, but we do know that most Iranians are celebrating the fact that this motherfucker is dead. They are. I'm sorry, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Let me ask you a question. If you're with your mom and your dad, and you have a family, right? Yeah? And then another person you don't know has come inside your household, are you going to start disrespecting your dad? You hate him, you don't like him, whatever. Are you going to start disrespecting him?
Khamenei is not our dad. He's our murderer. He's the one who
Say your brother, you hate him.
Sir, it's not a high school. Where are you getting your information from?
No.
Where are you getting this information from?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Where are you getting? Give me some sources.
What does foreign intervention? Is clearly foreign intervention.
Sir, answer my question. Don't play around the questions. Where are you getting this information that Iranian wants this regime and where are you getting this?
What? Repeat the question again slowly, please. What regime?
Where are you getting this information that the Iranian people want this regime?
I didn't say that Iranian people want.
You said it.
No.
You said people came to the street, they were supporting. That's what you said.
I said people came out and the message.
I just want you to know, the last time they tried to show the support for the IRGC, the Islamic Republic, they literally used a protest out of Germany that the anti-regime was happening. And they showed it and they said to the people, they said, all these people in Germany that are out, they're in support of Iran. Like what they do is they always do stuff like that. Who knows what images they were showing, if that's real. But the numbers that Daniel gave you are pretty right. It should be about 10 to 15%.
Can I say this? Yeah?
No, you're asking too many questions. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Wait, dude, relax. You're going too fast. Let's walk together. We're not running. We're walking around it. We're walking around the river. Let's just talk quiet, slowly. So let's talk about your first statement. The Pakistan is next. May I ask you a question? How many nuclear weapon Pakistan has?
It has a lot of nuclear. It's like the.
No. Answer my question. Don't give me bullshit. How many Pakistan has gone over this?
236.
No, you're wrong. 107. So you don't even know what your fucking country has. So look, you don't even know your own country. Then stop talking about my country. Nobody going after your country that has over 170 nuclear weapons. You're too far away from Israel. You guys are safe. You need to be concerned about India. That's your first statement. You're completely wrong. Then your second statement about Iran.
What has distance have to do with it?
You look. Stop. It's not disrespect. This is not high school. I understand you're like probably in early 20s. Even when I was in my early 20s, I never see the word from your language.
Okay, listen.
I'm not even going to talk to this guy.
Listen, can I just say this? Why are you talking about distance when literally America said Iran is a threat to them and they're halfway across the country?
Because your government is smart. They're not trying to. Look, because your government is smart. They don't try to bite another country. Your government doesn't support Hamas. Your government is only trying to deal with the country around them. You interfere a little bit in here and there, a little bit in Balochistan in Iran, a little bit dealing with some people in India. You try to poke people in Afghanistan. You don't go 2,000 miles away and try to poke other people. So you're safe.
Just to give you a history lesson, okay?
You don't need to give me the history lesson. You don't even know about your own country.
Brother, this should make you the prime minister. Then go to Iran, make the prime minister. You should be the prime minister since you know everything. But listen, let me make this clear. Number one,
don't even know the structure of my country. Dude, you're so ignorant. I'm not going to talk to you. You don't know about geopolitics. We cannot conversation.
I'm not going to use Google. You know about geopolitics, okay? Number one. You know, Pakistan is never.
It's very obvious to me that you're so knowledgeable and you know so much about geopolitics that you don't even know Iran doesn't have prime minister. You don't even know how many fucking nuclear weapons you guys have, and you're concerned about Israel attacking you next. This is so retarded. I'm ready to claim interview. Go ahead.
No, I'll show you.
I'm just losing it.
Like
you're so.
You're not telling, like, that wasn't true. Like,
so basically, let me tell you what happened. No, it is. But listen, let me tell you what happened, yeah? Because again, usually, okay, now, they basically, they hacked the news network, okay, Geo News Network hacked, yeah? They hacked it, right, the Mossad agents to put anti-terrorist, something, I think it's trying to put on, the Pakistani the hackers, intercepted it and they hacked it and they found the location for Netanyahu and it says this guy's in Germany in a bunker. Okay? So and basically, by the way, just to let you know, Modi met with
Netanyahu.
Did you have your iftar, brother?
What the hell was that?
Maybe you just need to look up and see some facts for yourself before coming on a packed stage and talking to us. It would be better for your general knowledge.
I think Mirzad got it. That's cool.
He doesn't even know structure of Iran. He doesn't understand. He doesn't even know what he's doing.
He's just someone in his 20s.
That was like, are you serious? Then you're asking questions about other countries and you're trying to educate us like,
it's nice.
Give me a break.
We're going back to the fact that, like, a lot of people aren't able to clear the board of all the other stuff and see the board, like, for how it is now. Like, we superimpose other things going on, like really what Mirzad said, we're looking at Iran through the lens of Palestine. Just like Iranians, we're looking at Palestine through the lens of the Islamic Republic, right? A lot of Iranians were looking at Palestine like they have an Islamic fanatical issue too, when that's the propaganda. So they're doing that to each other, right? Like, these people are just really fighting for their, not that there aren't fanatical Islamic people, but the reality is that they're being colonized and blah, 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 blah. So what happens is that when you're looking at Iran through the eyes of this Palestinian lens, you're unable to see that the Iranians are waving freaking Israeli flags. Like, go back to the PR campaign. Go back to the marketing campaign. If you're Israel and America and you're trying to fix your reputation and you're trying to also, like, say, you're selling, like, look what happens when you're a people that stand with Israel. Look what happens when you're not a people that stand with Israel. And you begin to look at things objectively, you're going to start to calculate how would they move? How would they go about this? When you're putting all the pieces on the board. Like, the pieces on the board for Palestine is not that they're all waving freaking Israeli flags. That is not a piece on the board. Does that make sense? What I'm saying? There's different pieces on this board than is on the other board that people aren't factoring in when they're analyzing the fate of how this could go or turn out or whatever.
Yeah, I think as an outsider, usually we have some kind of a cliche that we are following, probably. That's what you mean, right? So.
No, like a lot of people are trying to interpret what is going to happen in Iran through the lens of other countries, which Nargis makes a really good point about pattern recognition, right? There's a pattern, a history, there's a pattern, but also sometimes because of the pattern, there could be, basically, if you have a pattern of, decimating and desolating all areas in the region, you may want to add, okay, this is a great example. In America, you have all these type of presidents, pattern recognition. You would say a white male is going to be president. But every once in a while, you have to throw Barack Obama in there to make you not look like a psychopath that just wants to eliminate everything in the Middle East. His name just happened to be Barack Hussein Obama. And after you do something like Bush, it would, you have to think about stuff like this. Like, you have to calculate what, if the pattern recognition has been this, then in order to break that narrative, to have like a new win or whatever, basically, you're going to want to try to land this plane correctly. That would seem like, but could be wrong. Totally could be wrong. Absolutely could be wrong. But if you're thinking in the way that they do, like Hasbara and all this stuff, it seems to me that they're going to want to free the Iranian people because that is in their interest when it comes to the hegemony and how they look in the community. Like, there's too many wins on freeing the Iranian people and not doing what they've done other places. There's more of a benefit to that than just destroying the place and flattening it out like they did to the poor Palestinian people in Gaza.
If I want to summarize it, I would say these are the possibilities. It's making business for China more expensive, taking away those 1.9 million barrels of a day that we sell to China out of their hand. They used to pay Venezuela $31.50 per barrel of oil. Now they're paying $88. You can put two and two together and you can figure out. The other part is securing Israel. The last thing there may be like the number 100 in their agenda could be, okay, let's just free these people and we look good. But those are the only interests that they have. And we got lucky. The United States and Israel interest is aligned with what people of Iran want. As I said earlier, countries have common interest. They don't have friends or enemy. And this is, if you don't believe this, then you have to, review your, outlook about how you see your politics.
That's a fact, Jack.
I agree with part of that, Mirza Jun, but you guys know my opinion. I don't know if you need to, target 1,000 locations every day in Iran in order to get there. I really don't know. I see more power, actually. Maybe I see more power to US than you guys see that. But there are other ways, other solutions, even with military intervention. I don't disagree with military intervention at this time. But they are taking steps that it is, how can I say that? They could get some shortcuts, but they prefer this one. And this is something that definitely we are in a situation that we are just in a lose situation. There is no win at all. There is not even a zero balance for us. Anyways, we are going to lose. But the way they are acting right now, even right now, removing Khamenei, which is one of the best things which could happen to us at this time, it could happen last time as well. But they didn't. You know, these are my stuff. I'm not 100% disagree with you, but I do not agree as much. There are areas that we are, I want things are happening differently.
Would you guys agree that other than the tragedy of the girls, which, like I said, we don't even know if it was them, they're like so far basically taking out great things to be taken out with minimal casualties? Is that correct assessment? Like, so I like.
That's correct. So, I mean, what do you think is the solution for the problem that is being faced by Iran? What do you think is the Iran needs to do?
The solution is regime change. We tried elections numerous times. They cheated in elections. We tried to come to the street peacefully. They killed somewhere between 15 to 45,000 people in just a matter of 2 days. People who are afraid, you have to be very desperate to ask a foreign country to invade you. And if you know any Persian, we are very proud people. This is the first time we are begging and foreigners attack us. We fight with Iraq for 8.5 years, and when everybody else was trying to back them up. They give them intel, they give us where our troops are, Soviet Union give them weapons. We got some help from Israel, we got some missile part from Israel to hit back on Iraq, but that's a different story. Or, Donald Reagan sold us some weapon and used the money to do some activity in Southern America. Those are only minor helps that we received, but besides that, we were just on our own and trying to defend the country. But at this point, it is no other solution. And we are taking a risk. It may work, or we could become another Iraq. We don't know. But people of my country decided we are willing to take that choice, and who am I to sitting in, the other side of the planet and tell them no? So I will support.
They need to go, that's for sure.
Yeah, they need to go. That is established. But what next for Iran? Who is going to?
Americans and we have a 5-point plan of taking all the world leaders and giving them psychedelics.
Glad that Nargis is not running the country. It would be a very interesting situation.
Wow. She says, Nayas and I, only my name shown through it all. Wow, there's such a fun.
You're becoming the biggest drug dealer ever.
Like this supply should be so infinite. They hate each other. I gotta make bags with the
Yeah, let me answer him. Stop just because he asked a serious question. Let me answer him. So the hope is that structure of Iranian regime is not vertical; it's horizontal. It's not like you killing Khamenei and it is over. And that's what most of us believe, that required to killing numerous level of government, leave a couple alive to be able to make peace with them, and then should be some sort of solution to help IRGC and other Iranian armed forces to defect. Those people who were involved in killing my people would be in court, and the court would decide on their future, and then hopefully we have a transitional period. People would choose between monarchy, constitutional monarchy, or republic on a referendum, and then they would do. But that
that's the hope, but there is no guarantee if that is going to play out and we could become a failed state. But at this point, we have no better option. And it is too late. The war is already started and we cannot change it. But even before this, that when we're discussing these possibilities. At this point, none of us can change it. All this, lefties that they came to street and yell and scream, they could not make a bit for Palestine, and Israel and the United States did what they wanted. At this point, if me and you talk here, it would not make a difference, but we can talk about different possibilities. We are hoping for this. I do not see any other positive outcome. Anything else I would tell you would be a very scary and dark scenarios.
Okay.
He articulates it so much better than I do. Like when Mirzad says it, everybody's quiet. When I say it, everybody's like,
No, that's not true, Senator. So true. Mirzad can do it good and you can do it good too. I think we are also ready, as Mirzad says, this is just one opinion from me. We are also ready to do some mistakes, if we call it mistakes, and we think the price for paying for that mistake is much, much less than the price that we paid in the last 47 years. And today.
But I think just a cycle.
During this chaos, it's really hard to expect that people can make really very kind of 100% crystal clear decisions. Definitely is crisis management right now, and crisis management can be as good as it is. But I think people are also kind of getting ready for that, to say, okay, we might make a choice, we might go to the kind of a, situation that needs another correction, but it's not compared to the situation we are at.
Okay, sure. Yeah, thanks for that answer, Musa. Point of view, I see this as a cycle. So there will be an Islamic regime, there will be an uproar from the people, from a section of the people, and then, be it within the country or from the external powers, you vote the regime, and then you will have, for some time period, you may have some secular government, and then after some time, that secular government will be overthrown by the Islamic regime. And I think this is how the cycle is going to be.
No, there's more on us than Oriel then. We just don't have weapons. Like once the people with the secular democratic ideology are able to defend, there's not going to be a problem. Like first of all, there's 10 to 15% of the people that side with the radical fundamentalists, and then you have to say how many of them are grandmas, how many of them are women, blah 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 blah. Like, no, it's not gonna. They're not gonna take it back. They could be a problem, but I don't think that they would be able to take it back.
What the Islamic regime did in the last 47 years, something that nor Israel, nor United States, or anybody else were able to do. They damaged Islam, and especially Shia, so bad that many of my generation and people after me, they're become agnostic, non-believer, atheist, and this happened to a Shiite country. So the story of Islam and Islamist regime in Iran, I will guarantee you that it would be over for good, and you can only find it in trash can of history. You're never ever going to be an Islamic regime in Iran. I will guarantee you that, nor any other like Zoroastrian or anything else. Because the people want a secular regime. They have seen when you give power to Islamists, what they do with the resources, what they do. They will fight a country that didn't want to fight them for 8.5 years. They could have signed a peace treaty with Saddam, in the first year of war, and the Persian Gulf countries, they were willing to pay Iran money for all the damages. And that idiot, in later at that time, Khomeini decided to continue this war for another 7.5 years, killing over 500,000 of my own people to just having grab over the power and not allowing some of the reformers at that time have the ability to say that we made peace with Saddam. So the story of Islamist regime is good, is done in Iran for good. I will guarantee you that. We may have a failed state for like 20 years or something, but after that, we will promise you it won't be ever you will see an Islamist regime in Iran. Maybe our neighbor countries, but I will guarantee you not in my country. And this is coming from somebody who is trying to look at everything objective. I take what I like out, and I give you my personal perspective, without telling you what I wish to have.
I do hope so. Let's see. If there is no Islamic regime, that would be the best that could happen for Iran. Let's see. Yeah, thanks.
At least for the next 50 years or 40 years, we paid such a high price for this. Alone looking at the women, which are the half of the population, do not forget, and many others that they paid such a high price that stays for a while, in our memory and our next generation memories. So, and I agree with Mirza that definitely this is for Iran is different than other Middle Eastern countries.
I saw Cyrus came up, but he didn't say a word. Cyrus, how are you doing, my friend?
Sorry, I've been on the plane and I was driving and getting my rentals and all those things. I haven't been busy with this. I just arrived at my hotel room.
Glad to hear you're good.
Sorry?
I said I'm glad to hear you're doing good.
تازه رسیدم هتل.
I talked myself into oblivion. Do you think that the fact that Khamenei was killed or is dead, like it empowers the people, like the big boogeyman is gone, and they'll be like damned if they let anyone else come next. Yeah.
So at this point, they're talking at the... Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, absolutely. What he represents, has been completely torn down. And I realize that he's sort of the figurehead at this point. But the optics, the way that it looks, has a lot of influence on the psyche of the people. An enormous. Even if he wasn't very powerful, even if he had no control at all, just what his image and what his presence means and has on the psyche of the people, and the fact that he's gone is going to be an extraordinary motivation for change. Everything that he symbolizes, has symbolized, was destroyed. And I don't think there's going to be anyone that's going to be able to stand up and fill his shoes. I mean, good luck with that. But I agree with you, Sal. Very good.
So I'm just going to piggyback because it's a part of the stuff that I want to say. And it was the biggest blow in the moral of those small group of people that are, regime sympathizer, or they feed off off of them. So if you just think about this, it took United States 1,300, I think 78, somewhere near 1,380 days before they can capture Saddam. And, they killed this guy, it's not even a day, within the first couple of minutes. So this is the biggest blow to those that they would hear his, voice and would hear his, see his picture and all this stuff that would be, like our leader, da da da. So your leader is dead, and just took them a couple of minutes to kill him. So this is the biggest blow. As far as what I have seen on the news, that was not a plan, and they figured out that he's going to be in his office and his compound. They changed their plan and they hit him first. So that was, I wish they would have captured him live. I would see him in jail and in a court of law, and they would, answer to all this crime that he did. And instead of, for some people, he would become a martyr. I understand that's how they want to see it, but the good news is every single day that this guy is dead, there are hundreds of thousands of people that they can live happily after.
At the same time, first of all, I think one era has fully ended. The best way you can imagine this is if we can remember the era of Khomeini. It was a different, absolutely different kind of a situation than we experienced with Khomeini, that's for sure. And that brings some confidence, that brings some hope, everything, if that's the question. But at the same time, if you are talking about what happened and what the American did, as much as it's really big for me too, I really didn't know if this guy is, definitely it was not as easy as situation in Venezuela or so. It's very complicated to maybe get him. It was my understanding. It is what I thought. But also, this is the question I heard a lot of time yesterday, why it couldn't be happened earlier. And this earlier was referred to losing so many beautiful souls. That's another question that I have. Why now and why not earlier? If they could locate it, if they could, whatever, plan it, why now? That is something that I heard many times.
I agree with you. If they wanted to kill him, they could have killed him, 2.5 years ago when Hania, the leader of Hamas, funeral in Tehran. So they could have, if they would drop a bomb and only kill people in first 10 rows, the regime would be toppled.
Hold on. You guys are not thinking about the proxies that were in place at that time. The reason they were able to get to Khomeini, it wasn't because they found some kind of location.
demonstration in San Francisco and in New York. I didn't see any footage of New York, but I saw in San Francisco. It was not as big at all. They were mostly American. We had a few over Iranian there, but mostly white American and anti-war kind of a crowd, but really not as many. Did anybody see anything in New York today?
No, I can hear you, so, but I don't know if you.
Yeah, we can hear you, but I don't think she can hear us. Okay, Monty, go.
Okay. No, I was just saying we have to realize the fact that Khamenei was killed yesterday was not solely based on Israel and American forces knowing exactly where his location was. They certainly had his locations for many, many years, even 2.5 years ago, like whatever, the Hania Day, which was like 1.5 years ago, I think. Anyways, but back then, Iran had influence in the region in the sense where if something as drastic as, the supreme leader being killed would have generated such, like right now we're seeing a crazy response from Iran. Back then it would have been, I don't know, like this times 20, 30, whatever. Hezbollah is active today, but Hezbollah in 2 years ago was a much bigger force than now. And they're still creating havoc. Like today, I don't know if you guys saw the headlines, but they're active. They're throwing rockets, and Israel had to evacuate 50 villages in north of Israel. So there's still a threat. And this is after many, many efforts of Israel trying to get them, weakened. And they have done that quite successfully, but it's still there. And then back then, Iran had Syria. In any case, my point is, this is killing Khamenei was a 2-year project. It started with weakening Hamas, and then went up to Hezbollah, and then magically the Assad regime fell. I'm sure there was backroom deals for that, and then it was getting to Iran and not knowing exactly how Iran would respond, even without the proxies. They didn't have enough knowledge of their defensive and offensive capabilities. They had intelligence, but they didn't know if they're missing something. But the 12-day war kind of gave them enough confidence that they know their enemy now, and they've gotten to the core of it. And the next step is killing Khamenei, and that's what they did. This still could spin out of control as we're seeing it unfold right now, but I'm sure they had enough intelligence to expect this response, and they're probably thinking it's way more controlled than it would have been if it had happened before, when Iran had proxies around the region. Anyway.
Iran had proxies.
Are you questioning the basics?
Well, it's just kind of like, I guess you could say that, but so one of the talking points is that, one of the propaganda talking points is that, let's say, okay, let me just say this. There would be no deterrent of getting rid of Hezbollah, making Israel stop land grabbing. If you really wanted to get rid of Hezbollah, this is according to the Lebanese government, Monty John.
I don't want to get into Israel-Palestine. Sorry. Okay. No. Hezbollah is basically a proxy of Iran. I don't care about the issue of Israel and Palestine. I really don't want to get into that. It's a huge subject. Okay. What we're talking about Iran, and Iran should have nothing to do with Israel and Palestine. We don't share any borders with them. This is not our conflict.
It does, because Israel is the one that's helping Iran.
Israel doesn't have any problem because a group of fanatics took over in Iran that had death to Israel in one of the pillars of the revolution. And they carried it out, and they invested money and forces and time into actually.
But we are in meditation mode.
No, Dina.
Iran is relevant there because Iran's sort of like, they're one of like the only militarily powerful, militarily capable countries in that region who could stop Israel from,
Why? Who gave them mandate? Who gave them that mandate? No, Saleh, let's just talk.
Yeah, let's switch it. Let's switch the topic. The only thing that I was trying to say was that.
No, you were trying to get it into the whole Israel-Palestine biases in that region.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get into those biases. It's not our issue.
Monija, we can switch the topic. All I was trying to say is that nothing would deter Hezbollah more than Israel stopping.
I don't care about that. But what I care about is Iran funding Hezbollah.
All right, deal. That's true. That's a fact. Okay, let's move on. Great.
And it's not a problem. I mean, why not invest in proxies against China when they killed Muslims in China? Like this is bullshit. It's not our problem. It wasn't our problem.
It's become we can't escape Manija. We can't escape.
Who made it our problem?
Yeah, I agree with Lonnie. It's not the Iranians.
Who made it our problem? Go back to 1979.
I said we have it at our hands at the moment.
Yeah, but Shah was also involved in Palestine and Israel.
No, but as a peace negotiator, as someone who balanced the powers, as someone who basically didn't put his eggs in one side of it. It was basically, playing a role like Egypt.
Yeah, they put him
so that's a much different position than the mullahs. Like, mullahs were fanatic. Like, they just took the most extreme, unnecessary against Iranian interests. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, if they could have not take fight with Israel, they would have been survived for the next century.
Closer to Israel. They don't have this extreme fucking. Okay, we could condemn Israel. We could say they're fucking whatever genocide or whatever, but still keep our own interests as our priority, not to make some other issue. Like we became like it's kind of like a bunch of hipster activists took power in Iran.
Well, let me tell you, the fact that the fact that Haniyeh dies in Tehran, even go back to the other nuclear guy. He is assassinated in Tehran, and then Haniyeh dies in Tehran, and they don't think that, hey, you know what? Maybe they kill me too.
So you guys say you don't want to talk about this, but then you keep talking about it.
Okay, but I was just talking about proxies. No. Let me say something. I only brought up the proxies, and this is a very standard, discussion about Iran.
The reason why you don't understand is that the same way that Iran regime is devilish, so is Israel. That's the problem.
I don't care. How does Israel affect Iran in 1979? Why, prior to 1979? How did Israel affect us?
Okay, so let me. You know what? I'm gonna bring somebody up that would come.
If you're gonna start talking about this, I'm gonna leave this room. I don't.
See what I'm saying? You're the one who I said let's let it go. Okay, make sense, Monija. I said let's let it go, and you got your point.
Okay, let's count to three. 1, 2, 3. Stop. Don't comment.
I'm gonna bring Zia's gonna talk a bit. If I bring up Zia, we'll be talking about Palestine.
You know it's.
Oh my God! Who did you bring up? Like, is that like a Israeli? I don't fucking give a shit about Israel. Get the fuck out. If you want to talk about Iran, let's talk.
Can you make it about Iran? Make it about Iran. I know you can.
Oh my God. Dude, Zoe will make it about Iran through the lens of Israel. Let's hear it.
Before 79, it was a monarchy.
Yeah, I love monarchy. I fucking love monarchy.
I love monarchy.
That's why
monarchy is Iran. Iran has 2,500 years of monarchy.
They didn't need to fight with Israel at the time because it was already bending over. That fight was against Egypt and all the Republican countries that got established at that time. So Iraq, Egypt,
Bending over.
Syria.
That's a very loaded word. That's propaganda.
Americans, 40% of the British petroleum, 40% to the Americans, 40% to the British.
What was our GDP? What was Iran's GDP?
At the end of the day, you wasn't getting any money regardless. So you were bending over just as Egypt bending over today. Bullshit. You bullshitting yourself to convince yourself. Okay? So when that happened, when the revolution happened, and it came out okay, now who's the enemy? Iran is the enemy, because Israel wouldn't ever accept a strong country in the region. Why Turkey is the enemy now while it was bending over all that time? Why it's bending over now? Why Turkey is the problem now and the next Iran to be destroyed? Because Israel wouldn't even survive in the region without having every strong country in the region be broken down into chaos. It's stupid and dumb that you can overcome the colonizer, settler colony in the region being established for that reason and that reason only. It's so stupid. So it doesn't matter what is the picture of the government that you have, either in Egypt with the Arab, or what is called Arabic, pro-Arab crap with Gamal Abdel Nasser, or peaceful like bending over to that, or even, giving it all to them, Mubarak, or now, please protect me, Sisi. It doesn't matter. They wouldn't accept any strong country. And Iran is a strong country.
You say the same thing like 5 different times.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically you're saying Israel would not accept a strong country in the region. This is generally speaking, this is a correct statement. And this is true for everybody, not just Israel. Iran doesn't want a strong country in the region either. Saudis don't want either. Turks don't want either. That's correct. And you claim that, okay, Israel is trying to expand. Probably that's what you're saying. Israel is trying to expand. That's why they don't want strong country strongly. Like that's their position. However, I like to say a few things that you may not know, not that you don't read or do not study. That's because you haven't been in the context of.
Senator, you're Iranian.
Yeah, can you close your mic, please? Because it's yeah. Okay, so enemy of Shah in the region at that time was mostly Gaddafi, Hafiz Assad, the father of these Assad, and to some sort slightly Iraq. Hafiz Assad and Gaddafi, they were two leaders who were supporting Palestine at that time. Iranian opposition, which mostly consists of two, let's say, one Islamic, Marxist Islamic, and the other one Marxist group, and one extreme Islamic group, they were all trained by Palestinians at that time. At that time, they believed that the only way that they can topple Shah regime was fighting through a militia group. Exactly, they're trying to duplicate what had been happened in South America. This was the trend at that time. And all of these people, they had been trained in Palestinian camp. Even the Marxist one.
Soviet camp, which was at the time.
No, please do not interrupt me. They were Palestinian camp, and they were actually on Palestinian land, and they were in Syria. And you can still read, if you read the diary of those Iranians, you will all see that they've all been trained in that area. After the revolution, because of this connection, the idea of protecting Palestine became more prominent in the agenda of the government. in the government itself and also those militias that took power. But one of the reasons that Iran became more pro-Palestine was this, all these groups have been more attached to Palestine before the revolution. And that's how they got power, or at least partially was the reason they became powerful in Iran and they were able to topple Shah. Thank you.
How does that change anything of what I just said? Even at the time of the Soviet Union and providing weapons to all the militia groups that was at the time, one of them toppled the apartheid system in South Africa, which was all connected. It was a time for decolonization in the region and out in South America and everywhere else. So that doesn't change the fact that we are in that sphere, all of us together, and it changes the system.
For the Shah of Iran being removed? Wasn't it that they set up shop in Saudi Arabia and they used bin Laden's father to establish the Mujahideen? And when the Mujahideen wasn't efficient, they replaced them with the Taliban and started to use their resources to essentially oust the Shah of Iran. So who they put in place after he was after the Shah of Iran fell? Because this beef is not modern. I just want to say that this is an ancient beef. You're talking about the Persians. You're talking about the Persians versus the Greeks. You're talking about the Romans versus the Persians. This is nothing new. This is just now precipitating in our time, in our generation. This isn't something that just happened in our modern world.
I have nothing to say to that.
Yeah, because it's facts, it's history.
What facts? Persian against Rome?
Persian against Greece, against Rome. Yeah, this is an ancient beef.
They're pretty much.
America is born from the loins of Greece. Yeah, Greece birthed Rome, Rome birthed America.
They were British.
What you're talking is way too advanced for us, for this group. Like, it's just way too,
They just don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, thank you. Persian Empire is referenced historically, even in biblical terms.
I wouldn't even try to do that. It's just not it's gonna take us down a rabbit hole that it's just not gonna be conducive for this.
Yeah, but I could at least say this is also deeply rooted in religious beliefs, because many people believe that Persia, Iran and Iraq used to be one nation. And many people believe that Babylon was obviously in Iraq. So they have, Christians in the Western Hemisphere have contention with the concept and ideology of the Persian Empire and its, and its connection to what you would call Babylonian, and what the Babylonians did to the Jewish community. And it's not the Jewish community, because there's a difference between Hebrew and Jew. Right, the modern Jewish is not the Hebrew.
Place and not making any sense. I mean, what you're saying is not factual.
You just don't know history.
Am I breaking up? Am I breaking up?
No,
you're clear.
Maybe I'm breaking up. I don't know, but I'm fairly past this. I've been running this room for 8 hours. I'm almost tempted
time to finish it up, to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Sarah, sometimes later just ask me the same question. I'm still in kind of unclear about our conversation, but it can be today. I think we both remember that conversation.
Well, after I heard your other comments, I am starting to think that I misunderstood what you said once I heard your other comment. So, yeah, we can get to the bottom of it later. Should I open a Tehran radio room? Yeah?
I didn't know you had this on for 8 hours. I was working in some other room.
Trying to keep a balance of all crazy that happened today. I've been here twice so far.
Yeah, and it's pretty exhausting when you're talking to a whole bunch of psychopaths on every side.
It's too quick, too fast. Like it was boom, 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 boom. When it rains, it pours.
But I admire you that you invite yourself to this challenge so often.
Listen, I really, really get hurt when I hear people that are like so one-track minded. I really do get hurt. And I don't want to open the room, actually. But Munir and other people, they'll force me in the back chat. They'll say, come on, open a room, you know, all this stuff. And then I'm like, okay, fine, I'm going to open a room. Because there are other rooms that try to talk about the stuff that we're talking about. They end up like cussing at the people, yelling at the people. And it's not a real conversation. And so
it's so important to manage the conversation because the most of them I'm not in the room that you guys go usually, but even in many of the Farsi speaking groups, they get to so much, you know, trash talking and emotional things that you cannot even follow the topic. It's so things, but it's hard. I can imagine how much energy it takes from you to manage all this.
Especially like when, you're hearing, it's just so sad, it's just so crazy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out if I should just close the room or I am closing the room, but should I open a Tehran radio room? That's the thing I don't know. Let me see if I see any of our Tehran radio friends online. I don't see anybody. Because the last thing I want to do is make a room and then I have to run it.
I don't see anybody right now either.
Me either.
Thing is, but I'll get based on red tomorrow is a working.
Okay, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. It's called the day. Thank you everybody for listening to us.
بس من فقط پس از مرزاد اینو بپرسم. مرزاد جون یعنی از همتون فرق نمیکنه. امروز من 2 چیز مختلف از ترامپ شنیدم. یکی این که اول صبح من گفتش که آره شاید 4 هفته بخوایم we can extend into these things up to 4 weeks. یه خوبه به نظرم استراتژیک بودش. بعد دوباره شنیدم که بچه‌ها گفته که now we are ready for negotiation. آخر کدوماشو شنیدین شما بچه‌ها؟
من هر جفتشو شنیدم.
شنیدی نه؟
آره یه دفعه گفتش که اینا میخوان صحبت کنن ما با ایشون حاضریم صحبت کنیم از این طرف دیگه هم برگشت گفتش که ممکنه تا چند هفته طول بکشن.
من مخالفم جنگ تا پیروزی. ما فوزه امپریالیسم رو به خاک میمالیم.
آره بهش بگو که he's clear وقتی سیروس میگه دیگه جره بحث نباشه دیگه just follow
ما باید جنگ کنیم فوزه امپریالیسم به خاک بمالیم و حداقل 400 تا دیگه باید بمیرن اینجوری فایده نداره. یعنی
تو رو خدا به خدا
نه به خدا
اصلا که میفته پایین من دیوانه میشم ها
They're speaking in Persian.
No, sorry. Yes. No, I think we can be a little bit more efficient with this doing more stuff.
I guess Salajun was nice talking to.
No, I was joking. I don't know what I'm saying.
Well, we say you had your flight day today, so you have you have a token today. Merci, Salajun. Thank you, everybody.
Merci, thank you, everybody.
Next time, bye.
Love most of you. Good night.
Night.
So by me, in the next 56 minutes or whatever that is, I'm only offering you a side to hear. That's it. Nothing more. I'm not asking you to believe anything in what you hear. I always say, take from what you hear and fit it in with what you already know. Not to believe it, but whatever you already know, and if there is something being said that can help you in where you at, take it and just throw away the rest. You know, you may hear a name, Allah. You may not understand what Allah, don't accept Allah as being just a simple word for God. Leave that alone and listen to everything else that may fit with something you have been exposed to. Take the meat, throw out the bones, if I can use that terminology. But, sweetheart, with regards to disclosure, there's different levels of disclosure and there's different types of disclosure. We, on a mundane, ordinary level, would say disclosure, meaning government come out and say, hey, there's aliens. They've already done that. They have done that. When they released the Tic Tac video and the Go Fast video and all these Navy pilots now finally coming out, there is no question around the world that there is something that exists, right, and over the skies of the world. And whatever that is, it is penetrating the skies of every country and every nation with impunity. And they can't do anything about it. The world has admitted that. So, on another level of disclosure, there have been people, way before the government in this conversation has gotten to this point about UFOs, there have been conversations about it. People have been talking about this thing for many, many years and ages. So with that being said, guys, I'm gonna start this little clip. This is a purely listening experience. This is a purely educational moment, 56 minutes of it. Once again, if you have the time, I'm only offering you a perspective. 56 minutes, family, and then I'm gonna give you back your room. This is number 2. Where's the totem pole? Somebody get totem pole in here. Somebody ping totem pole. Get somebody. Because he wanted to hear this segment of the Supreme Wisdom Lessons. And they're only given at night. They're not going to probably be given during the daytime. Only at night and only on certain nights whenever the spirit hits me. Here we go. Supreme Wisdom Lessons. And we off to the races. Let's go. Shaya, you still here? Where's Shaya? Shaya, I hope this makes you feel better. Okay, sweetheart? Here we go.
Arenas and humble churches. From out on the streets to your screen. And now, the time and what must be done. On this edition of Farrakhan Speaks. Greetings to you.
I'm so sorry I got a phone call just then, family. So y'all bear with me.
I'm Minister Louis Farrakhan, National Representative of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that great preacher of freedom, justice, and equality to the black man and woman of America and the Western Hemisphere, and to all of the Aboriginal people of our planet. He is the eternal leader of the Nation of Islam and a warner to the government and people of the United States of America and to the nations of the earth. In this broadcast, I would like to try to complete our discussion taken from Holy Quran, chapter 45, verse 28, and it reads, quote, "And thou wilt see every kneeling down. Every region will be called to its record. This day you are requited for what you did." To all of you who are listening, and I want to thank you so much for taking time out of your schedule to tune in and telling your friends and neighbors and family members to check this broadcast out. Thank you. And to all of our great social media fans, I want you to know that I deeply appreciate what you do and the comments that are in from a cross-section of people, not only from the United States of America, but from different parts of the earth. I must take this opportunity to guide and to warn that those that are vile and filthy in their expression, there is no need for us to speak with them, because what we're trying to do is create an intelligent dialogue. And so to all of the members of the Nation of Islam, be careful how you handle the people. Some may be angry, some disbelieve, some are joyous, but you must always maintain the character of a Muslim. And that character is given to us by Allah through Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in the Holy Quran. He says, "Call to the way of your Lord in the best voice and with justice, and argue with them in the best manner. For Allah says in the Quran, I have given you the best of arguments. And when someone refuses to listen or to dialogue intelligently, the Quran says when they make mockery of your religion, well, you just pass by nobly and say, peace." Now, to all of our ministers of the nation, I want you to get on the social media, since you are the students in the ministry, and I want you to engage the people who call, no matter what argument they put up. Engage with them intelligently. And as God has given you the best arguments in the Quran, then argue in the best manner and always with justice. Now, in the past broadcast, we've talked about and shown to you how the foreign policy of our government is involved in the meddling of the affairs of others. And yet, when they do this, they will charge the other country with being the peace breaker. The Holy Quran gives us insight into the mind of an enemy who is making mischief, then claiming that he's a peacemaker, but he is in reality a mischief maker. Well, let us see what the Holy Quran says about these mischief makers. In the second chapter of the Holy Quran, verses 11 through 13, Allah says these words, "And when it is said to them, make not mischief in the land, they say, we are but peacemakers. Now surely they are the mischief makers, but they perceive not. And when it is said to them, believe as the people believe, they say, shall we believe as the fools believe? Now surely they are the fools, but they know not. Can you imagine people making mischief and not being able to perceive the reality of their mischief making? This means that they are spiritually blind. And what is it that makes them blind? The Holy Quran teaches in that same chapter in verses 8 through 10, it reads, and there are some people who say, we believe in Allah and the last day, and they are not believers. Believing in God and believing that there will be a judgment, most religious people, whether we are Christians, Muslims, or Jews, we have a belief in God and a belief in the judgment. Well, it says, however, they are not believers. They seek to deceive Allah and those who believe, and they deceive only themselves, and they perceive not. In their hearts is a disease. So Allah increased their disease, and for them is a painful chastisement because they lie. And Allah then speaks to these types of people known as the lip professors in these words. And when they meet those who believe, they say, we believe. And when they are alone with their devils, they say, surely we are with you, we were only mocking. Then the Quran says, Allah will pay them back their mockery, and He leaves them alone in their inordinacy, blindly wandering on. So Allah gives us the answer to their blindness. Surely in their hearts is a disease, and Allah increases that disease because they lie. Let's take a look at what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says about these mischief makers. In one of his monumental books titled Our Savior Has Arrived, on page 60, it reads, this race of people was not created to live on our planet forever, only for 6,000 years. They are the only people on our planet whose time is limited. We can clearly see today why Allah limited their time. It is because of their mischief making and their causing bloodshed. It is impossible to live among them in peace. They are the world's meddlers and snoopers. They are not contented to live alone without snooping around and meddling in other people's affairs. And even though you divide the earth equally with them, they want your part and try to run your own business for you the way they think best. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, in his book, The Fall of America, in a chapter called Mystery Babylon the Great, on page 129, after revealing that Mystery Babylon is America, he says, quote, you must remember that I am interested in bringing the truth to my people as clear as sunshine. So be not disturbed in seeing and hearing it the clear and simple way. For my people are the spiritually blind, deaf, and dumb of the nations of the earth. They must be taught the truth by one who knows it. And Elijah Muhammad goes on to say, I am he who knows the truth, and I have been missioned from the Lord of the worlds to tell the truth, whether it is to your liking or disliking. But I must do my duty by you, or I will be punished by him. Well, I am, by Allah's permission and by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's position, sitting in his seat, continuing his message. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, after Moses had worked for 40 years among the people, he called his brother Aaron and said, take my place among my people and act well, and follow not the way of the mischief makers. After the Honorable Elijah Muhammad worked among us for 40 years, the work is not done. So he has asked me to continue his message and his ministry, and it is a duty and a mission imposed on me by the two that back me. And if I do not do my duty, I will be punished by them. So here we are. America now is meddling in the nation of Syria. I mentioned 2 broadcasts ago that 4-star U.S. Army General Wesley Clark said that 10 years before 9/11, Paul Wolfowitz, the neocon architect of Bush's war on Iraq, told General Clark of their plans to clean out the Middle East and take over these Muslim regimes. Just days after 9/11, and 9/11 represents the destruction of the World Trade buildings and towers, and the killing of 3,000 Americans and the bombing of the Pentagon. Well, after that event, Clark was shown a Pentagon memo that describes how they, the neocons, planned to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq, then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and then Iran. Years and 7 countries. Let us look at Syria. There has been and is a civil war raging in Syria now for almost 2 years. America, England, and the coalition of the willing thought a long time ago that the regime of Bashar al-Assad would have collapsed. America was involved in the very beginning, but trying to hide her hand. Now America is openly involved, and you have weapons that are being given to the rebels against a legitimate government, but a government that America does not like, a government that Israel does not like, because Syria is a friend to its brother nation, Iran. So America has decided that the government and people of Syria must suffer to fulfill an aim that is good for Israel. And since America and Israel are joined at the hip, they feel ultimately the destruction of Syria will be good for America. But we say to you It is neither good for Israel nor America, as you soon will see. About 6 weeks ago, we heard that chemical weapons were being used. And when that came across the news, I thought to myself that the rebels must be losing their effort to topple their government. For now, they're saying that there's the introduction into that conflict of chemical weapons by the government of Syria against the forces that are trying to topple their government. Well, did they really find chemical weapons? Many that started looking at it weeks ago said no, it was not chemical weapons. But President Barack Obama came on television and issued these words: if it is found that the Bashar al-Assad regime is using chemical weapons on its own people or on others, that will be a game changer. The news this past Tuesday morning, on the 23rd of April, is that Israeli scientists have declared that it is sarin gas that is being used by the Bashar government. Imagine the hypocrisy of somebody that has an interest in the fall of a government finding what others have looked for and have not found. This is to lure America into a war by sending American soldiers now into Syria, because you have armed people that you are now finding are jihadists. You have armed people that are not lovers of the Western world. They may be so pro-Islam that they will fight against a ruler or a government that is Islamic but socialist in nature. So now you are being asked or prodded to do the game-changing thing: send American troops. Meddling in the affairs of other nations now, you're getting Turkey and Qatar and the United Arab Emirates and the Arab League and others to join you. This is now making these countries partners in that which will come against Israel and America in the not too distant future. What does this word meddle mean? It is to involve one's in a manner without right or invitation, interfere officiously, which means objectionably and aggressive and unwantedly. This meddling in the day of judgment, which is right now, will come back to requite you, America, and those that join you. I remember reading about our President Thomas Jefferson, when he reflected on the condition of the black man in America. He said these words: I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just and that his justice cannot sleep forever. Naturally, during the 6,000 years that this contrary man and ruler was given time to rule, it would look as though God's justice was asleep. Not today. He's present in the world. And so the Quran says it like this: Allah is swift at taking retribution. So those who want to do wickedly, remember, the recompense is not years off, centuries off. It's almost as quickly as you do your evil will come the recompense for what you did. Now, in the 13th chapter of Isaiah the prophet, in the last verse of that chapter, Listen to the words. Hyenas will inhabit her strongholds, and jackals her luxurious palaces. Her time is at hand, and her days will not be prolonged. This is talking about the end of Babylon. Again, in verse 19 of that 13th chapter, it reads, Babylon, the jewel of kingdoms, the pride and the glory of the Babylonians, will be overthrown by God like Sodom and Gomorrah. What weapon in nature did God use to overthrow Sodom and Gomorrah and leave her as a sign? Isaiah says that Babylon will never be inhabited or lived in through all the generations of this millennium. There, no nomad will pitch their tent. There, no shepherds will rest their flocks, but desert creatures will lie there. Jackals will fill her houses. There the owls will dwell, and there the wild goats will leap about. This is not talking about animals. It's talking about people with the characteristics of these animals. Hyenas, her stronghold. Jackals, her luxurious palaces. The time is at hand, and her days will not be prolonged. Well, if in the end this kind of animal is used as a picture of those that will inhabit the palaces of the rulers of the Babylonian Empire, then what is the nature of these animals? Let's look at some definitions.
That's why you have Epstein and all of the players with these little children. They're the ones that have islands. They're Jewish people. They're the ones that have these palaces. They're rich billionaires, millionaires. They're jackals. They're filled with this. And they're hyenas. The characteristics of the people that inhabited the kingdom called America. Let me choose to say
a hyena is a nocturnal wild dog that attacks in packs. And when it is referring to a human being, it is a person who performs dishonest or base deeds as the follower or accomplice of another. An owl is chiefly a nocturnal bird of prey. And when it says wild goats will dance about, wild means living in a state of nature not tamed or domesticated. It means uncivilized or barbarous when it comes to a human being. Unrestrained violence, fury, intensity, wild strife, and wild storms. What is this goat, this wild goat? The goat is closely related to the sheep, and it is found native in rocky and mountainous regions of the old world. Now, isn't that interesting that the goat is closely related to the sheep? And a kid is a young goat. While I'm on that subject, beloved brothers and sisters, stop calling your children kids. When we understand the nature of the goat, why would you name your little children after something that is wild, that is mischievous, that is a troublemaker? They are akin to the sheep, but the sheep has a different nature. And so Jesus used these two animals in his parable of the separation between the sheep and the goat. But the nature of the sheep is different from the nature of the goat. But all these animals that we mentioned, they are all scavengers. And a scavenger is an organism that feeds on dead organic matter. When it's referring to a human being, it's a person who searches to collect items from discarded material. In chemistry, it's a chemical that consumes or renders inactive the impurities in a mixture. In the Holy Quran, in the 113th chapter, these are the last chapters of the Quran. These are titled the chapters of refuge. And there is a verse that says, I seek refuge in Allah from the intense darkness when it comes. That when this intense darkness is present, these kinds of characteristics are seen in human beings. It is the end of this present world. And then the Jesus comes. He is referred to as the bright and the morning star, for he announces the coming of God, and he is the herald of God's presence and the herald of the coming of the kingdom of God. So let's look at these verses in this 113th surah. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I seek refuge with the Lord of the dawn from the mischief of created things, from the mischief of darkness when it overspreads, and from the mischief of those who practice secret arts, and from the mischief of the envious one as he practices envy. This is the Yusuf Ali translation. But in the Muhammad Ali translation, it reads, in the